What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Saturday show, Betting with the Boys, presented by NYRABets. It's just me for right now. My other co-hosts, Jackson and Kaylee, will be joining shortly. But I'm going to have a buddy of mine, someone tied in closely to the racing industry. I'm always happy to be joined by him. And we're going to start off the day. We're going to be going through Monmouth, Woodbine, Churchill Downs, and Santa Anita once they start in about an hour. Monmouth and Woodbine, we're going to show their live racing as they go throughout their great cards today. A lot of graded stakes action coming up at Woodbine. Awesome card at Monmouth. They are off the turf, and then 6 consecutive stakes races to end the day at Churchill Downs. And then we wait for Santa Anita to start with their day, culminating in the Grade 3 Triple Bend, going 7 furlongs on the dirt. That will be the last race that we cover on this Saturday show today, with the return of Nisos after a good comeback effort in the Grade 1 Churchill Downs on Derby weekend. But my guest that's going to join me, and we are going to kick things off, is Shane O'Neill. Shane, what's going on, my man? Good to see you.
Good to see you, Ryan. Thanks for having me today.
Absolutely. How are you doing? How's Team O'Neill doing? What's new?
It's good. Actually, every O'Neill is in Italy right now for the Patrick O'Neill Brittany Urton wedding, which is
That's
next
awesome.
week. So excited for them. I have a final the day of the wedding, so I am not attending. But Team O'Neill strong. Very excited for next weekend, obviously.
There we go. Is Team O'Neill being in Italy, is that why we did not get to see Katona run today out at Churchill Downs?
No, he cross-centered. He's in allowance race tomorrow. So
nice.
Unfortunately, Most Wanted is going in the same allowance race as us. He also, but I think it's going to be like a 7-horse field tomorrow. So better chance. It's really Most Wanted, and then I think the rest of the race is very wide open. I thought, but that's tomorrow.
Nice. I'm looking forward to it. That's out at Churchill Downs. You guys have a lot going on at Team O'Neill, as you always do, runners across the country. But we got to talk about one runner that looks to be showing up next week during the Belmont Stakes Festival out at Saratoga, where I'm going to be Tuesday through Friday and not actually for Saturday. I'm actually going to have to miss the biggest day of the meet out there. But I got prior engagements back in San Diego, but I wanted to make it out for the festivities. But I got to talk about the Met Mile, the likely entrant that's going to be Raging Torrent from the Doug O'Neill barn. Fantastic sprinter. How is he coming along? Team O'Neill has been posting his workouts out at the Santa Anita track, which I always love to see.
Yeah, no, he's doing fantastic. Look, I think I've said it on shows before. I think I said it before the Godolphin Mile or the Malibu, that he's not an excellent workhorse, in my opinion. I honestly don't ask Doug too much about what he thinks, because we always think he looks awesome. But in my opinion, when he's solo, he doesn't always look fantastic to me, and he's been like that since, I think back to before the Pat O'Brien. Going into the Pat O'Brien, I thought we had no chance because I didn't think he was working well, but then ran the race of his life, really. So he's doing great. Look, as a fan, I'm so excited for that race. I think it's great. I'm so happy that Mike Rapoli brought Fierceness back for a campaign. That I think he's the best dirt horse in the world right now, honestly. So we're going to have to beat that. But it was kind of right after the Godolphin Mile, I said, Doug, what do you think? You want to go to the Met Mile, or what do you think we're going to do? And Doug said, yeah. And I said, it's going to be tough. He said, bring them on. You know what? It's a sport for a reason, right? They got to run the race. So let's have some fun. Let's take on the challenge, and it'll be great.
I love it. Team O'Neill's never afraid of any competition. They kind of, you guys kind of embrace it. You love the challenge. And hey, I mean, you guys out west, you face the likes of Chosen Braun. You beat him on the square. So why not go toe-to-toe with the best horses in the division? And what are your thoughts on that kind of 1.5 turn Wilson shoot configuration at Saratoga? Obviously, the Breeders' Cup Sprint, when it came around, Raging Torrent, drew towards the inside, I believe, if my memory serves correct.
Yes.
And so obviously that was a little bit discouraging. But, historically speaking, the Wilson shoot has kind of favored those inside runners. Is there anywhere you hope to see him in the gate, or are you just happy that he's out there? And where do you kind of want to see him?
Yeah, I think it's going to be tricky because Fierceness has speed too, right? So, I mean, this is the horse that went 22 and change in the Breeders' Cup Classic, right? So, or is right there. So, look, I think I totally agree. I want to be towards the inside, and I think tactically, I think we're fine with the rail too. The good thing is I think it'll be a short field, right? I don't think it'll be more than 6 or 7 in there.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised. So it might not matter too much, even if you draw outside. But I think tactically, I would want to be. I think he's best when he can show speed. I mean, they went quick in the Golden Mile, and he held on. He was waiting for a challenge. So hopefully towards the inside, but it's tricky out of the chute.
It is tricky out of the chute. And you mentioned obviously Fierceness has a ton of speed, but a lot of that does tend to be that kind of route speed. And Raging Torrent's the sprinter, obviously, so he's stretching out. So maybe he's just a little quicker out of the gate. He breaks really strong. Fierceness, he's not always the quickest out of the gate, although I think last time that almost favored him with how that race ended up shaping out. And obviously, Johnny V gave him a fantastic ride, tipping him to the outside, got him in the clear, and that's still where he does his best running. So the race dynamics is going to be interesting. But you mentioned, probably just a 6 or 7 horse field, but it's going to be a big 6 or 7 horse field. You're going to have multiple Grade 1 winners, likes of obviously Raging Torrent, Fierceness. You'll have White Abario. There was some rumor that Banishing could go back-to-back weeks here. He runs in just a couple hours in the Blame Stakes, and there was a slight rumor that he might be entered again next week. That would be a big ask, in my opinion. So I don't know if we'll see that, but no, it's going to be an absolutely loaded field out there. But I'm looking forward to it. You guys have had a couple runners so far on the Churchill Day card. Out at Santa Anita, what do you have for us to look forward to?
Doug has only one at Santa Anita today. Vlahos was entered and is not running. They're going to run him in an allowance race. I want to say there's one in the book either next week or closing weekend. So I mean, really, we did some high fiving when Niso showed up in the entries for this race because we thought he was going to go back east. But so we just have a long shot today in the last of Santa Anita. I'll have another Kiss, who is kind of that upper level claiming ranks horse, who is a very fun horse to have in the barn for sure. Joe Navarro is the owner, coming off a layoff, but no, I think that race actually came up kind of tough, I thought, for a allowance race, but she's a cowbred, got a chance. Edwin Maldonado, I think she's fresh, and I think we're going to try to pop a gate and go to the front would be my thought.
I like it. Yeah, obviously Vlahos, very talented runner. He's been pretty well traveled as well, so always excited to see him back at the races. But yeah, Niso's popping up out west instead of in the Met Mile, as he was one of the probables. Had to be a bit of a surprise. But yeah, probably in terms of going against him with Raging Torrent, I mean, Nisos is one of the horses where you really just don't know what the ceiling is, and maybe you're kind of. I'm probably not alone in it could be anything. He could be really any type. He hasn't really had that consistency at the races yet, so maybe the best is yet to come for that one. But awesome update on the O'Neill runners. Let's start on the racing for today. We have about a minute to post out at Woodbine for race number 5, so we'll just go to the stakes action at Churchill Downs. We won't be able to show the races out there, so actually I'll put up the Woodbine feed. Is there a minute to post? Because we can show their races. We don't want to get in trouble with anybody. They're approaching the gate for race number 5. Shane, did you have any thoughts on this one as the distance is, as my computer is struggling to load? We're going a mile and a 16th for the optional claiming non-2 life runners.
Yeah, I kind of liked the 2 here, Maldini. I thought made a big move forward last time. He ran in one of those maiden optional, maiden allowance optional races, right? Which are usually, I don't think, that tough at Woodbine, but closed really quick into a pace and no one else was really flying with him. He was kind of the only one moving late. So if I had to pick one, that would be him. But I think they're in the gate now anyway. But 6-1's a square price, so let's see. 3-year-old taking on older, but
a good start in the center for Conica.
I like it. I like the number 8 horse. They just broke through the gate. I'm throwing the race up right now so you can all watch.
Motion granted, the widest on the track.
A little late on the timing there, but hey, better late than never.
On the outside, Cabernet from Maldini, and turning out the stretch at the back is Compton. Racing with the lead by a couple of lengths. Motion granted whisks up and has gone past Bowman's Run and into second spot Conica, and Conica trying to settle in behind this runaway leader now. Motion Granted's gone 4 in front of Conica, a length and a half to Pierre, and Bowman's Run slips back to be 5th on the inside of Cabernet. Drop Your Gloves is 3rd last, 2nd last Maldini, and last is Compton. Motion Granted blazing along in front. Only 3 coming again for the lead is Conica. And they've got away by 4 to Pierre, a length to Cabernet written up next, and 2 lengths away. Bowman's Run has got back in the field. Around the outside, Compton starting to wind up. The center, drop your gloves. The trailer is Maldini as they go inside the half mile. They're coming after the leader, Motion Granted. Pierre's looming on the outside, 3 wide. In between them is Conacher, and right behind it is Caberneto to almost make a line of 4. Being tested every step. Motion Granted still in front by a neck. In second placing is Conacher. Pierre the outside. Motion Granted's got away again. A couple away. Bowman's Run running up on the inside of Caberneto. Maldini from last taking off. And as they corner, Motion Granted's very stubborn. Conacher coming back again. Pierre's had every chance. And down the outside, here comes Maldini. As they come down the home stretch, they're tied in front. And now switching course, Maldini on the outside to gather them in. And up the rails goes Bowman's Run. Maldini took over. Maldini from Pierre. And then Caberneto, Maldini in front. And now we'll put the finishing touches on the win, Maldini.
Well, there we go. Hey, no better way to start off. You got on top with the number 2, Maldini. I may have saved second with the 8-5 favorite in Pierre. Did not know he was 8-5. He's like 6-1 on the morning line. Didn't get a chance to check that. But hey, great pick, Shane. You gave your speedy analysis there as they were heading into the gate. But if you somehow just took him at his word, you got Ryan Munger, Bill Theranos at a nice price of looks like about 6-1 is your winner off that maiden option claiming effort. So that's how we like to start off the show. But
he was coming over pretty bad, so I wonder if there'll be an inquiry because he was. There was
it got a little bit tight there between those runners. Yeah. But hey, either way, cross the line first. So hopefully that stays up. We will keep you updated on that. But now we'll pivot out to Churchill Downs as we have a stakes race out there coming up. I'm just changing tabs all over the place. It's the Grade 3 Aristides Stakes. Your favorite right now is the number, to no surprise, is the number 6, Skelly for Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana in the irons. Obviously, this is a very, very speedy horse. Currently even money. My top choice in this race, I'm going to beat Skelly. He's not as good, in my opinion, outside of Oaklawn Park. I just think he's obviously, I think he's a different animal outside of that racetrack, as most of his wins have come on that surface, and he really hasn't done too well. Churchill Downs, now he hasn't done poorly, but he's got 3 of his 7 second place finishes over this surface. Just kind of like leads me to believe that maybe it's not necessarily that he's been off the deep end in terms of class. They haven't been grade 1s. He finished second in this race last year in the Aristides Stakes. So I think it's maybe just a he's not as comfortable away from home, and he is a little bit vulnerable. I like the number 7 world record right to his outside. Flavien Prat in the saddle, obviously always a danger. I think I saw something earlier today that he's won on his mountain each of the days of May so far, or maybe his last 16 days or something like that. He's got a nice little win streak going for his mount. So I'm taking the 7 world beater on top. How did you see this race?
Yeah, look, I like your thoughts on Skelly. I like your thoughts. I'm also concerned. I think these numbers are a little inflated coming out of Oakland, or at least they, those races appear a lot better than they actually are. And also, who's he beating in these races at Oakland? Mm-hmm. Actually, in Lake Hamilton, Durante and Rivet are okay horses, but
Inquiry Woodbine. Okay, yeah, I thought that was a possibility. They did get a little bit tight there. We will keep you apprised. Thank you, JD. Good to see you in the chat. Continue, Shane.
So yeah, look, I think world record is really interesting to me. Really strong effort first off the break for him, and they flew around there. God, they went 21-1 and 43-4. So they were moving, and he was doing it the whole way around. So if there was now, I think Skelly could still be a notch above this group, but I will say, what is it? World record is 8-5. That's not as intriguing, but 3-1 looked a little nice. But if world record drifts up a little bit, I think that is my play. But I don't really have a strong opinion here, to be honest.
Yeah, it's tough. If you, it's kind of one of those where if you have a really strong opinion, you got to play it. I'm upset that the rail horse in here scratched. That is the 1 Champlin for Greg Foley, Luis Saez. I loved an exacta here going just 7-1, just trying to fade Skelly completely. But seeing obviously Skelly is a world-class horse, I'm just trying to beat him on this day. But even money versus 8-5, and it looks like it's not going to go too far away from that as we get to post time. It looks like maybe projections have it around 4-5 and 7-5 respectively. So, I think Skelly is probably worth the bet at that. I was hoping I'd get at least 5-2 on world record, but I think the scratch of the rail horse hurts the value that I find on world record there. But I'm going to stick with the 7, even though 7-5 may be a little bit of a shorter price. Checking in with the chat. Katie, thanks for joining us. Aren't we supposed to see the races? Yes, you'll see Woodbine, Monmouth, and Santa Anita. I will not be able to show Churchill Downs, but I'll do my best, race calling impression to get us home on some of those. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, Shane, I think the last time we talked was around 4 a.m. On like Derby weekend. That was a ton of fun though. That was just we gotta all run that back at some point in the somewhat near future. Just that overnight, there was nothing quite like it with the amount we were talking. And Charlie Freeman obviously was with us for that extended period of time, and we were talking about the same race. We basically had a script going by the end of that. I can't remember the last whenever you took off, but we had a couple other guests join on, and we just kept repeating the exact same thing. It was like we were reading from a teleprompter towards the end there, and hit a wall towards the morning. But I mean, that was a ton of fun. I would love to do all that again. But
yeah, I don't think I had one pick right that day.
Oh yeah, Derby Day. Horrible. I mean, with the rain, it was impossible. But the West Coast horses showed up on Derby Day, and I know we've talked about that. But obviously, Copian, best sprinter in the country right now, I think would be fair to say. With those kind of paired up 110 buyer speed figures. And then, of course, Journalism, who ran really well, even in defeat, and obviously came out to win in the Preakness. They're loading in the gate out at Churchill Downs. But afterward, I want to get your thoughts on the Belmont Stakes coming up, because it's a bit of an interesting field as it stands right now. Maybe looks there's a few that haven't really confirmed yet. Journalism being one of them. He hasn't officially confirmed from what I've seen, but I did see his gallop this morning. He obviously looks good. It'll be just a bit of a game time decision, as I think they draw the card on Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern, I want to say, sometime around there.
Yeah,
but
I think we'll know tomorrow. At least we have to enter tomorrow. So I don't know if they're entering different days, but maybe we'll know tomorrow morning if he's running or not.
Okay, well, there we go. Hopefully we know tomorrow morning. Right now they're loading in the gate. Did you have a bet that you liked in here? Is 3-2 too short on world record? It's
way too short. This is a skip for me. This is a pass.
That's smart. If the value's not there on a horse that you like, just skip the race. I'm going to take the 7 world record on top. Skelly's 4-5 in the gate. They're about to break. I'll do my best. I can't do a Travis Stone impression. I'll just do my best race call. They're out of the gate. Skelly did not break on top. The 2 horse did, and I don't have that horse's name in front of me. That's Durante for David Jacobson. I feel like he used to run out west. Chris Couples in the chat. Chris, what's up? Skelly in second, world record to the outside, just kind of pressing. Got 8-5 on world record. They're 3 across the track right now. Skelly's moved up to take first, world record right on that one's outside. Durante to the inside. Giant Mischief back in fourth behind the pace. Then comes Hear Me Song. And finally is Happy is a Choice. They're onto the far turn. The quarter was 20.93.
Oh, my God.
That's fast. It's still Skelly up top. World record right to that one's outside. Giant Mischief seems to be putting in a bit of a run. Durante looks like he's dropping back. But up top, it is Skelly and world record going at it. I want to see what this half-mile time is. Skelly's supposed to head in front. 43.61 seconds for the half. They've entered the straight stretch now. It looks like world record, but he is pretty erratic coming down. Durante has re-rallied. Giant Mischief on the far outside. Skelly looks beat at this point. Durante is up top at 33-1 right now. Happy as a Choice is weaving through. This race is completely falling apart. Yep. Durante's up top. Durante's going to get the win at 30-1 with world record in second. That was just an incredibly run race. Obviously, Skelly off the board there. World record finished a really good second. He was pretty erratic coming down the stretch. But, Durante set the pace to start, dropped back around the turn, looked done, and then re-rallied to win it. They went 55.96 for 5/8 and finished up in 109.23. That was an oddly run race. But Skelly, again, just did not break on top. Out at Churchill Downs, and that pretty much did him in from the beginning.
Yeah, I think that pace, obviously, I'm surprised world record held around as long as he did. That pace,
me too,
just had to fall apart.
It did, and that pace was a bit confusing because, again, Durante kind of broke on top, and and then just fell back and then re-rallied, got reinterested. 33-1, by far your longest price. Oh, not your longest price in the field. Sorry, your second longest price in the field at 33-1. But that's going to be a big upset in the first leg of the pick six that had somewhere around 400 or 500,000 in the pool. This runner hadn't won since February 14th at Oaklawn Park in an optional claiming event, but got the job done here in a nice way for setting most of what that early quarter was, falling back and then re-rallying to get the win. Oddly run race, but certainly those fractions that you mentioned at the pace kind of had to fall apart there.
Yeah, it was actually they went 109-1, which is pretty slow, actually really slow considering. I mean, they walked home. Actually, Durante, I gotta give a shout out. Durante was bought. We trained him when he was,
I was gonna say that sounded like a West Coast horse.
Yeah, it was us. My dad bought him for 130 grand, and I think he got claimed for like 50 or so at Del Mar. But yeah, good for David Jacobson.
Definitely good for David Jacobson. They are loading in the gate as we're fast and furious today across the country with these races. Race number 6 at Monmouth Park. We're going a mile. They're off the turf, so they're going a mile on the dirt today. Obviously, that's going to kind of throw a wrench in the works, as this is a state-bred maiden special weight company. There are a few I was looking forward to running on the grass, but those races got taken off this morning. So I'm going to be passing this race personally, as all of my top picks were off. But did you have anybody that you liked with this race going to the dirt?
I liked the 3, but not at 5-2. I think he's 5-2 right now. He's 10-1 morning line, so I'm also passing.
I like it. We will let Matt Ditterman call us home as they're going, again, a mile state-bred maiden special weight company on the dirt.
To the outside post, TV Man to round out the field. We're ready to go. And we're off.
Chris, Jackson will be here shortly. He was finishing up his other job, which I guess he is allowed to have.
Go towards the first turn, a scramble for the early lead. Happy Offering is coming away with the lead as they go into the first turn run. Happy Offering now taking back, as I say that. And Perotto is going to stride out. Happy Offering on a stranglehold right now to take back the second. Here comes Doing This to be part of the action, and Feratovic is keen. Feratovic, he's been a little bit tough to control early, trying to ration his speed here. He's up to challenge Perotto. Perotto, Feratovic 1-2. Perotto to the lead by 3/4 of a length. And Feratovic, now he settles down in second. Doing This running in the third position. Hydrus is outside, just 3 lengths off the pace with Happy Offering, who's patiently ridden. Livalicious right behind him, and Wild Jamie to the outside. Another length to TV Man, and 4 more to the trailer, Chaz the Chief, as they go into the far turn run. And in the meantime, one of them is dropped all the way to the tail and not being persevered with. That is Feratovic. So they round the far turn here. Perotto still in front. Doing This is claimed second, and he's coming after that front runner. These two together with 5/16 to go. Hydrus shaken up in third, coming to the top of the lane, and Happy Offering is 5 off the pace. The others are well behind. Top of the lane here. Doing This, Jomar Torres leading the way down the lane. Hydrus into the second position. Perotto weakens with a furlong to go. Doing This is all alone on the lead. He's 5 ahead with a 16 to go, and there are no dangers in sight. Doing This, the son of Irish War Cry.
There we go. The 3 on top. Way to go, Shane. I'd say 2 for 2, but there was a DQ out at Woodbine where the 2 Maldini was taken down. Your 6 was made was put up to be your official winner of the race. But hey, I mean, those are 2 excellent picks. You can't really fault yourself. You made the right pick. The horse just veered out a little bit and got a little crazy down the lane and interfered a little bit. But also, great job with Chris Couples. Needed the 3 or 4 at Monmouth, obviously the Ware Jacks, but yeah, got the 3 home. Looks like started a daily double for the Pick Your Prize. So good luck there. Yeah, Lord Zed, very emotional in the chat. Maldini has been taken down.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Lord
it did look like they came together a little bit, but hey, I feel like depending on the jurisdiction, maybe that wouldn't have been a change, but who knows really. All right. Shane, obviously you're going to be with us for the next about 30 minutes or so. But let's look forward real quick to next weekend before we look forward to the rest of the day. Next weekend, obviously, we talked about the Met Mile, some other incredible races as Belmont Stakes Festival goes on. But it's going to all culminate with the actual Belmont Stakes going the 1.25 miles over the Saratoga main track. As we're going to be joined now by Jackson Muniz, as he's finally back. Jackson, how you doing, man?
Doing good, y'all. How's it going? We have a bunch of winners yet?
Shane's on fire right now.
Oh.
He's picked two horses that have crossed the wire first. Is what I can say, because there's a DQ. He picked a great winner at Woodbine and then got DQ'd. So that was tough. But he just had he liked the 3 horse at Monmouth. So we'll count it. How's your day going, Jackson? You look freshly showered, like you were not just at a track meet all morning.
Yeah, busy, hot as heck outside. But you know what? We're back. We're refreshed. We're ready to go. I got my caffeine, and we're gonna find some winners. So let's do it.
I like it. I'm only an hour and a half south of you, and it's overcast here. It's like 65 degrees. It's a very nice day. I like it. The room I'm in gets hot as shit if the sun is out, so it's staying nice and cool right now. I'm not dying just yet. But Shane, we're just about to talk about the Belmont Stakes next weekend. Obviously, the fields are going to be confirmed probably in the next 24 hours, I would imagine. If you got to nominate Raging Torrent or not in the next day, that feels like, or I guess not nominate, but enter officially would be the right word. So. What are your thoughts on the Belmont Stakes? We'll just assume that journalism is in the field. It looks like Rodriguez is going to be out there. Sovereignty. What do you kind of make of the pace scenario? And then are we going to get another showdown between the top 3 in the Derby?
I'm trying to think of the speed in the race besides, Baez has some speed, but Rodriguez is just kind of a lone speed. Or am I forgetting somebody?
No, as of right now, it really looks like Rodriguez is kind of alone up top.
Which we've seen this story before, right? With a Bob Baffert speed horse that just doesn't stop. So, I think Rodriguez is interesting with that angle in mind. But I will say this: the interesting thing about the race is, I think compared to most Bob Baffert runners, you're going to get some value on Rodriguez, because I think journalism and sovereignty are both going to take a ton of money, rightfully so, mind you. Mm-hmm. But journalism, 3 races in 5 weeks. Mike McCarthy, if there's anyone who can do it, it's Michael McCarthy. I have a ton of respect for him. I don't know if I would bet journalism at the number he's going to be next week. Sovereignty would. Gosh, I think he's the play. It just makes the most sense, especially because I think you're going to get more value on him than journalism would be my thought. But the odds board to me is the most interesting part of the race, how it's bet. And then Baeza too. I think you could make an argument that he has the opportunity to be the best horse in the race. And I think he's improving the most going into the race. I think of the top finishers in the Derby, he had the worst trip, I would think. So yeah, I don't have a strong opinion yet, but I will say the odds board is going to tell me all. And if I can get something on Rodriguez upwards of like 10-1, 15-1, I'm doing that.
Yeah, if we can get double digits on Rodriguez, that would be fantastic without a doubt. And I certainly think it's in the realm of possibility, seeing as we really haven't seen Rodriguez run since the Wood Memorial. He's scratched out of the Preakness and the Derby before that with the foot bruise issue. I don't know how much you want to look into that being a major concern in any way, but obviously Baffert and Starlight had their entrance in each of those races with Citizen Bull and Goal Oriented. Rodriguez also owned by the same group there. So that's certainly something to take into account. I agree with you. I think Baeza is going to be the most interesting horse in there. You'll probably get a middle price on him, maybe 5 or 6-1. I'm curious who's going to be the favorite between Sovereignty and Journalism. Obviously, I think in my head, I think it should be Sovereignty, given he beat Journalism on the square in what is like the toughest race to win. But recency bias might take a toll, and you might get Journalism somehow as the favorite. They might be split at 6-5. I could see it going any type of way. If Sovereignty is the second choice in that race, that'd be an irresponsible wager on my part. That would I think that the value you would get, because you'd have to get around 6-5 or so, I would imagine, which I think would be a gift on Sovereignty, even though there's not a ton of pace. Jackson, what about you? I know we've talked about it a little bit on our show. How do you see the pace shaping off, and do you think we get a surprise kind of rabbit entrant into the Belmont Stakes?
I think there's a chance. I feel like we probably would have heard some rumors about it by now. It's only a couple days out, but as of right now, it kind of feels like the bet has to be Rodriguez, that he's going to be at least 5-1 in there, right? And he's going to be completely loose. Mm-hmm. I just hate treating the Triple Crown races as anything but what they are. It's just another horse race. At the end of the day, Rodriguez is a horse that's capable of running 100 buyers, and especially when he's along the lead, he's kind of supposed to be along the lead in this race, and would definitely be the value. Obviously, the value of that is going to depend on who ends up entering. If there is a rabbit in there, or if maybe there's rumors of Baeza or journalism or someone's going to be ultra aggressive, then sure, you can change it up a little bit. But my gut right now kind of says Rodriguez is probably who I would bet. Is he the most likely winner of the race? No, not even close, but he probably does provide the most value.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. He's gonna give the most value in that race from how things stand right now. Shane, looking forward to the rest of today as we'll get out to Woodbine in a little bit as they're approaching race number 6 in about 9 minutes. But throughout the rest of the day that's going on today, anybody that you looked at that you have a really strong opinion of? Any of the tracks?
Actually, well, the 7th at Churchill, I don't know how much time we have till that race, but I thought a really good betting race for the field. How much time?
We got about 15, 20 minutes, I believe.
Okay. So we got time before that.
19 minutes, but we'll certainly dive into that as it's the Audubon Stakes.
Okay, great. No, I think the race that Doug has a horse in the last at Santa Anita is a allowance race down the hill, so that's a really good betting race. Mandela's got one in there that got beat 15 lengths behind Seismic Beauty, who is obviously now kind of referred to as one of the best females in the country, I would say. Yeah. Besides Copian, which, by the way, do you remember there was some idiot who said Copian had no chance in that race at Churchill on Derby Day? I don't know who that would have been.
I don't know.
But anyways,
to say, can't roll the tape on
it. For those watching, that was me. But anyways, Quick Brown Fox in the last of Santa Anita ran really well in a maiden race at Santa Anita on the grass and is now going back to the grass after losing to Seismic Beauty. Mind you, that race that she won kind of fell apart. They went super fast on the front end, and there's a big closer's bias, but I still think she's interesting. The pedigree screams that she could be a freak by Justified of Uncle Mo mare. And Kimura gets the mount, and it seems to me, well, like Kimura Mandela with Copian, I think Mandela is starting to appreciate Kimura quite a bit and might be keeping him on his best horses. So that would be the only, as of now, like the big thing that stuck out to me at Santa Anita is one I want to keep an eye on. But that could be a horse that gets bet quite a bit if people are kind of thinking my angle of the Mandela improving, really good pedigree back to the grass, Seismic Beauty. We'll see.
I like it. Those are some good thoughts from you, Shane. Knowing the chat.
Yeah, that's why I was late. I was trying to get my flight back to California. That's what took so long. Jeez.
That's so good. Obviously, Jackson was flying out to ride Katona in his first ever mount as a jockey. So yeah, we'll have to wait on the debut of Jackson in the saddle.
Tomorrow.
Oh yeah, tomorrow you can fly out there. Most Wanted and Katona are going to face off in the allowance race tomorrow. So we have that to look forward to.
They're calling.
Go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was going to say there. I heard ESPN was titling it basically the Songbird Beholder. Like it's basically that kind of race, Katona Most Wanted. So it's going to be a barn burner.
It is going to be a barn burner. You have a lot to look forward to out there. To go back, we're going to pivot to Woodbine now as they're on the track for race number 6. Jackson, you got to lead us off with this one. You're the Woodbine guy. This is your track. This is where you make your home. King of Woodbine, some may say. We got 6 minutes to post. But first, we'll check in with JD Fox. Woodbine 6, Wyoming Bill, full to Dixie Moon, who is a 2-year-old on turf, finished second in the Grade 1 Natalma Stakes, won the Cup and Saucer, was beaten 3 lengths in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf, ran better on synth for the career. Positives for the move to turf here after a great race last out. That's a ringing endorsement from JD Fox, the ABR Woodbine guy, so to speak. Jackson, who did you look to in race number 6 here?
Yeah, that was one I definitely looked at. I was between the 6 and the 10. I just felt like this pace had a chance to really heat up. A lot of horses that kind of want to be forward, especially I think they're on the inner, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it feels like the pace could probably heat up in here. So I was kind of looking for an off the pace type. The problem with the 10 is he hasn't run in 6 months. He has the layoff to contend with. He also has the outside post, and he's going to be shorter price than the 6 horse. So maybe I will lean on the 6 a little bit more because I do think that horse is very likely to trip out in here. I think she gets a really good setup. She gets a really good trip, and just it's a matter of is she good enough, because she hasn't run fast enough quite yet to beat a group like this, or maybe it's a he. I don't know. I might have butchered that, but the point still stands. I think I agree with JD. Getting to the grass might be really big for this horse, because the pedigree sure suggests that they should be able to handle it. So we'll see.
I like it. That's the number 6, Wyoming Bill. Did I get that right? Yeah, Wyoming Bill.
Yeah.
I'm clicking all over the place out here. Shane, how did you see race number 6 at Woodbine?
Yeah, I kind of agree that you definitely see some pace, especially from the 7 kind of has to go. The 4 kind of has to go. The 3 is definitely going to go. So I agree that we could have a meltdown here. The 10 is scary to me. He probably will win by 10, but he's scary to me because I don't love when you have a horse that switches trainers after being in super form. Like I don't like claim, layoff, and then back to a new trainer. I don't love that. It's kind of, I feel like you're taking a little bit more of a risk than you otherwise would with a 5-to-1 shot. But I totally agree with you. This horse is very versatile for an allowance caliber horse at this level. It seems like he can kind of go wherever. So, if Harold Laudisor, who's probably a very good horseman, if he knows what he's doing, then he's dangerous. But my pick, I was actually funny because I wrote down on my notes here for Wyoming Bill, I said turf and distance ? So JD, maybe you solved both those questions for me. I appreciate you doing more research than me, much more research than me. So that horse is kind of interesting. My top pick is probably Frosted Over, the other Marty Drexler, because Marty's got the favorite with the 4. So I think I think he's kind of getting back into form here. Ran second at Gulfstream last time on the grass in what I would say a 35.92 is not a very tough race, but before that ran well at Gulfstream in an allowance race. I think this horse is back into form. I think you're getting a little bit of a price just because the other Marty is 5-2 favorite. So that would be my play, but he's also one that I think is going to be close to the pace, which could be very bad. So.
Yeah, you and I saw this race similarly. My top pick also is the number 2, Frosted Over. I like the value right now at 5-1. I just thought this one's going to sit a nice trip. Might be a little close to this hot pace, but I could also see a situation where maybe being the other Drexler that likes to kind of come from off of it, does some of his best running closing. At least last time out on the turf was the case, even though that was a little bit of a lighter spot down at Gulfstream Park post-championship meet. But one I wanted to give a look to. I thought this one's going to appreciate the Woodbine turf. They are on the inner to confirm with you, Jackson, for this race going the mile and a 16th. So, I'm going to land on the 2, Frosted Over. I think there is going to be a ton of pace in here. I think it has the chance to melt down, and I think Frosted Over is just going to sit the best trip of those. So, it sounds like Jackson and JD are on the 6. Shane, you and I are on the 2. So, we'll see, Shane, if you can make it back-to-back first across the line winners at Woodbine here.
I'm going to make I didn't actually bet Maldini because I scrambled on my phone and couldn't get the bet in. So I also, it was Lord Zed, I appreciate you supporting Maldini and me getting robbed, but I didn't have any, I felt like an idiot when he won and then felt a little better when he got DQ'd. But I'm going to make my first wager of the day on the 2 here. So
me too. I have a win bet on the 2, Frosted Over. Jackson, I'm going to assume that you have a win bet on the 6. You're muted. You're muted. It's okay.
That's once today.
It's okay. You just got off the flight.
Yeah, it's been rough. I'm on my time schedule, just jet lagged, and
he was in the hot box all morning trying to make weight.
Yeah. Been sweating all day. I like playing doubles a lot at Woodbine. They have the lowest takeout for daily doubles in all of North America. It's a really good bet out there. I just thought the next race was really tough. I mean, this is a tough race, and so is the next one. I thought it was really hard to narrow down. So even playing verticals in this race, I'm like looking through it all. I'm like, well, I can see this horse. Oh, I can kind of see that horse. I can kind of see that horse. It just seems like one you could kind of want to just keep it simple. You're going to be right with the win bet, or you're going to be wrong, and you just turn the page and go to the next one. So, at these odds, I think I would take the 10, but just looking at the well plays and everything, it does seem like the 10 is going to come down, and the 6 is probably going to be the better price. So keeping an eye on them. Probably going to end up being the 6 as my win bet here.
I like it. We'll keep an eye on that. There's 0 minutes to post. Next race we'll talk about, as we're 10 minutes out from race number 7 at Churchill Downs, is the mile and 1/8 Audubon Stakes. Shane, I know you had thoughts on that. Do you want to start start your thoughts, and if we need to pause for the race, then we'll do so, and we'll pick it right back up.
Yeah, sure. Also to note, the 2 is by the wheel pace could go down also from 4 to 1s. Could be like 7-3 to 1, 7 to 2. Just a note there. But I'm still betting. I think honestly, this is a horse. If I can get him a 3 to 1 or higher, I think it's a good bet. Anyways, the Churchill.
Real super quick, Shane.
Yeah.
Woodbine has the 20-cent pick 3s, which means you pretty much get to see everything that the CAWs are going to do. Whereas, out in California, it's $1. Sometimes they can be a little off just because of the higher denomination. Woodbine, you have a very good idea what they're going to do once the gates open. So just put that out there.
I like that. I didn't know you know Woodbine so well. Wow.
Oh yeah.
What a pro.
He's a Woodbine guy. He's a Woodbine guy.
Oh, Canada.
Mm-hmm. I like my synthetic, and I like my turf racing, and I like my big fields. They have it all.
True.
Yeah, this time of year it gets good racing, right? I mean,
the summer I bet almost as much as Del Mar and Saratoga. It's close. Yeah. Only the
when I first met Jackson just about a year ago, he was first conversation we had was, I need this horse and this horse at Woodbine, and sure enough, they both came in as winners. But he was the first guy I've seen so passionate about Woodbine that I've talked to. Normally, it's Del Mar, it's Saratoga, it's Churchill, or whatever's going on Kentucky Downs. But no, this guy was locked in at Woodbine, and rightfully so. I think you had a pretty nice day that day, Jackson.
It was my best day ever, and she's actually running in a couple of races. Caitlin Her Greatness.
There we go.
He's back.
I'm sure that'll be a good story. We'll let Robert Geller call the race. Shane and I are on the 2, now down to 5 to 2. Jackson on the 6, who's gone up to 8 to 1. So
and to the outside gate is
9 to 1 now.
Legal Catch. Stand by for a start. Legal Catch has gone up, and the field is set to run. Locked up. And they've broken a tremendous line. One of the best into stride is near the inside, just in time for Wine, and showing up with the lead is My Sea Cottage, and will get clear. And My Sea Cottage angling across to the inside to lead the field down the stretch the first time. Coming off the inside, just in time for Wine. Lying in third is JP Hellish, and over on the inside is Frosted Over. About a length in behind them is Paleo, and over on the outside, Wyoming Bill.
Maldini's back.
Como Park behind that trio, and towards the back early on is on the inside, two-way crossing. On the outer, Legal Catch, and last of all is Cornwall. There's about 10 lengths covering them. The top 2 have torn right away and having a battle up front.
Yeah,
going to the lead on the outside, narrowly just in time for Wine. On the rail, My Sea Cottage. They've gone out by 6 lengths. Sharing third is Wyoming Bill, shading JP Hellish. A break in the field to Frosted Over, and Paleo improving. 4 lengths away, Como. On the outside, Legal Catch from two-way crossing, and Cornwall is last. 47 flat was the half mile. They're certainly going fast up front, these two. On the inside, it's My Sea Cottage, and on the outer, just in time for Wine. They're out by 5 lengths to Wyoming Bill, JP Hellish. Frosted Over's getting to work, is coming off the inside well. And over on the outer is Paleo. Then came Legal Catch, Como. Cornwall starts a run. And last of all is two-way crossing. They're closing now. Here comes Wyoming Bill after these leaders. And as they turn for home, Wyoming Bill on the outside, rushed up to go to the front. Frosted Over coming down the outside, the danger. And they've gone out in front. And from the back trying to run is Cornwall. And now Frosted Over tackling Wyoming Bill. And they've come right away. Frosted Over, Wyoming Bill. Cornwall finishing on late. It's Frosted Over on the outside. Wyoming Bill, the rail stride to stride. Frosted Over narrowly. Frosted Over comes away to win it. Frosted Over from Wyoming Bill.
There we go, Shane.
Away Cornwall, and on the inside, Legal Catch.
No
that was
DQ
Maldini
there.
back to back. I've never seen a horse win back to back races.
Crazy.
Hey, we were all over that race though. So way to go, us. I hope you played the exact if you were listening to the 4 people that just talked about the race with the 3 of us, and of course the ABR Woodbine guy, JD Fox.
12 to 1. How did that happen?
You got 12 to 1 on Wyoming Bill.
Yep.
What did we got 7 to 2 were the final odds on our horse Frosted Over. I need to see a head on maybe the 2 fouled the 6 again. Imagine back-to-back races. Imagine back-to-back races. The 6 and the 2 get into an inquiry and they put the 6 up again. But no, that one looked clean.
I
know. How did we not just hammer that exacta there? All right. We have 6 minutes until Churchill Downs. We'll miss the next at Monmouth, but they are off the turf, and we have a stakes action at Churchill, so we'll talk about that. Noah in here with he's talking a lot of shit for a guy that's apparently too busy working to be in here. So Jackson, did you just get off the golf course, bro? What do you want? I mean, I think Jackson's the nicest dressed of anybody on here. That's Well, actually, Shane's got the collared shirt on. I couldn't, and the hair is okay. So Shane wins best.
I'm going to play
best
18
turned out,
this.
but
we're good.
You're gonna play 18
Jackson.
at 5 p.m.
Jackson, you know what I say to that? Haters gonna hate. You know what? Hey,
Noah is a generational hater.
He hates you because he can't beat you.
Exactly. You know what it is? He's just upset because I made fun of him for picking all of the favorites in each race he covered this week. So he prides himself as someone that picks long shots, and he writes these articles. He went chop, 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 and then chop, chop, chop again. And I was like, really, bro? Really? Fine.
That was incredible.
He's not here to defend himself, so I can take all the shots I want.
He's not. So
he's typing.
he's furiously typing right now. I guarantee it. He's gonna come back in here with a vengeance. So, all right, we're 4 minutes to race number 7, the 1.8 Audubon Stakes.
Right.
Jackson, we covered this on Big Hoof Energy with Kaylee Shapiro earlier this week, and I was against the number 3 Scipio, who's currently at 3-1. But upon looking at the field again, I've had to make a bit of a pivot. Scipio's faced such better horses than the rest of this field really has, and gets a nice cozy post position draw. He's not getting over bet right now. Currently 5-2. I maybe should have said she. I got to check again for this. No, I got it right. Hey, I nailed it. He has not been over bet to this point. He's projected around 5-2 or so, and looking at all the will pays, that looks about right. So that's who I'm going to lean on. 5-2 to start the pick 5. I'm actually going to single the number 3 Scipio on my main ticket, and I have 2 singles. It's going to be the 3 Scipio. It's going to be the 8 Banishing. Those are going to be my 2, and then that'll allow me to kind of spread out the rest of the legs. The next turf race looks very wide open. Obviously, scratches of Cameo Performance and Hershey in race number 9, the Arlington Stakes. Those it's kind of hurt a little bit, but we keep it moving and we move on. So I'll just spread in those races. But obviously, Brilliant Birdie looks tough to beat there. But Jackson, what were your thoughts on race number 7 here?
Yeah, it was a tough race. I mean, and the board kind of suggests that you can kind of make a case for a lot of horses in here. I agree. I have nothing to argue against Scipio in here. He's definitely the class of the field, getting some relief today, and he's got the fastest numbers. But I can also see the Chad horse. I can see right now I'd probably take the 1 just at 9-1. It seems like the best value. He'll probably come down a little bit, but even so, he's in good form. He's improving. Even, I mentioned Charlie's to Blame as a horse that could get loose some lead too, depending on what the 7 does. So I think if I, gun to the head, I had to make a pick, it'd probably be the 1. But I'm not going to fault anyone for really taking a shot with any of this field. This is a good race. It's a really good race.
It's a great race, very competitive. Scipio by no means is a standout on any metric. What do you make of the 4 Masoro, second off the bench for Dale Romans?
Yeah, he was probably the one of the horses I didn't love, just because I felt like he got a really good setup last time at Keeneland. That race just collapsed. He got a phenomenal ride. Got the jump on I think it was States Rights for Cherie. And just a race I think he probably wanted to downgrade just a little bit. He can win if he gets the proper setup in here, but at 6-1, I would much prefer a couple others in similar price ranges.
I like it. Shane, I don't know if you're playing a pick 5 here, but if you were, is there a horse that you can trust to lean on in the sequence if you were to have a single?
No, would be my short answer. I understand singling Scipio. That makes sense to me. Gosh, I'm surprised early adopters taking the money he is, honestly. I think that's creating some value elsewhere because I don't like early adopter at all. Maybe I'm missing something, but
I think it's just you're getting the Chad Brown, you're getting, I believe, Flavian Pratt, you're getting Clairvich Stables. You're going to get over bet in that spot 10 times out of 10. It's just going to take a lot of really money.
Now I have a hater in the chat. Okay.
I know. This guy is just on a generational Kendrick Lamar type run right now.
Can we block this kid? Who is that?
Yeah. Who is this guy? Okay. Anyways, here's my opinion on this race. If Charlie's to Blame had the rail, that would be like my single, I think. Mm-hmm. But now with the speed being inside at the rail, I'm guessing Ortiz is going to go from the rail. If that's not true, though, Charlie's to Blame, I think, is quicker. So I don't know what's going to happen to the pace. I wish I knew who had the lead and by what margin going into the first turn. So I think Charlie's to Blame is the most interesting horse to me. And you just obviously throw out the Jeff Ruby. I mean, just complete throw out there. And if you go back to the Kitten's Joy, he held on tough. He was fighting pretty good down the lane to hang on. Frankie Ascending. Oh, Frankie's sending which horse? The 7?
Must be the 7, King of Ashes, for Brendan.
Yeah, that was the one we talked about the other day. He's kind of the key of the race, I think, because they sent him last time, and that was by far his best race. And I feel like
49 flat though.
Yeah, they didn't fly, but still could get forward. And Frankie's been very aggressive in the saddle. Somebody else that can maybe help us decipher this was on our Wednesday show, Big Cup Energy. She's our other co-host. It's Kaylee Shapiro. What's going on, Kaylee?
Hey guys, how are you?
Doing well. How are you? We're just talking about race number 7 at Churchill Downs, as they are just a couple minutes. Actually, they're loading in the gate right now.
Yeah.
My play is the 3.
The 3 Scipio.
Yeah,
I like
100%.
it. Same here.
Yeah.
Same here. That's going to be my single to start us off here in the pick 5. They're in the gate, and I guess that means I'm calling the race. So I will do my best. They've broken out of the gate. Charlie's to Blame went straight to the lead. King of Ashes was aggressively handled out of there. Looks to be in second, now to the outside, somehow 3 wide. Tomasello's tucked in against the rail in third. Then comes the 6 World Beater. Then the 3 Scipio, 2 wide to that one's outside. Then back to Discreet Dancer and Early Adopter. And then way out the back is Masoro. They enter the first turn. Charlie's to Blame is alone up top. They went 23.42 for the opening quarter. Tomasello tucked back in second. Then back to, that looks like King of Ashes in third, down to the rail, World Beater. Then Scipio in fifth, back to Discreet Dancer inside of Early Adopter, and Masoro out the back. They're on the back stretch now, half mile in 47.71. Still Charlie's to Blame up top for Joel Rosario, Tomasello and Jose Ortiz to that one's outside in second. Then about a length back to World Beater. Inside is King of Ashes. Inside is World Beater. Then outside to Scipio. Fields kind of clumping up together now as they enter the far turn. Then back to Discreet Dancer, Early Adopter. Scipio's making a move about 4 wide. Tomasello's taking over the lead. Charlie's to Blame is dropping out of it. King of Ashes is ranging up from the outside. If you remember from the BHE show, that's your winner because none of us picked him. They've turned it into a sprint for home. Tomasello and King of Ashes are up top. Scipio was wide coming around the turn. The 6 World Beater is in second or third now. King of Ashes has taken the lead as they're inside the 16th on the way to home. World Beater's making a move. King of Ashes still up top. World Beater to that one's outside. World Beater's getting up, and World Beater is going to win right on the line, about a head bob over King of Ashes. I thought King of Ashes was really about to upset the entire field there.
Looked good.
Yeah, looked good turning for home. Scipio was wide the entire time.
A little bit too early, but he ran well. Scipio
ran well.
I hated both those horses for the record.
Yeah, those were 2 horses I was not really including anywhere. So, it was a tough race to start. It played out that way with World Beater winning at 6-1. Early Adopter also nowhere.
Yeah, I feel good about passing the pick 5 because that was the one leg of it. I was like, I had no clue. It was either you have to single someone or go super spready, and I couldn't do either. So I just wait for the pick 4.
There you go. I like it. Moving on to the next race. Now we're actually going to go out to the West Coast. Shane, are you in Italy? Or are you also on the West? Are you still on the West Coast?
No, I have finals, so I couldn't make the wedding, so I'm on the West Coast.
That's a shame, but hey, it's okay. You're still out at on the West Coast enjoying the nice weather that we have. So drink some wine, eat some pasta, and remember and celebrate that way. But approaching race number 1 at Santa Anita, was there anybody that you liked? Conditions of the race, I will pull up here in just a second. Starter optional claiming we're going a mile on the turf.
Total skip for me. Yakovlev at 2-5 makes a lot of sense. On class, I don't think anyone is near him. I think he's at least 1 notch above the rest. He's won 3 in a row. What else? There's not much else to say. I even think this whole sequence is I love Santa Anita. I can't play a pick 5 or anything with him in the first. You have the restricted race in the second. So I'm waiting until later in the day to really get cooking at Santa Anita. So I think Yakovlev, if he doesn't win, I would be very confused. So
I like it. Yeah, pick 6 carryover about I think it's $43,000 into today. So that's probably where I will have most of my action as well. As this first race was very difficult. I ended up, the 3 is 1-2. It's nothing creative. I probably wouldn't bet this from a wagering perspective, but I think Eucaliph should get the job done. Kaylee, what were your thoughts on race number 1 from Santa Anita?
Yeah, the 3 looks pretty tough to beat. Definitely about a notch above the rest of the horses in here. Even just first glance on paper, it'd kind of be a skip for me. I agree. But I guess the 7 is really the 8 is probably the worst that in my mind could get closest. At least drew well to the outside, has pretty decent speed. It looks like, at least, in the last 2. So especially early on in this horse's career. So maybe the 8 takes a piece here at a big price, but 3 looks pretty tough to beat.
Yeah, the 3 does look rather tough to beat. But, out on the West Coast, we have this guy named Tom Quigley, and he will tweet his appearance picks as they walk out onto the track. He likes the number 1 Hurricane Cloud for Richard Baltas, Tiago Pereira, as well as the number 7, which the page won't load, so I can't get the name. But he likes the 1 and the 7 if you are trying to beat the 3. So you can take that into your handicapping. Jackson, where did you end up here as we're 3 minutes to post?
I was also on the 1. I don't know why. I just always bet against the 3 horse. He beats me every single time, and I keep betting against him, and we're going to try again today. No real reason. He's 1-2, so I don't want that one. The 2 horse scratching that actually really does change up this race. That was the clear speed on paper, and now it's kind of up in the air. And the 1 horse actually ran really well last time, chasing kind of a loose leader that kind of separated themselves from the rest. He was in chase mode the whole time. I thought he's hung in decently enough in that spot. Now he's drawn the inside in a race that lacks a lot of speed. He's either going to get the lead or he's going to get the pocket trip. He can do well from either of them. Look, he's 6-1 in a 6-horse field with a 1-2 favorite. I think you can do a lot worse than that in a horse that's pretty much supposed to get a really good trip in here. So we'll see if he's good enough.
You can definitely do a lot worse than that. I'm actually going to play a 3-4 exacta. I thought the 4. I thought the turf race 3 back with the 88 buyer. I thought that was a very respectable effort. Has run pretty well on turf. Has 4 wins in a couple seconds from 13 tries. 5 in the exacta from 10 tries. Going this distance today. I figured, hey, I'm going to try and squeeze a little bit of value out of this 3-5, 1-2 favorite now out at Santa Anita. So I'll go 3-4 straight exacta and just hope I can do something. Looks like it's paying about $14 right now. Which, yeah, for $14 right now.
Yeah,
I like it. Jackson,
double in this race just because it's a small field. Next one, the Pope board says the 4 in the next race is going to be very, very short. Mm-hmm. I just had a tough time trusting that one in the second race. The Pipey barn is a bit chilly right now. 1 for 25 at the meet. They were on fire for the first 3 or 4 months of the year. They did not lose and cooled off quite a bit. This horse is also just keeps dropping and hasn't run that well. It's just not my type of short price favorite. I would like to lean on too heavily, so I'd probably just keep it simple here, just a win bet on the 1. No, actually, I take that back. I think it would be a 1/3 exact because the 3 is one of those favorites that if he doesn't win, he's gonna be second. He's just very, very consistent. He's also the fastest horse, so he's one I feel like is gonna show up, and I can feel confident that he will. So I'll just try to get cute and just straight 1/3 exact. That's all I can do.
I like it. Lord Zed asking what number everyone picked for his bad. The 3's tough to beat. I'm going to pick the 4 to finish in second and just a straight exacta. Jackson is taking the 1 with the 3 as a straight exacta. Kaylee, remind us your play again as Shane has elected to pass.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 7. A little bit interesting cutting back in distance. So Mike Smith aboard. Yeah, I go 3-7 here.
I like it. They're in the gate. We'll bring our next guest on right now, actually, and he'll just join us as we get going. It's Howard Kravitz of the HHH Racing Channel. What's up, Funkle?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are we doing? I just watched Otello, the first start ever for Miguel Clement, run a really game second, by the way, at Laurel. Sort of a tough defeat, but good to see Miguel Clement get off to a nice training start for himself.
Definitely good to see. Yeah, you partial owner of Otello, so I'm sure that was an emotional watch for you. They're loading into the gate right now for the first at Santa Anita. Howard, I understand you're busy with some fun tournament play. Obviously, good luck in there. I hope you didn't put too much in on that Skelly race, as that was a mess. But
Yeah, let's just talk about Santa Anita race 1.
All right, I'll let Frank Body call it.
And opening up, Mega Yacht is in the second flight, and the early trailer is heavily favored Yakolev. So it will be Calm Sea to set the pace, tracked by Simplexity, who's a length and a half off him in second. Hurricane Cloud is down at the rail in third, and then comes Mega Yacht 4 off the leader in fourth. Yakolev is racing right on the inside of Kerry Gold. 6 lengths, covers them all. Calm Sea onto the backstretch, left alone on the front end. Antonio Fresu has a nice hold of Simplexity in second as they come toward the half-mile pole. Hurricane Cloud is clearly third. Mega Yacht gets a nudge to get closer on the outside of him. A gap of 3 still to Yakolev and Kerry Gold. Calm Sea takes him into the far turn, still with a 2.5 length lead. Simplexity in second. Then Mega Yacht, Hurricane Cloud. Yakolev in the blue is just behind that pair. Kerry Gold covers him up. Simplexity makes his move now on Calm Sea. Calm Sea still in front. Simplexity coming after him. Mega Yacht on the far outside. Yakolev will angle even further out, and Hurricane Cloud there in the final furlong, and Simplexity is right to Calm Sea. Calm Sea tough at the rail. Hurricane Cloud is running on well too, and now even Mega Yacht driving finish. Hurricane Cloud with the momentum. Hurricane Cloud nicely.
Got way
Nice
too
pick,
cute.
Jackson, but the 3 did not get up for second.
Got
3 was
way
off the
too
board
cute.
completely.
It was
But great
terrible.
pick. 3 was terrible, but great pick with the 1. Still gallops out in front as well. But well, I got 4-1 as the off odds there on the number 1 Hurricane Cloud. But hey, that was still a good pick, Jackson. You're trying to beat the heavy favorite, and you did so.
Yeah, and I cashed huge, huh?
Yeah. No, you didn't. But hey, at least you picked correct.
I feel okay. Let's just turn the page. I feel like we got to talk about this race super quick because someone bet like $60,000 on Hoosier Philly for like the 12th consecutive race. She's 2 to 5 right now. It's crazy. 3 to 5 now.
This was Hoosier Philly is your single in the pick 5 when we had our tickets on Big Hoof Energy. Obviously, that's not going to play as the favorite in those horizontal sequences, but 60,000 to win again on Hoosier Philly is just insane.
She's like the 6th choice in the pick 4s and pick 5s, and she's 3 to 5 on the board. It's crazy.
Hey guys, let me just say a friend of ours related to the podcast, I think knows who that person is. Who's making these No, it's not our friend. It's someone he knows.
Oh,
well,
okay,
I picked the horse. So
our friend is not that stupid. Sorry, that was a bit strong. I apologize. To all you Hoosier
No, it's okay. Good to know. 60K on that horse who hasn't won in a few starts now is that is a bold play. But hey, all the power to him. As we talk about, that is the next race coming up at Churchill Downs. That's race number 8. We still have about 20 minutes. So we have 9 minutes till the next race at Woodbine. But Howard, just fill us in on your day. How are you doing? What do you got going on?
Well, let's just say things are not going quite as smoothly as I had planned. I actually, I don't usually play in 2 tournaments in one Saturday, let alone 1. But I was playing in the Churchill Downs qualifier for the BCBC and the KDBC until the aforementioned race you mentioned went kaput. I liked World Beater or World Record. Sorry, I wish I liked World Beater. I liked World Record quite a bit, and obviously we saw what happened. Didn't pan out. So that race pretty much ended my day. Just a lot of weird things happened. I am still playing the Pick Your Prize contest at Monmouth, which. Look, I said this on X, guys. I want to support Monmouth and Brian Skirka and everyone, but with the track being wet and these fields just being small and not very good, I guess I'm making a lot of excuses for myself. But still live, but not going well. So let's talk about Woodbine.
Yeah, let's go to Woodbine. I like Woodbine. We're 8 minutes to post now for race number 7 out there. Shane. I'll go to you. I haven't heard your voice in a while since you passed on that last race to Santa Anita, and rightfully so. I also didn't have the winning ticket there. You can see the selections from the Woodbine Thoroughbred crew. A lot of them are on the 5, who's currently 9 to 5. Who'd you end up here as your top pick?
Yeah, I think to me it was what price are you going to get on the 5, and it looks like in the Will Pays it's pretty close to 9 to 5 or lower. So. That's not very interesting to me. I think that's a little overbet there. Kind of interested in the 3x3 14-1, just because he ran. I mean, he's a 6-year-old now, which is a little concerning, but I like how well he was running on the synthetic. And I think his last main race that he finally won in October was nice. The connections change is confusing to me, but at 14-1, that horse is kind of interesting to me. I just don't think he has to improve that much to really be with the best in this group. But I don't really have a strong opinion. But if that number stays around 14-1, I like that.
I like it. Yeah, picking prices out at Woodbine. Jackson, I'll go to you next as we'll work our way down the screen. Who did you like in race number 7 from Woodbine?
Yeah, I wanted to try to get the 6 horse home. I think it kind of the opposite of the last race. There's just very little speed in here, and I think this horse has a chance to be much closer than he has been as of late. You look at the one time he went 2 turns, he won that race with a really strong number that day back in December, and then came back and got a really useful prep from the rail against similar caliber. We see Wyoming Build was in that race, just came back and ran well, so maybe that race can hold, the form of that race can hold up pretty good. Just thought it was a useful prep. Kind of ran evenly in a race flow that did not favor him. Now he's stretching out to preferred distance, might be close to the front, and seems like a horse that can take a step forward. But it does seem like the 5 is just way the horse to beat. His two synthetic races are really good.
Yeah, definitely. This race will be taking place on the synthetic. Kaylee, I'll go to you next. Who did you like in race number 7 at Woodbine?
I'm going to take a shot with the number 11, the Mark Casse horse. I mean, draws to the outside. Definitely showed a bit more speed last time, first off a layoff, than the horse really ever showed before. So hoping that this one's a little bit fresh coming in off another layoff, and obviously draws well to the outside of all of these. And like Jackson said, there's really no speed. So if this one's able to get into a good position, I think he has a shot.
I like that a lot. Going with the number 11. Howard, how about you? Who did you end up with Woodbine race number 7?
So you guys know, by the way, nice to see Kaylee and Shane. Nice to be with you guys. Of course, it's always good to be with my buddies Ryan and Jackson. As Ryan and Jackson know, we have a power pick tip sheet on the HHH Racing podcast that's quite successful. The number 2 Faber is one of our power pick spot plays today. I like fresh faces, especially coming into Woodbine. And I think this horse will move up for Kevin Attard. Not that there's anything wrong with Bill Morey, but showed improvement last time. I think will stalk in pounds. I like the several local works over the Woodbine service, and certainly, was at Woodbine, in the Gray and the Coronation Cup, and this horse was staked, albeit Ontario breds. I don't think, other than the 5, this field doesn't do much for me. I do like Jackson's 6 a little also. I have 2, 5, 6 in the 20-cent base bet pick 5, which does start in this race. But if I did go with one horse, especially with the value here, I think 5-1 is good value on Faber, the number 2.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Oh, go ahead, Ryan.
I was just going to throw up JD Fox's comment. Number 2 Faber is JD's best bet of the day at Woodbine. Horse beat Nitrogen on debut. Nitrogen is a pretty good horse, arguably the best 3-year-old filly on grass in the country. Rounded the form in the last run at Turfway. Horses lent out from Kevin's barn, return and run well. Favorite 5 is the same ownership group as World Beater, who just won at Churchill Downs. I ended up on the number 8 in here, Captain Junna, I think. Captain Junna for Sahan Vivace, Mark Casse. I just like the fact that this horse has had 2 starts now to the form cycle, 3rd off the bench for this 3-year-old colt. I know facing older, Jackson, I'm sure you'll poo-poo that a little bit, but I thought Captain Junna had a decent look here to just run an improved race on synthetic, but the number 2 Faber, you guys make a good point towards. And go ahead, Jackson, take it away with what you were going to say.
No, I just want to add that to my original point that unlike last race, this is a race where I do want to get invested in the daily double, because I think in the next race you have a horse in Earhart who's going to be a pretty big favorite and just looks like she's going to be very tough to beat. She's just the fastest on figures. She's probably the lone speed. Just seems like a pretty likely winner, and one you can just get really skinny with. And obviously you always want to get skinny with the daily doubles, but one you can press up a little bit. Turn this win bet into a bit of a win parlay and have better odds on that one. So I think that if you are playing a win bet in here, you might want to consider putting a little bit on the double as well.
I like it. Earhart is the 8 in the next race, correct?
Yeah.
In the Grade 3 Royal North Stakes that we'll surely cover here in a bit. So, what is that double that you're going to play, Jackson? Is it 6, 8?
6 to 8, yeah. Because look, it's paying 16 to 1 right now. You're getting 6 to 1 on this horse to win. And if she wins, Earhart's going to be odds on, I'm assuming. So you need an odds on horse to get 2.5 times the original win bet. So I think that's a good deal.
That is pretty good. Shane, if you were going to wager anything with your 3 here, are you just doing a straight win bet? You playing any exotics of any kind?
Yeah, look, if I did put a win bet in like a half unit just because I don't want to press this too much, but on the 3, if I was really feeling crazy, I would go 3-6 and just leave out the 5 completely. I would guess all of the tries and exactas are going through the 5 if I had any sort of sense in the race. So leaving him out, I think you could really make some money, but no strong opinion. I think I'm just going to stick with a win bet on the 3 and maybe do a little like a 3-6 exacta just in this case something crazy happens.
I like it. I mean, hey, you've been all over Woodbine to start, so why not let that continue? Shane, I know you have a lot to go to, so I know you're going to sign off after this race, but thank you as always for joining us. Always fun to talk some horses with you, talk some gambling, and find out all things Doug O'Neill and Team O'Neill as you guys ramp up for another exciting weekend. And obviously looking forward to the draw next week, or draw tomorrow, I should say, for the Met Mile.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, we've got a bunch of 2-year-olds in tomorrow at Santa Anita, so I'm going to head out there just for that race. We got 3 in a turf race tomorrow, so that'll be fun.
Nice. Stacked 3 deep in a turf race. That'll be fun to watch. The maidens are going hot and heavy out there at Del Mar. Kaylee, I'll pivot to you. You're on the 11 in this race. Are you just doing a win bet, or are you? Do you have any other plays of how you would wager here?
Personally, I'm not wagering on this race. That was just the horse that looked like a decent price right now to me. Obviously, Mark Cassey does really well at Woodbine. So I think that the horse can be pretty sharp off a layoff. Yeah, I'll bet the horse to win at 9-2 if I was playing.
Nice. I like it. Yeah. You by no means have to wager on any of the races, that we talk about because it's a long day. I usually do as well. I'll put a small win bet on the 8 just to get us some action here. Howard, how about you? Are you playing any wagers in this game, or just who do you have in your pick 5 if you're playing? Yeah, I see the
got the phone out. Yeah, I'm a little bit multitasking today, so I apologize to all the viewers.
You're all good,
listeners. I'm going to put a win bet on the 2. These odds are way too high in my opinion on Faber, and then I'm going to put him in second with exactas with 5-6 Dutch. So I'm going to go win bet on the 2 and then 5-2, 6-2, a little bit as a backup to the win bet if I can get it in.
I like it. They're loading in the gate. I'll let you do that. I'll let Robert Geller call the race.
Southern
and good luck to everybody on the wages. We're all against the 5.
Sahin Savachi on Captain Juno has gate number 8.
4 or 5.
Walking forward now, Captain Juno.
That's a little silly, isn't it, guys?
A little bit.
One of the greys
really
in the
silly.
field.
Win by 10.
Comes along.
No question. I mean the horse obviously can win. I thought it sort of be like 8-5, 9-5.
Will complete the line.
I agree with you.
Right, 4 to 5 is way too short.
As Good King Sam is pulling back.
If Faber is to have a chance for me, he's got to be up a little bit closer.
2 of the City, the outside gate.
But there's not a lot of speed, like you guys said, so maybe that's possible.
2 of the City comes up.
Watch the odds drop on this too, or no?
Forward.
No question.
Set to run all
5-1, loaded.
Off their race, starter got them out really well, and Good King Sam began the best with 2 of the City from the outside. They're coming across nicely and driving as Illivoy Minen for the lead in the center, and will go to the front. Maybe. Over on the inside is Graffiti Rider from Faber, and out the stretch, Maps a Breeze, a nice handy position is mid-pack, and they were followed by Southern Star Exude.
No way he's 5-1, right?
Times a Breeze is over on the inside. Megalodon's about mid-pack at this point, and about 5 away last, tailed off Captain Juno, clearing them Illivoy Minen. Illivoy Minen by 2.5 lengths to Good King Sam. 1.5 lengths, 2 of the City third. Over on the inside, Graffiti Rider. They were followed by Faber, shading Megalodon, who's inching off the inside. 2 lengths behind them is Maps a Breeze and Times a Breeze. Around them goes the grey Exude. And back second last, Southern Styles 4 behind. Catching the pack is Captain Juno. About 12 lengths covers the field as they head to the half mile, and showing the way is Illyboy Minen by a length to Good King Sam. On the outside, Two of the City. 2 lengths behind them, Megalodon's in the clearing, gaining on the trio really well. Over on the outside, Faber. Graffiti Rider is backing out of it a little bit at the moment. A length and a half away came Maps a Breeze around Times a Breeze, then Exude, a long gap Captain Juno and Southern Style. Down to the 5/16 and still in front, Illyboy Minen. Two of the City a length away. On the inside, Good King Sam. Megalodon still there. Right in the pack is coming 3 wide dangerously now. Faber the outside as they turn, and here comes Megalodon. It's Illyboy Minen taken on by Two of the City, and Megalodon going up on the outside to race on by. And Megalodon's hit the front and got away. Down the outside, Faber.
Come on, Faber.
And inside the final furlong, Two of the City cramped a little bit, comes off the inside, but Megalodon in front. Faber chipping away in second. Megalodon by a length and a half, and Megalodon goes on to score. Megalodon by almost 2 to Faber.
Well, Chris immediately in here, take him down. We had all of the horses that finished second, third, and fourth in that race, but we did not have the winner, which was 6-5 on Megalodon. Ended up getting 5-1 on Faber. Hey, we were all right to try and beat that horse. We were all close. They all finished in a super high five, I guess. But Megalodon was too good for this group today, so Megalodon got the win.
Got 12-1 on the exacta, by the way. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with that at all.
You know, Chris Couples, what's going on, Chris? By the way, he's doing very well in the Pick the Prize contest, at least last time I checked. If the 11 had threatened late in the lane, Kaylee, do you think there's a better chance that they would take a look at it? I'm not sure they're going to even look at it, but there was an incident there, about just after the top of the stretch there, right?
Yeah, it looks pretty bad from my angle. I have no idea what the head-on looks like, but...
Can you tell the stewards that, Kaylee? Do you have a direct line to the stewards at Woodbine for me?
I mean, I definitely think that aside, I'm looking right now, the 2 had some issues with, didn't he finish on the wrong lead or no? Just the last couple of steps.
No, actually, he did switch leads with about 100 yards to go. I guess the question is, did the 5 cost the 11, second? Is that what we're hoping? They're throwing the head on now.
Let's see.
I mean, he definitely came over.
Chris Couples on fire with the comments today. Damn right, Kaylee. He cut our horse off. Light the torches.
It looks...
Call the stewards.
Call them.
They probably won't even look at it. You know, Faber was asking on the backstretch outside of, and sort of re-rallied. That was certainly a nice effort by Megalodon, but I thought Faber ran just fine. Your 11 had to be used early, Kaylee, and hung around there for a while too. So I'm sure you didn't figure a 100-1 shot was being in front of you early.
Yeah.
Right.
That's always a lot of fun, right, guys?
Yeah, it is. Complete
no-hoper, just, well, okay. I hear you, Jade. I don't see an inquiry yet, at least not what I'm watching, guys.
Thank you, JD, for the in memoriam.
Shane, for the in memoriam. Shane, before we send you off, actually, yes. We're 4 minutes to post for race number 8 at Churchill Downs. It is the let me find the name of the race here. As I believe it's the Shawnee Stakes. Yeah, the Grade 3 Shawnee Stakes, going a mile and a 16th on the dirt. Who's your filly? Still 9-5 after that heavy win bet. Where's my ring? 7-2. Jin is 3-1. Is there anybody you like here?
I'm interested in what's going to happen with Hoosier Philly's price, because are the computers really going to hammer her to get her, or someone else to get her back up in odds?
She's
what do you guys usually think in this?
It says on ZRF projected 7-2 right now. That Where's My Ring should take at least a little bit more money.
Inquiry at Woodbine.
Well as the 3.
There we go. They lit the board at Woodbine.
Sorry,
continue, Kaylee.
No.
Yeah.
I said ZRF is projecting that. I guess Where's My Ring just dropped a little, but I think the 3 should be taking some more money. I mean, you'd imagine it's going to come in any minute now. Flavian's riding that horse as well.
My pick would be the 6 here if I had to choose.
That was going to be the next horse I wanted to ask about. That's the 6 Alpine Princess for Brad Cox. Clearly has some back races to go to on a dry track. Howard looks like he has thoughts, but I can't tell if he wants to share them, or it's also give me a moment. So Jackson, I'll go to you, and we'll let Howard watch the inquiry sign.
Actually, I was gonna say I agree with Shane a lot. I really like Alpine Princess today. If you look at her, if you look at her fast track form, it's excellent. And I'm just not sold on Who's Your Filly or Where's My Ring at all. Sorry, West Coast guys. I think this race is begging for a price here. Jin, I don't know where that last race came from. If she can repeat that, she might be tough. But I like Alpine Princess quite a bit. This is really a tough call at Woodbine. I don't mean jumping all over the place. I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, Kaylee, it's hard to say what the 11 would have done because the horse got bothered, right?
Yeah,
so, I mean,
that's.
Boy, I'd love to see this come down. I don't think it's going to.
I mean,
what do you think it should be, guys? What do you think should happen? Let's forget our bias for a second.
I got to watch the replay. I had the other simulcast.
I was watching a different horse towards the back. I missed what was happening up front.
Yeah,
me too.
They still have the inquiry sign up. I have the feed up there. But hey, maybe they take down Megalodon. But I mean, that would be. He clearly won. But hey, I do think that there was some level of interference there as they were at the top of the stretch.
Well, Ryan, we had this big debate, Ryan. For the Jenny Wiley. Isn't this a case of, in your opinion, the horse was clear and go wherever he or she wants? That's your big argument.
I don't think that is the exact terminology I used, but that's the rough idea
basically.
Of it. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
That being said, Choicio was so much the best that day, so that's I'll rest on my I'll rest on that one.
Well, the 5 was much the best here, right? But the 7, I think you could very well argue, was definitely cost second. So that's where it's tough.
I do agree. They're not showing the replay. I thought they were going to. So we'll pivot back as they've got to be getting close to the gate at Churchill Downs. So I'll get us that race call through me because we can't show their races. But one more time, Shane, with the picks, and obviously I know you have to go, so we'll send you off after this race. Because it's just we're always nonstop. So if you keep hanging around,
race 2 at Anita too. After that, I mean, it's only 5 minutes away.
If you keep hanging around, I mean, Nisos is going to be running in like 3 hours, so you might as well just stay, right?
No change, they said. JD said.
So, no change from JD.
All right.
6, my final pick. I totally agree with Howard. We're going down together. I mean, lost to even in her arguably worst race she's run in the last year. She lost to Torpedo Anna, who at the time was incredibly informed. So I think she's the best in the field, if not for Who's Your Filly, and I think she can beat Who's Your Filly today. And the price got it better.
Yes, I like it. Kaylee, who's your top pick in this race?
I'm going to go Jin over Alpine Princess. I don't like Where's My Ring at all. I think Torpedo Anna took the life out of her last time. I think that the number 4 is being way over bet. Very hard to trust. Oh, they're off. But.
Oh, yeah, they're off. But it's all right. We're just going to listen, and there they go. But how about Wild About Hillary is up on the lead. Where's My Ring close up in second. Then back to Corningstone in 4th as Jin moves up to that one's outside. Jin went off as the 5-2 co-favorite with Who's Your Filly. That is so much money on Who's Your Filly. That's ridiculous. And then back to Free Like a Girl.
Oh, Where's My Ring?
Back behind then. Where's My Ring is in 3rd. Oh, Where's My Ring went off as the favorite. Sorry, I didn't account for the late money that comes in. Then up top, it is Wild About Hillary. Jin in a tracking 2nd. Down on the rail is Where's My Ring. 4th, Free Like a Girl. Then back to Corningstone in 4th. 5th on the rail is Who's Your Filly. And then out to that looks like Royal Spa for Flavian Pratt. Then back to Alpine Princess. And way out of the field is In Just My Heels. Up top, Wild About Hillary takes him into the far turn. Half mile is 47.06. Jin moving up to that one's outside. Where's My Ring still on the rail? Free Like a Girl moving up in 3rd. Looks like on the far outside, that's Royal Spa moving, making a move about 4 or 5 wide, and a pretty good one from the looks of it. Who's Your Filly's way down, stuck against the rail. Up on top as they enter the stretch. Jin has taken the lead. Royal Spa in 2nd, making a strong run. Alpine Princess also making her run. Royal Spa has taken the lead, I think. I can't tell from this camera angle. It looks like Royal Spa's up on top. Jin is still fighting to the inside. Royal Spa's got the advantage, though, in Royal Spa. Flavian Pratt at, 10-1? 13-1. They just let Flavian Pratt win a stakes race. How does Pratt go to? You mentioned this, Kaylee. The price on the 3 had to come down. It did not. It kept drifting up, and you got 13-1 on Flavian Pratt in the Grade 3 Shawnee Stakes.
Yeah, I'm really kicking myself. I had that one on my pick 6, but the David Jacobson knocked me out in the first lag, so what a shame. But yeah, 13-1 is insane on this horse. I mean, she fit even numbers wise, like on paper. Forget Flavian being aboard. But yeah, Where's My Ring tapped out, I think, pretty early, like before they even turned for home.
She is a lead Lasix horse. Look at her 3 best races by a mile, all came on Lasix. She's not the same horse with that.
And where was Hoosier Philly the entire race? She was pretty much not involved. That's another $60K just as a takeout reducer that was used on her. I mean, man, Jackson, you said what? That's like the 3rd or 4th straight race where she's just taken a huge win bet as the.
It's more than that. They've done it since her. I mean, if you remember her 3-year-old first couple starts with 3-year-old, she would open up at 1-9 when she was supposed to. I mean, she was like 5-1 in the Derby future pool. It was ridiculous.
Oh, she was 5-1 in the Derby future pool. I forgot about that. All right, Shane, as we have 5 minutes now before the next race, I will let you go. Thank you for joining us, my man. Always good talking horses with you. Good luck to you and the O'Neill team. Obviously, congrats to everybody that's getting married out in Italy. Hope you enjoy your weekend out on the West Coast, though.
Thank you, guys. We need one of these 2-year-olds to win tomorrow. So, and Raging Torrent, week from today.
Yeah.
One of the greatest races of the year, the greatest race of the year besides the Derby up to this point, I think. And really excited. Thanks for having me, guys.
There we go. Take care,
Good
Shane.
luck, Shane.
Good luck.
Thanks.
All right, Shane O'Neill, always fun to be joined by him and talk some horses. All right, Howard, let's check in with you. I mean, was that a tournament play of any kind? Did you have that in anything? Flavian Pratt at 13-1, I can't believe.
I
can't believe it.
I share Kaylee's frustration for different reasons. I'm frustrated because I didn't have Royal Spa. I just in the pick 5. I just looked at it again. I had World Beater in the pick 5. I mean, that was her first 2-turn race since she was like a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old. I mean, she hasn't gone 2 turns. That's what sort of threw me off. I just didn't understand why she was going 2 turns today. But what I'm knocking myself is, I mean, I used Hoosier Philly and Where's My Ring because I just didn't like some of the other alternatives. I also used Alpine Princess and Jin, so I came second and third as usual. But I didn't like Royal Spa because she hadn't gone 2 turns and she just just doesn't do much for me. I know it was Flavian, but I guess I should have used that one instead of horses I didn't like. But I didn't really love Royal Spa either. So I thought Alpine Princess ran fine. I would have liked to see an earlier move by Drew. We've talked about Drew on our show a lot, especially on dirt. And he's a guy.
We certainly have.
I've seen this guy since he was young because I'm close to Arlington, and he's an excellent turf rider. I don't know, his dirt decisions, in my opinion, frankly, have just not been good at all in the last year or two. But I mean, the horse ran fine. I mean, finished a strong 3rd, but didn't work out well for me overall.
Yeah. Well, the good news is there's always a race to come next. There's still, I believe, 3 more from Churchill and like 9 more from Santa Anita. Jackson, you look puzzled. Did I do my counting wrong?
No, I'm just looking at the Monmouth result, and I don't know how that horse went off at 9-5, but that's another story completely.
Well, all right. We'll go out to Santa Anita. We're 3 minutes to post. Not a whole lot to talk about as we're only 5 horses deep. You have a heavy 3-5 favorite, but Jackson, anything you like here, either from a wagering perspective, or are you just going to pass?
I thought it was probably just a pass. I mean, I kind of mentioned the 4s. One I really wanted to try to beat at this short price. I mean, he's just one that just keeps dropping, and has not run well on any of his last 3 or 4 starts, plus the ice cold barn. But I wasn't quite sure where you're supposed to go. If anyone has anything clever outside of this 4, please enlighten me, and I will bet it.
I don't have too much that's clever. Nothing too clever. I'm probably just going to pass in this race. I don't have any strong opinions at all. I think maybe the 3 is going to get to the lead early. I just don't know if the 3 is good enough to hang on. That is 6 Hot Grands, Carmona in the saddle. Kaylee, what were your thoughts on race number 2 from Santa Anita?
I mean, out of all of them, besides the heavy favorite, I I'd play the 3. I mean, that horse has the best speed of the group, and there's really no other speed in here. So if that horse, and imagine, let me see really quick. No, not dropping in class, but you can imagine, I mean, if this horse can get up out on the front end, maybe has a shot to beat the 4.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good speed.
Yeah, I mean, the 4, Jackson, you mentioned it, the 4 has just been plummeting in class time after time, like race after race. And Mike Pipey, on a bit of a cold streak right now, was red hot earlier in the meet, but is now just, everything kind of levels out in racing. Barns get hot, barns get cold, and everybody, you just kind of follow as they go. Howard, what were your thoughts on this race as we're about a minute to post here?
Bad person to ask. I'm not going to lie. I haven't had a chance to look at it, so
that's okay.
I agree with Jackson.
All right, there we go. I'm gonna play a small. Go ahead, Kaylee.
I was just gonna say I actually changed my mind. I mean, I probably go with the 5.
I just bet the 3 because you said the 3.
Well, I bet the 3. I played a small double. I went 3 with the 3 in the next race. I think the 3 is. I think the 3 in race number 3 is going to be really tough to beat. So I'll play a small double, try and get 10-1 into another odds-on favorite, and see if I can make something happen. But no huge vote of confidence from my end.
I'm sticking with it. I'm not canceling it.
There we go. I was going to say, if you cancel, you're going to put me in the winner's circle, so you can cancel if you'd like.
I'm getting 12-1 on the lone speed. Right?
Hey, there are worse things to bet on in this game.
Yeah.
Like Giroux closing on dirt. But
I'm sorry. I'm annoyed I did not play that pick 4. I had like 2 horses. It was 3 and 4, and I just didn't bet either of them.
Flavian Pratt just paid $29, and he's now had a winner on 17 straight days of racing. So good.
Actually, I like the 5 because I do like 1,000-yard Los Al races. That's a thing, ladies and gentlemen. It really
is a thing.
So I don't love whiskey, but I like whiskey. If you know,
I love whiskey, and I love Los Al, so I should bet the 3-5 exactly.
You should bet the 3-5. They're in the gate. I'll let Frank Miramati call it race number 2 from Santa Anita.
In fact, do I have him?
We're in the gate. And there
this guy's looking for whiskey.
Whiskey in a teacup, 6 hot grands. Naftis had a clean break today, moves up to take second. Arteta 4th, 4 lengths off the leader. Uplift at the back of the field. It's Whiskey in a Teacup and Naftis head and head for the lead, and 6 hot grands keeping pace with both and coming through along the rail. 6 hot grands, Naftis ahead back second, and then a neck to Whiskey in a Teacup. 2 more Uplift and Arteta as they come to the 3/8 pole. 6 hot grands along the inside is just in front. Naftis once again puts his gray head in there, and Whiskey in a Teacup. The 3 of them have been going at it since the gate opened.
Get brave, 3.
Uplift just behind them, and tailing off is Arteta there at the top of the stretch, and it's Naftis on the outside. Whiskey in a Teacup, 6 hot grands along the inside, and Uplift angles widest of all. Whiskey in a Teacup goes on, 6 hot grands. Naftis weakening between. Uplift in the middle of the racetrack, moving into second, but it's Whiskey in a Teacup. Whiskey in a Teacup, a convincing W.
Los Al, 1,000-yard races.
Los Al, 1,000-yard. Good call, Haley. Good call, Howard.
Hey, you're right about that favorite too. He was off the board. He was
that favorite was bad. It just keeps plummeting down the ladder. Just doesn't ever finish the job off. And that, I know he's off the board. That was probably the best half mile of a race he's run in like over a year. All right, the 5 gets the win at 5-1. That's a pretty good price.
Blinkers off obviously helped this horse. Obviously, Actually, I think the 3 rushing up really hurt the 4 because it put Naftis in between horses, and none of these horses are really that brave.
No.
So I understand why Carmona did it, but I think that actually helped Hernandez quite a bit on the 5 because he could sort of shut him off a little bit and relax and wait longer. So.
Howard, I have a question. Just are you still in the Churchill contest? Or are you busted out?
I'm out of everything.
Okay. How do you feel about that favorite in the last race, Classic Q? Are you for or against that one?
I have a horse. I'm for, but not by a lot. It's a wide open race to me. There was a big scratch in there, right?
Yeah, that's coming out.
Yeah. I like Classic Q, but not. I mean, I wouldn't bet that horse anything too low. I think the 9 is a fascinating long shot in that race, but we can talk about it when we get to it.
And we will talk about it, Howard.
I don't have
that's
a
never
real strong
doubt.
opinion, Jackson, other than I think it's wide open.
Okay.
And the 9 is fascinating at 20-1.
You
want to watch
agree.
Oh, that is Jackson's. That was Jackson's longest pick on the show on Big Hoof Energy earlier this week. So
Wow.
I like it.
I wonder what she'll actually be, because I like her, you like her. I listened to a DRF pod.
She'll be
Yeah, I mean, Aragona picked her, Mike Beer picked her.
Oh,
There's
really?
a lot of people on her, so I don't think we'll get 20-1.
Would you consider 10-1 still good value though? Because you'll probably get at least that.
Yeah. I think she's very interesting, even at 10. Because I mean, you have to consider that Lush Lips coming out that alone is gonna drive her price down.
Yeah, of course. I was gonna say that I love Classic Q. I think you guys remember from our show earlier this week, I was against Lush Lips pretty heavily in this spot, but obviously her scratching out does not help the price. I'm gonna get on Classic Q, so I don't know that I'm gonna play that too much. I'll probably play the 2 here for a good time, but again, we'll get to that as we get a little bit closer to the race. Right now, the next race we got to talk about is race number 8 at Woodbine up in Canada. Jackson, yes. I'll turn it to you. Let me get the conditions for this race as I'm on the wrong tab. I'm looking at Churchill. But it's the 6.5. Oh, this is the 6.5 Royal North Stakes. Your favorite is I forget the name. I'm getting there
Earhart.
though. Everybody, thank you, Earhart. I wanted to say Amelia, but I knew that wasn't right.
Close,
but I mean, it was close. It was the first
right
name.
Track.
Yeah, I was I was on the right track. But yeah, favorite currently the number 8 Earhart at 2-1, which Jackson, that feels a little generous to me.
Yeah, it does. I haven't checked Lopez yet. I should probably do that. But she's way the horse to beat in here. I mean, her 3 sprints with Lasix were just complete romps. She's been unchallenged. I guess the turf course is a major question mark, but I mean, she's run well on the synthetic, and her pedigree sure suggests it'll be fine. So I just think she has a lot going for her against this group. I've never been the biggest fan of the motion horse, Tupi.
Sorry, not to
I like
David's
David's analysis. Hold on. Yeah, that 10 is interesting too. I think I do think if you're trying to beat the 8, you don't want the 2. I think the 2 is a little vulnerable in the spot.
You can see the stat line for Josie Carroll, who trains the favorite Earhart. For her last 24 runners, first time turf. One other fact, Graham Motion, who trains the number 2 Tupi, is trying to win this race for the first time since 2001 with Confessional, who won back-to-back in 2000 and 2001. I don't hate that point on number 10, Gallon of Rush, Miguel Clemant's second starter overall after the close second finish at Laurel with Otello, who Howard mentioned earlier. Howard, do you have thoughts on Woodbine race 8 as we're 7 minutes to post?
I do. Here's the thing with Earhart. She's really never been challenged up front, and I'm assuming Tupi's going. So if Franco decides to put pressure on Earhart, I think Earhart's probably the better filly, but there are questions about turf. And if she gets challenged early, who knows? Plus the turf's got a little give it also. I have a little bit of an alternative that no one on the screen there. I don't mean us. I mean the simulcast feed. But I think it's a little interesting. The number 5, Ready to Jam, for Cassie and Moran. What happened? Is that?
Oh, Jackson was just holding up the 5 on the screen.
Oh, sorry, Jackson. I got my PPs to the right, everyone. Sorry. He's got numbers on the go back that aren't that far off. I think there could be a hot pacer, especially if Tupi goes second off the layoff. Hasn't worked since. I didn't watch the last race, but I do know some of those horses. They're decent. I'm not a huge fan of the 10. I think the 10 is taking some West Point money, and I love the connections, but I don't. And the Clement money also, and that'd be awesome for Miguel if he could win. I Ready to Jam is interesting. She's gonna have to work out a trip. I think the whole race depends on the first 10 seconds of this race. Really, how aggressive is Tupi's going to be? Isn't Tupi's the only chance to win? Really, just to go though, guys. Anyway, I mean,
I think the hope. Well, I don't know, because I don't think she can win in a duel with the 8. But to your point about the 5, Cassie has 3 horses in here, and one of them, the 6 horse, is somewhat quick. I feel like he's probably going to send that one to try to set it up for the 4 and the 5, who are his other 2 horses. So in some ways, I do kind of feel like the 6 might be the key of this race. What does she do? Does she speed up the 8 horse, or does she just if they let her roll it, then this race might be over?
I'm not sure.
I would say
fast enough. We'll see.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm with you. I don't know if she's fast enough, but she is the other Mark Cassie entry, and this one does have speed between the two, so it could set things up maybe for Ready for Jam if they were to use that those kind of tactics. They're different ownership group to mention, though. Kaylee, we haven't gotten your thoughts yet, I don't think, on race number 8 from Woodbine.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Tupi. I mean, I know I'm playing chalk, but this horse looks pretty tough to beat to me. So I'm probably gonna play that one on top of. I mean, I'm interested in the Miguel Clement Gallon Rush, so probably gonna play Tupi over Gallon Rush. But also, I mean, the Safi Joseph mare looks pretty interesting. The 9 Weehawken, cutting back or cut back in distance last time out, switching off Lasix, and obviously is running with Lasix today, runs better with it. So maybe we see a bit of a better effort than we saw from the 9 last time out. Bit of a price, 18-1. So
I like that. I'll never talk anybody off of a price.
Yeah, I just wanted to shout out that if you guys bet, everyone listening, $100 like on Woodbine's card today, win or lose, there's a promotion on NYRABets. You just have to bet $100 and you get 10 back, win or lose, but you have to opt in. So just wanted to shout that out before the next 3 stakes races coming up.
There we go. That is a great plug and a great reminder for me, for all new customers signing up for NYRABets. They do sponsor this show, so it's good that we give them a shout out. Use promo code BWB200 to earn up to a $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, only at NYRABets. So be sure to check that out. And Kaylee just plugged the excellent promo they have going on at Woodbine right now. So certainly something to consider playing through NYRABets. That's where I'm betting through today. And for all of the shows that NYRABets is going to sponsor us for, because that only feels right. But Jackson, from a wagering perspective, what are you going to be playing in this race?
Yeah, I like this 8 quite a bit. Let me do a little bit of everything in here. I'll probably have a win bet. I'm going to have it exactas with the 5. I do think the 5 is the most likely closer to get up there and into the mix. I like that horse a lot. She's done really good work over this turf course. You look at her record over this turf compared to everywhere else, it's kind of night and day. So I think she's interesting. And then I'm also have a little action double price in the next race. I believe it's number 6. Let me double check.
Stanley House?
Yes. I think it's 12-1 morning line. Does that sound right?
Yes, 12-1.
Yeah, that's the one. I think he's really interesting as a comebacker who just was facing a lot better, I thought, last year. And there's some of the favorites in the next race I think have some legitimate questions to answer. So I think they're worth trying to beat. But again, the big key in here is going to be the 8 for me.
I agree with you on the next race. I think the favorites are vulnerable. However, I'm going with a different route. I'm going to play a double here. I'm going to use the 5 Ready to Jam. I'm hoping that Tupi presses the pace of Earhart. I'm hoping that the stats are true on Josie Carroll, that, first-time turf maybe just isn't her strongest, and maybe next time will be the time for Earhart. But I'm going to take the 5 Ready to Jam into the number 2 Data Man for Graham Motion, Manny Franco, who team up in the next race. I like that horse's comeback effort last time out at Laurel. Won nicely off the bench for Graham Motion, which, isn't his strongest angle necessarily. So to see a horse, kind of buck the trend there. Second off the layoff, I think can only show improvement for the number 2 Data Man, who's 5-1 on the morning line. So I'll play like a $10 double. I'll go 5-2 to kick us off. Kaylee, any wagers from your end as we're a minute to post for Woodbine?
I'm going to put a win bet on the number 2. I know that's like nothing creative here, but then I'm probably going to put the 2, the 9, and the 10 in a try box.
I like it. The 2, the 9, and the 10, boxing them up, fading the number 8 Earhart. And Howard, got to go to you, Funkel, for the last to give us your pick as we're almost at the gate.
Well, it's a good question because I actually just made some bets. So what I'm doing, we talk about this about wagering a lot on our show because it's not just about handicapping, right? In fact, there's a lot of good handicappers out there. The question is, can you construct your tickets? I reverse tri-keyed the 5. I put a win bet on the 5. And then I laddered my trifecta. In other words, I have less of the 5 on. If the 5 wins, I have less of that try, more if the 5 finishes second, and the most if the 5 finishes third, with the logic that 5 probably not going to win, but it's a great chance to get the money. So I played tries with 5 in every spot and win bet on the 5. I'm not getting too cute on top. I think it's Earhart or Tupi.
It should be Earhart on top. Clearly the speediest horse in the field and loves having Lasix. But, if there was a time to beat her, I'd argue that today is the day. But good luck to everybody on their wagers. Howard with the reverse tri-key and a win bet on the 5 as well. Kaylee putting a win bet on the number 2, Tupi. Jackson playing a double with a horse that I already forgot into the 6 in the next race. I think it's, Earhart. Sorry, Earhart into the 6 Stanley Man in the next race. And I'm going the number 5, Ready to Jam, into the 2 Data Man in the next race. Robert Geller is going to give us the call. They're just about loaded in at Woodbine.
To the line, followed up by Ms. Tart for Hubert Villa Gomez. They're almost right. Earhart, affectionately known as Amelia. She is coming to the line on her first race.
I did get the name right.
Earhart in the Royal North is
we'll give you past.
I just called her barn nickname. No, we'll count it.
You knew. Going in, and the last is Gal in a Rush.
I knew.
It turned out Gal in a Rush as the last 2 walk up.
I hope
Tupi's has gone forward.
Don't let this 8 just walk the dog. That'd be boring.
The outside is Gal in a Rush.
I wouldn't mind that.
Goes in for Ryan Munger. They're set to run. The field for the Royal North Stakes is all in and locked up. And they're off for what a fantastic start. They're all in a line.
Oh, he's sending
beginning. Dancing
Oh,
Duchess,
yeah.
ridden hard
There we
for the
go,
lead. Tupi and Earhart's gone forward on the outside.
Wow.
Fly,
But
Tupi.
sharing
Wow.
second spot.
Oh.
Dipping in behind them early on was Ready to Jam. Coming up on the inside
called
is the 4
intention.
Freedom Speaks.
Yeah.
Lying in 5th is
Yeah.
Metaphysical. Behind Ready to
Now, if the 8
Jam is
wins this
Ticket
race,
Tape
she's
Home from
tons,
Weehawk and Miss
tons
Tart and
less.
Gal in a Rush.
Oh, yeah.
Tupi has run out in front by a length.
Love where my 5
It's
is. by the
second
way.
Dancing Duchess, and going forward now to second. Earhart is 3 wide, but going after Tupi at the half mile. Lying in 4th, Freedom Speaks, and 2 lengths behind them, Ready to Jam. On the inside is Metaphysical, and running home Ticket Tape Home around the outside from Weehawk and Miss Tart, and Gal in a Rush the inside. Earhart within earshot of the leader, Tupi, who's traveling pretty well as they corner in the Royal North. It's Tupi
Oh,
on the
this 5, what do you
inside, taken
got?
on by Earhart.
Come on.
Dancing Duchess in 3rd, and down the outside, Ready to Jam's coming on
No
well.
excuses.
Tupi in front, and down the center, Ready to Jam. Earhart between
Left
them, a little
hand,
bit
please.
flat, and from the back, trying to run home is Miss Tart,
Get out.
and back
Come on,
away.
Ready to
Tupi
Jam.
on the inside, Ready to Jam. Dancing Duchess, Ticket Tape
Go
Home
out this
down the
fine.
outside.
Finish.
Ready to Jam has gone to the front, and out wide as Miss Tart is flying down the outside with Gal in a Rush, and they're coming out wide. Miss Tart on the outside,
Go
and as
home.
they go right down to the wire, Miss Tart is the winner. On the inside is Ready to Jam. Back in the set.
I hope you have that horse somehow on top.
Nope.
Jesus.
70-1 over the top. Oh, that
Come on now. I mean, really?
you got 12. You got 12-1 on Ready to Jam, who was there. Oh my goodness, 70-1 over the top on that runner with the 5 in second. Didn't see who finished in
And the
third.
chops were out. They weren't close.
Yeah,
They went quick, but
That is
They were
absolutely
nowhere.
the story of my day.
Miss Tart for Kevin Rice off the 3rd place finish in the Whimsical last time out, but I guess
I mean,
put it
I
all
guess-
together on turf.
I guess Ready Jam moved a little bit early, I guess, if you want to nitpick. But when you lose to a 70-1, guys, I mean, what are you going to do? I mean,
she
Yeah.
did get shuffled pretty good in the opening furlong. But
well, she was trying to take back. I mean, whatever. I'll have to look at this. Why am I even bothering looking at the 7? So now, let me throw myself, on the sword. Could have done a place bet or a show bet, right? I'm not a place or show kind of guy. I'd rather get value out of a try. Kayla, I don't know how you feel about that. I know the horse was 12-1. I could have made. It's going to pay 15 to show or something, or sorry, 15 to place and 10 to show. But it's just I'd rather take my chances with a try. That's just my opinion. I don't know how you guys feel. But.
well, you said your opinion was the 2 or 8 far and away most likely
Yeah.
the winners. If they come in first and your horse comes in second, the place pays nothing. You just happen to get the 70-1 shot in there somehow, and
Right.
that's the only
I
time.
had the right idea.
And you had the 2 favorites off the board in addition to that.
And the other Cassie, by the way, the 6 finished 3rd.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
Yeah, so-
asked me if I had the 6 for 3rd. Of course I
I
had.
bet you did.
Yes, you did.
But of course, if the 2 or 8 wins, it's yeah. Well, I wouldn't have had the 7 anywhere, so I would have some kind of other scenario. Whatever, I lost.
Even,
All right.
even with 20 cents, that is going to be.
What in the world?
I know it is. All right, we're gonna pivot out to Churchill Downs as race number 9 is 5 minutes away. As things roll on here, tough beats on 70-1. I thought Ready to Jam was gonna hold on, but just maybe moved a little too soon. But Jackson, race number 9, we're on the turf. Couple big scratches out of here. The 2 Cameo Performance, who you told me is going to run at Saratoga next week, and then the number 4 Hershey for Helen Pitts off of a monster time form number last time out that towers over grade 1 horses, let alone this field. They're both out. You have the 1, the 3, the 5, 6, 7, 8, and your favorite, the number 9, undefeated at Churchill Downs, 4 for 4, Brilliant Birdie for Sheree. Who do you like here? What did you end up going with?
Yeah, the scratches kind of messed me up a little bit because I think I prefer the 2 and the 4. I'd probably try the 5, Lagunos, even though the Asmussen Barn is just ice cold right now. I don't think he ran any worse than Brilliant Birdie did last time. I thought they had pretty comparable trips, and maybe you could argue Lagunos had a little bit of a tougher trip, and he's going to be a way bigger price in this spot. Mm-hmm. So I think I would probably use that one. I would just be against the 2 favorites, even with the scratches. I think they're fine. I mean, I loved Mercante last time, obviously, in the Turf Classic because my long shot pick of the day. He ran huge, but he was just begging someone to pass him in the final furlong, and it just seemed like it was a bad race. Like, just no one passed him. And if he had finished 6 feet in length, would he be this price? I don't know. I think him just getting second it's a little bit better than it looks. So I think you're trying to beat the 2 favorites in this race.
Hey, I don't necessarily disagree with you. And I'm going to say this. If you're looking at time form figures, if you're looking at buyer figures, the 5 is right there with your top 2 choices. And you're getting Flavien Prat again at 6-1, which is going to be a double-digit win payout. And he just won and paid $29, I think, in the last race. Kaylee, who did you like here as Noah Maher is back in the chat? The generational hater continues his phenomenal run.
Yeah, I have a lot of interest in the number 5. I think that this horse should run pretty well. I mean, gets Flavien Prat aboard, so you're probably not going to get that price. I know the Asmussen Barn is pretty cold right now, but this horse obviously fits really well in here. Has that win in the Grade 3 Commonwealth, Churchill. So if you go back, same distance, same track, hopefully this horse can sit a similar trip today. But I have a lot of interest also in the number 6, who's taking a lot of money from the morning line. This horse I ended up putting on my ticket today when I took a second look at the race. I think cutting back in distance is just what this horse needs and is going to get it today if you look at the running lines from the last race. So I'm honestly, looking at how much money this horse has taken and the fact that you're still getting at least 7-2 right now, I'm interested in both the 5 and the 6. I'm probably going to play them in an exacta box, or I need to figure that out right now.
I like it. I'm going to end up making a bit of a pivot. 8-5 is too short for me to take on Brilliant Birdie, even though she's undefeated at Churchill Downs. I'm going to play 7, Silent Heart, on top. I think there was some maybe this horse just ends up sitting a really nice trip. I don't think they're going to necessarily fly early. And Jackson, you and I know it's tough to pass Luis in the stretch. So I'll play the 7 on top, and then maybe a bit of a 9-7 exacta because Brilliant Birdie does love this Churchill Downs course. Howard, I'll throw it out to you. Anything you like here as we're a few minutes away from this race?
One of my plays of the day, this is very, very typical of my day. One of my plays of the day got scratched earlier. It was Cameo Performance. Mm-hmm. Actually loved him on Derby Day. I thought he ran okay, not quite as bad as it looks. He scratched. I thought there was a lot of horses that want to be forward here. And so I'm going to pivot to Laganos, guys. I've never been a huge fan of this horse, to be very honest with you. But third time off the third race of the form cycle, gets Flavien, who just won at 13-1 somehow. There's just a lot of horses in here that are sort of meh to me. I mean, I guess I think if Call Protection could take another step forward for Maker, he's probably has a huge shot here. But I'm going to go with Laganos. I'm going to disagree with Jackson a little bit. I thought you could say that race wasn't great, but I mean, he did lose the Spirit at St. Louis by a length and a half. I mean, and he was best of everyone else in that race, even though that race was sort of clunking together at the end. So I think Mercante is going to sit a great trip and should be the favorite. I mean, I see how Brilliant Birdie's 8-5 and Mercante's 3-1 to me makes zero sense whatsoever. Yeah. So I guess for value, I'll go with Laganos, but if I had to pick a winner, I'd probably go with Mercante again. Again, meaning he's racing well.
Of course. Yeah, no, he's in great form. A couple 101 buyer speed figures that are paired up that have backed up nicely on 2 different surfaces. One being the synthetic, one being the good listed turf course last time out. So handles pretty much all ground and all going, but I'm with you. Yeah, 3-2 now on Brilliant Birdie is just way too short for me to want this horse. I think she's the most likely winner, but I think at 3-2, the value is not there versus what she's facing in this field. She's not the best horse in this field. She just, is in sharp form. And Jackson, you've been tooting this horn since the Breeders' Cup pretty much. Cherie is as overbet as any trainer right now in the sport.
Yeah. And she's really good. Don't get me wrong, but she is kind of like the new up-and-comer that everyone loves for very good reason. They bet her like crazy. And I think she's overvalued a lot of times.
Go
ahead.
The one is kind of interesting, at least like in supers. Like that one kind of sticks out to me. You can see as soon as this horse went into the Will Walden barn, they tried to put the horse on the turf, was taken off. And then after this horse switched back to the turf last time out, took a step up after being on the synthetic. So that definitely sticks out to me, at least rounding out a super.
I like it. They're off. They just broke through the gate. Up on the lead is I don't know. There's like 4 horses up on the lead. Brilliant Birdie is actually just taking the lead as they are by the finish line the first time. That's not exactly where I thought she'd be. Looks like Mercante is in second. To that one's outside. Event Detail up closer too. This pace is upside down right now. Then back to the 7, Silent Heart in 4th. Then the 6, Call Protection in 5th. Then back to Laginos in 6th. And then out the back is Gigante. Up front, it's Brilliant Birdie at 9-5 through a quarter and 24.43. Then back to Mercante in second. Then back to third against the rail in Event Detail. Then outside 4th is Silent Heart. Back in 5th is the 6, Call Protection. Then Laginos in 6th. And then out the back still is Gigante or Gigante or whatever. Up top, it's Brilliant Birdie. Still leading the way through a 48.42 half mile. They're not going crazy fast. Mercante to this one's outside, puts the pressure on those. They enter the far turn. For anybody that keeps up with the Champions League, PSG wiped out Inter Milan 5-0. They're on the far turn. Brilliant Birdie is still on the lead, under pressure now from Mercante. Sorry, I got the ESPN notification. Top of the stretch, Silent Heart's trying to make a move, but it's Mercante on the lead. Laginos to the far outside, putting in a run. Event Detail to the inside. Mercante looks to be on the lead. Brilliant Birdie's not done fighting yet. Laginos from the outside is coming. They're in the final couple hundred yards here. Mercante's on the lead. Looks like begging for someone to pass her again. It's going to be a finish on the line, but it's going to go to Mercante. Finally got the job done over Brilliant Birdie. Laginos in third.
What's the plan on Gigante and the 7 in this race? Like, what are they possibly thinking?
That was entirely upside down, wasn't it? I mean, who saw?
Am I allowed to be critical of jockeys on this show? I don't want to be, I don't want to scare viewers away from this wonderful pod here. But I mean, who had the 9 on top? I mean, what in the world?
Yeah, I missed the start. Did the 7 not break? I saw them.
Nobody broke aggressive. Everybody broke fine. Nobody broke and went to the lead. And then Brian Hernandez looked like, okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, that is what it looks like.
And it looked like he was like, all right, cool. Like if nobody wants to go, I'll go. And I mean, the fractions kind of showed that they did not fly early by any means.
Yeah, I think Laginos is the horse you want out of here. I mean, the only one that made a real move and was wide, made a wide sustained run into a slow pace. Brilliant Birdie ran well, but 9-5 is just zero excuses. To Mercante's, I'll tell you what, I like when lower profile connections, they're watching the start. It looked like everyone broke okay. I like when lower profile connections guys do well in general. Yeah. And this 8 is I mean, it's really good. I'm not saying he's like a Manhattan horse. Obviously, he's not going there, but he's going to win a lot of money this year if he can continue to,
well, and who does he have to be afraid of right now in the turf division? I mean, there's not much out here. I mean,
not Carl Spackler.
Well, not Carl Spackler. He just landed in Newmarket, I think yesterday, after being sold. Ridiculous. The best turf.
Right, he was looking out of his stall. He looked a little sad. He's like, "What am I doing here?" Look like, what am
they all have weird accents. I don't know what I'm doing here.
Yeah, what is this? I have to have tea at like 4:00. I have never drank tea in my life. I don't understand. Actually, despite what Jackson feels in our private chat, I think Carl Spackler's got a big chance to win the Queen Anne. I think he's a serious animal, and I hope he proves a lot of people wrong, because, not to detour, I do understand Jackson's opinion. I think Carl Spackler is pretty darn good.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see. I don't know how you feel, Kaylee, but in general, the milers in Europe have not been great over the last few years, and the Queen Anne has not always come up like super, super difficult. I'm not sure exactly who's going to be in the race. I'll talk to my buddy Davey Lane about that. But I think Carl Spacker is really good. And you know what? I'm not sure the straightaway is going to be great for him, guys, because isn't his strength sort of like getting away on that far turn and making like a big run into the final turn? And of course, there's no turn at Ascot in that race. But he's one of the most fascinating runners of the entire Ascot meeting, which is going to happen in a few weeks, I would think.
Yeah,
I completely agree. I mean, you've got to imagine they.
No, go ahead, Kaylee.
No. Sorry, my Wi-Fi honestly freaked out for a second, but yeah, you'd imagine that they probably timed the purchase like just in time for Royal Ascot. That's my idea. That they probably purchased this horse to bring him over for there. So, I mean, you got to imagine they all think that he's going to do fine handling the configuration of the track over there. It's definitely going to be a question until he does it, but I think that he's one of the most interesting horses heading over there as well.
He is. He's certainly going to have a lot of U.S. eyes.
Smile. Sorry.
Without a doubt. And he's going to have a lot of U.S. Attention on him, as he is a huge name out here who's going to be over in the Queen Anne. And obviously he's going to continue his racing career overseas, both at Royal Ascot and then Australia, I believe. And then, just to break a little bit of news, Jackson's not aware of this either, but in 2 weeks on either Friday the 13th or Thursday the 12th, Jackson, we're going to have Get Bucked with Emmett Kennedy, and we're going to go over Royal Ascot. So start handicapping your European races, because you're going to need as much work as I am, because I have no idea what goes on over there.
I listen to the experts, and that's why we have Emmett coming on the show. That's
exactly correct. And speaking of experts, we're going to go out to Woodbine for their Grade 2 Eclipse Stakes that starts in about 17 minutes. But we're joined by Mikey P from In the Money. Mikey, how's it going, my man?
Feeling good. Nice to be here. Good to see everybody. And how about Mercanti, man? He's a serious animal. That was a nice race. I really needed him, so I was glad he held together today. But could have used him a lot better a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
no doubt. You got a good price on him, though. All things considered, that was the fastest horse in the race, and he had 2 numbers to back it up. And I think you got 3-1 across the line there.
Yeah, 3-1. I'll take it. Singled and multi, so we'll see what happens. Pretty deep going forward. That's a really nice card at Churchill today, though. It's been a lot of nice races. There's Chris. I've been talking to Chris all day.
Chris Cull's been very active in the chat. We love to see it. JD Fox in here with a note on Mercante. Brian Nippenberg has had 2 horses run this year. Mercante has 2 graded stakes wins this year for him. That's awesome to see. Small barns still win races. You don't need to have all the juggernauts of the sports to be successful here. So, Mikey, we're approaching race number 9 at Woodbine. It's the Grade 2 Eclipse Stakes, going a mile and a 16th, 4-year-olds and upwards on the synthetic. How did you see that race, as we're about 14 minutes out from post?
Yeah, I was going with a price in here, and obviously prices abound at Woodbine. They just had a $143 horse win the last race, so that's quite the start to the late pick 4 there. I was on the 1, Possiblemente. This horse ships up from Florida, and it's now gets Martin Drexler as the trainer. Sport of Kings owns this horse, and that's certainly an in-the-money friend of ours. Really great guys that work over there with that ownership group. But this horse loves synthetic tracks. I do think it's interesting off the trainer change that they show up in this spot. If you look back at some of those Gulfstream races, I mean, Jerry the Nipper's a pretty nice horse. This horse was second to Echo Lane that got very sharp last year around on the grass and at Gulfstream Park. So it has a little bit of class to him. As a 5-year-old ships up, and there's some horses in here I think that are laid up and could be vulnerable. I'm not really interested in Webslinger, and you can see Webslinger dead on the board 5-1 right now, and that horse is very sharp on the turf and was 3rd last year in the Turf Classic there on Derby weekend, 3rd in the Muniz at Fairgrounds last year. I mean, tons of class with that one, really getting no action whatsoever. Even money right now on the 2 Data Man. I mean, that's a pretty short price, and this horse ships up 4 gram motion. And, I think that barn's been a little cold recently. We've been following it very closely with our relationship with Will Humphrey, who is one of the exercise riders for that stable. A lot of the motion horses have not been firing, so even money there. Give me the 1 at 11-1 here. Getting back to the synthetic and getting a different trainer.
Yeah, hey, I like that pick a lot. We were speaking about the previous race, and I played a double into the number 2 Data Man, but I thought we were going to get way better than even money. I was hoping for 7-2 or above, but even money's way too low of a price for me to take on a horse trying synthetic for the first time. So I'm not going to place any sort of sizable wager on Data Man in here. I like your points on the number 1 Possible Mente. Jackson, I'll go to you next. Who did you like in the 9th at Woodbine?
Yeah, I'm still on Stanley House. I think he's a horse that he doesn't love getting the winner's circle, but I think there's some favorites in here that are a little vulnerable. He already, Mikey mentioned the motion bar is not going great. The 7 has a lot to prove. I mean, he's got to cut back 3 furlongs. He's got to try synthetic for the first time. Just feels like a spot where you kind of want to take a shot with someone. I don't hate the idea of the 1. I'm going to try the 6 though. Stanley House probably should be forwardly placed in here. I know he completely blew the turn last time and lost all chance, but you go back to his races last year at Woodbine, going this distance against his caliber, and he was always right there. And the one that in particular is the Audubon Stakes. He just sat the pocket. He looked like the winner the whole way around there and just never quite got out in time. By the time he did finally get out, the race was already over. I think that field stacks up pretty comparably to this field, and maybe it was even a little bit better. So I think if he shows up with a race like that, why can't he be right there? And he's 8-1. I think you're going to get every bit of that. You might even get double digits on him by the time the gates open. So I'm going to be all in on the 6 horse in this spot.
I like it. We're getting a look at the 6 horse Stanley House through all the wind. Real quick, Lord Zed may ask a question. Yeah, you absolutely can. And if your question is why is Mystic Dan 6-5 right now, none of us can tell you the answer to that one. But go ahead and fire away with your question. I'll throw JD's comment up here. Get Smoking 9-5 on the morning line. Had little appeal at first, but getting above 3-1, knowing he'll be on the lead is intriguing. Yeah, Get Smoking, a horse that we're pretty familiar with out on the West Coast, but now a well-traveled 8-year-old gets going. Gonna be on the lead. His synthetic races are very good, especially when they've come on Lasix. Kaylee, what were your thoughts for race number 9 at Woodbine?
This is my first time taking a glance at the race. I'm probably going to take a shot with the number 3. If he hangs around that price, obviously Marcassi at Woodbine, also the jockey. The horse has won off a layoff, or at least run well off a layoff before. Seems to really like the synthetic. So I'd rather take a shot with that one at a bit more of a price than, a horse that's just trying synthetic for the first time. But if I was with anyone taking a shot, it would be the 7 Web Slinger. I mean, it's a pretty good price that you're getting if you're going to take a shot on anyone in here.
Yeah, you're getting 9-2 on Web Slinger, who is a well-traveled horse. Won, I believe it was the American Turf a couple years ago, springing a massive upset on Derby weekend. Sorry, it was the Audubon Stakes. Nope, it wasn't. It was the American Turf. I nailed it. Yeah, the American Turf back in 2023. Jackson's shaking his head as I doubted myself. I know. Shouldn't have done that.
I'm confident.
I know, next time maybe. But if you are going to take a shot, remember to head on over to NYRABets. As new customers and new users can use promo code BWB200 to earn up to a $200 deposit match and bet any track, anywhere, anytime over at NYRABets. Howard, we'll go to you next. Who did you like here in race number 9 at Woodbine?
Got some info and some strong opinions. And I mean, I've been okay since I've been on the show. I mean, gave out some
You've been doing well.
almost big shots and gave out the Los Al 1,000-yard horse. A few things. By the way, Mikey P, nice to see you, man. We got to get you on our podcast. I love the work you do with
Howard, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, big fan of your show also.
Well, thank you. Well, we gotta set that up. I think Data Man's not going to lose this race. You guys have mentioned the hasn't run on Sin. Absolutely true. He trains at Fairhill. I'm sure not only do they have every type of course there, uphill, downhill. I've been chasing Data Man for a long time. I loved him in the United Nations last summer, and he got a brutal start and was right there to Get Smoking and Grand Sonata and Tawny Port. I actually think he wants to go longer than this, but he's going to sit behind the speed. I think there's between Possible Mente and Get Smoking, who Cassie said he might need one. Web Slinger, by the way, is coming off a slight knee injury. He's definitely going to need one. He wants much longer. I don't want any parts of the Cassies in this race. I understand Stanley House is going to show some speed. This is all Data Man to me, but the horse I like in second quite a bit, again, another reverse tri-key play, is the number 5, Classic Motown, who right now is 8-1. This is one of the better closers in the race. Marty Drexler has done a great job with this horse. Brought him down to Gulfstream. Finished second, by the way, or fourth to Jerry the Nipper. Someone mentioned Jerry the Nipper on Pegasus Day. This is just an honest, good horse who's getting good right now. And there's a bunch of horses in here I don't like. I'm playing a big exacta 2-5. I'll reverse it for insanity purposes and put the 5 in third also in the tries. But there's more horses I don't like in this race than ones I do. The only ones I really like are the 2 and the 5, to be very honest.
I like it. Yeah, I mentioned I was big on the number 2 Data Man here. I just thought 3-2 is just too short of a price for me to endorse. But I'll do something fun. I'll follow along with what everybody's talking. I'll play a 2-1-5, just straight trifecta. I'll play it for like $2 or something, just light, just so I can have a little bit of action in here. Lord Zed has asked his question. He said, I was wondering if we think it's possible Gosger could participate in the Breeders' Cup. Obviously, that's a little ways away. But from what we've seen from Gosger, that was a huge run in the Preakness to finish second, obviously behind Journalism, who had a miraculous win that day. But, Jackson, let's get your thoughts. What do you think about Gosger going forward? Maybe where do we think he ends up next? And then if he were to participate in the Breeders' Cup, what Breeders' Cup race would it be?
It'd be the Dirt Mile or the Classic. I mean, he's very interesting for sure. He's done nothing wrong his last few starts. He continues to improve. He's tactical. He's in the right hands. Brennan Walsh Barn, they'll do right by him. There's a lot of things to like about him. He obviously has to keep improving, but he's an interesting horse for sure. I'd imagine you'll see him next in some kind of 3-year-old Derby coming up this summer. I don't know which one it would be. It's not going to be the Belmont, but maybe the Jim Dandy, maybe one of those Midwestern ones. I'm not sure, but
maybe
I'm
the
sure
Haskell. That's where I'd put him. Put him in the Haskell.
Haskell. There you go.
I like it. And Mikey, we'll stay on you. You sold us on your point on Possiblemente here in the upcoming 9th race at Woodbine. If you were to place a wager, what would it be? Are you just playing something vertical, a win bet, or maybe trying to stretch it into the horizontals here as this does start the late pick 3 on the day?
I do think this horse would play well in Maltese, but right now 10-1, hard to pass up a horse you like at 10-1 on the win end. I'm not crazy about playing this race vertically. I'm not really sure how it's going to play and shake out. So I would probably be more playing the 1 on the win side. And then I would look to play some pick 3s maybe. I do like it's either Data's Beauty or Caitlin Her Greatness in the next race. You could play some doubles there or, pick 3s into those 2 horses. And then the last race is really difficult. I find that one, I'd probably have to be very spready in there. But if you're going to start a pick 3 with a 10-1 shot, I wouldn't mind spreading in that last race. So that's the kind of pick 3s I want to have coverage in that last leg. I know Jackson and I looked at this race on the pod that we did. He liked the 5, and I do agree with him there. I think that one has a pretty big chance to win. I probably would include the 9 in there. A horse like the 12, the 13, all those horses I probably would have at the end of a pick 3. But right now, you get 10-1 on a horse you like. You definitely take a win bet. That would be my main play.
Yeah.
I like it. Jackson, go ahead.
No, yeah, I agree. If you like a 10-1 shot, and he wins, you gotta cash. You have to. Yeah. You have to cash. It's as simple as that.
I got a question for Mikey P for a second.
Sure.
Go for it, Howard.
Marty's got 3 horses. He's got your 1, my 5, and the 4. The fact that the 5 is taking more money than the 1 right now, and the 5 is Eswan Flores, and the 1 is Ramon Hernandez. Any opinion on whether that's sway? You like the 1, I guess, no matter what. But the fact that the 5 is taking a decent amount of money here makes me feel better about the 5 more than the 1. Do you have any opinion on that, or you don't worry about the odds?
So the thing that I like about the 1 more than any of the others is it's fresh Drexler. So horses that move into his barn tend to move up. And that's the thing that intrigues me with this horse. He was solid at Gulfstream, but now you go into the Drexler barn and then ship up. So I do think he was 10-1 on the morning line. I think 10-1 is pretty fair there. And that's the intriguing part to me. I understand his other horses. He did claim the 4 last time. That one's 22-1, but I followed this one in the past. I do think that this trainer change should suit him. So that's really the thing, more the angle for me than anything else. I could see the 5 and I understand the horse in the barn and the fact that he's being bet, but he has experience over this racetrack and the 1 doesn't. So that could, account for the difference right now.
I like it. That's an excellent answer. Good question, Howard. as we move things along. For anybody curious, we did miss race number 3 at Santa Anita, which was claiming $8,000 race. It was won by the number 3 Old Silver at 8-5. Race number 4 is up in about 22 minutes, and then race number 5 starts the pick 6 with about a $43,000 carryover. So if you are looking to play and participate in that pick 6, make sure you start wrapping up your opinions, as that starts in about 45-ish minutes, if I had to guess. That's going to be an excellent sequence, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But obviously, we got to stick with Woodbine race number 9. Looking over at Churchill Downs, as they are, I believe it's about 15 minutes away from their next race, which is the Grade 3 Blame Stakes. Your favorite is still Mystic Dan, now at 8-5. Second choice looks to be Banishing at 5-2, and the ever-consistent post time is 7-2, as we are 12 minutes to post out at Churchill Downs. So we'll talk about that race, obviously, after we wrap up at Woodbine. But quick thoughts. I would imagine everybody on the panel here is trying to beat Mystic Dan, especially as the favorite.
Yes.
Word is that he's live today. I mean, I don't have him, but I'm excited to see him. You got to root for him.
You do. I was just going to say, he's one of those horses that I don't have him on my ticket either, but I'll be happy if he beats me. He's a horse that's easy to root for, obviously, whether it's the connections, the trainer, just the story in general. So the Sports Forum has joined us, putting a Benji on 2 to place. So there we go. The 2 finishing in second, that's got to pay about even money. So that I don't hate that wager. And 2-1 on Data Man, that's certainly better than what we opened up at even money, and I think it's projected to drift up maybe just a touch to about 5-2, but 2-1 is decent value. So as we get a minute to post, just to touch on everybody's picks again, I'll just go straight down the screen. I'm just playing that the 2-1-5, just straight trifecta, just to have a little bit of fun. Jackson?
I like Caitlin O'Gradis a lot in the next race, so I'm gonna play a couple doubles into her with a couple prices. I'm gonna go with the 1, and I'm gonna go with the 6. So the 1-2 is paying 23-1, and 6-2 is paying 58-1. So
I like it. I'm looking forward to hearing your story on Caitlin, her greatness. Kaylee, what is your play here?
I like the 3 in here.
There we go. The 3 Get Smoking at 5-2. That's good value if you like her. She'll be up on the lead early. Howard, how about you?
2-5-3. Just give me the 5 in second or third. I'll be happy.
There we go. And to cap us off, Mikey P, is there almost in the gate?
Yeah, I'll take the 1.
There we go. Possiblemente. And here we go. Robert Gello, load us the rest of the way and give us the call for race number 9.
And there are 2 back. Webslinger, who is going forward now. And to the outside gate, Dancing in Denial at the start of the Eclipse Stakes. Equal favorites right now. Data Man Gets Smoking. Outside runner here. Dancing in Denial and Jose Campos. Placed in. They're set to run. And they're off. And a very good start in the center for Get Smoking, rushing for that lead. And going on the outside second, Cool Kiss, and up the rails, driving through his Posiblemente. Posiblemente going up into second spot, has the inside running behind Get Smoking as they turn. Lying in third is Cool Kiss, and out the straight,
12 to
racing
4, I didn't bet that much.
Man. On the outside, Stanley House.
That is ridiculous.
On the rails, Classic Motown. A couple away, Dancing in Denial, and last early is Web Slinger. And assuming control, it is Get Smoking. Went to the front by a length. Gets to the inside. Posiblemente under tight hold in second.
Mikey.
1 away third, Data Man trying to settle on the inside with room. A half a length behind is Cool Kiss, and 2 lengths to Stanley House. Classic Motown on the inside. Then a break in the field of about 4 lengths to Dancing in Denial. And 3 away last is Web Slinger. Get Smoking in front and leads the way in the Eclipse by a length and a half. Posiblemente and Data Man. 2 lengths away in fourth, Cool Kiss. Classic Motown getting forward on the inside, pretty relaxed. On the outer, Stanley House, a break in the field, Dancing in Denial. And last Web Slinger, the half was 47-4. And Get Smoking only a half in front. Posiblemente dashing forward on the outside. And they turn up the heat on the opposition. They've gone away by 2 lengths. Classic Motown's Burning Home is coming around the outside of Data Man. But Get Smoking has shaken off the challenge of Posiblemente. Classic Motown is eating up the ground, has gone to second. Get Smoking turns by a length and a half. Classic Motown coming. And they're well out in front. Down the lane, Classic Motown racing up to Get Smokin'. And Classic Motown on the outside coming home better. Web Slinger from a mile back finishing well. Classic Motown's in front from Get Smokin'. Web Slinger coming on. Web Slinger a danger. Classic Motown crying out for the wire. Web Slinger's flying. Classic Motown the winner. A half to
Howard's doing a little bit of a Ollie shuffle on the bottom right of your screen right now.
They should have bet the one sooner, so I could have saved money. I mean,
right? I mean, Chris asked, did the one stumble? Yeah, he had to go swing by the window and put like 50 grand on his horse on that horse to win. I mean,
there was a lot of weight that showed up late.
That was an insane odds drop. That was nowhere from what I can see in the will pays. Stanley House also went off at 5-1, but everyone was wrong as the horse that drifted up was the number 5 Classic Motown and got the win pretty nicely. Made a huge move around the far turn there and was able to sustain it for just long enough over Web Slinger and Get Smokin'. Oddly run race oddly wagered race, I guess I could say, with a lot of odds movements as they were entering that first turn.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happening there, and I feel dumb because I like the 2 10-1 shots, and they both went off at 5-1, and the actual 10-1 shot won the race easily. So
yeah,
not easily.
Exactly.
But he did
the other Drexler wins.
Yeah. Hey, that's racing, right?
Nice call, Howard.
Thank you. I'll tell you what.
There you go, Howard.
He aren't even better than I thought, to be honest. That was a crazy move on the far turn. Wow. I mean, that was explosive. That'd be a fair description, wouldn't it? I mean, he was tons the best. Yeah, the odds were just really bizarre. We know Mikey P put at least 10 grand there at the end. We don't have to lie.
No doubt.
We know PTF's got, paying you guys really well over there. I know. No, that was really. I'll tell you, Web Sling ran a lot better than I thought he would too. He's gonna be nice next time.
He is
for sure.
He came back.
Data Man was rank and just looked uncomfortable the whole way. I was clearly wrong about him. Hope people cashed on the 5 if they got it. I'll take 9-1. Had a win bid on him, so
there you go.
That works.
I love Will and I love Grand Motion, but man, that barn is not doing
it is
too well
nice.
right now.
Yeah,
brutal.
Their barn's a little on the chilly side. All right, we'll pivot to race number 10 at Churchill Downs as we're 5 minutes away from the Grade 1 Blame Stakes. Watching an interview with Brittany Russell right now, who sends out the number 9 post time for Sheldon Russell in the saddle. You have 2-1 on Mystic Dan right now, 5-2 on Banishing, who is my top play of the day in this race, and then 3-1 on post time, 4-1 on the 6 horse, and the name is escaping me. But Mikey, we're going to start with you first and work our way back up. Who did you like in the Grade 3 Blame Stakes?
Well, I'm a little spready, and but I'm hoping that the winner comes. I used Alexander Helios just because I think that he could be up close. I like that race 2 back. Last time, not really didn't get the run of the race. Now, that was a front end type racetrack there back in February at Oaklawn. But I'm curious who gets the front here because I don't know that there are a lot of horses that want it. I don't think Mystic Dan wants it. Not sure what Hall of Fame's going to do. Post time definitely doesn't want it. Vanishing doesn't want it. So he does have a little bit of a pace edge. And right now he's 12-1. So I did use him. I did use Mystic Dan on my tickets because I think he could end up with a trip in the race. I don't know why everyone hates him so bad. I think that he's been mismanaged since the Derby. And he certainly likes this racetrack. I don't understand why they, drove 12 hours in a van to go do the Malibu. Then they showed up in the Pegasus. The last race was decent, and he's back to his favorite track. So I think he has a chance to win the race. I'll use Banishing in post time and try to get through. So I don't have a huge opinion in the race. I think it's probably one of those. I mean, it's not very creative or anything like that, but it's a tough race, and there's I think a lot of different scenarios that could play out here.
No doubt. I do think it's a very difficult race, even though we had a couple scratches out of here, like the number 7 Most Wanted, who's going to run in an allowance race tomorrow. But that being said, I mean, it's a complex race to kind of pick apart who's going to get to the lead. You mentioned the number 2, Alexander Helios, although Safi Joseph in the state of Kentucky in stakes races is 2 for 88. So just 2% there, but 25% in the money. So maybe that's the bit of an underneath kind of play, at least for me. Post time we've mentioned is very consistent. Jackson, I'll give you a second to talk about the number 3 Antiquarian for Todd Pletcher and Johnny V, who I know is on your tickets.
Yeah, I just think he's the high upside horse of this race. I liked him a lot last year. I liked him in Louisiana Derby, kind of broke through the gate, had a rough trip, and then came back and won the Peter Pan. Ran fine after that, and I liked his prep race last time too. And this is a horse that clearly wants much longer than 7 furlongs. So to come back like he did, win going 7, win the way he did, win over a horse that came back to win and improve his buyer. I just think he's a horse that's taken that step forward from 3 to 4. I mean, that was a career top going a distance that's too short for him. So he's the upside horse in here. I think he does take a big step forward in this spot. He does face a tough field in here, and that's why he's going to be a big price. But I do think he might have what it takes to stack up against these.
I like that. I like that point on Antiquarian. Some quick note that I just saw on the Twitterverse, I guess, surrounding the Met Mile is it looks like the field has come up pretty light, with only 4 probables being Fierceness, Raging Torrent, White Abario, and Just a Touch as the only 4 confirmed to go right now. So it looks like it's going to be a light field. That being said, those 4 horses in there, those are 4 Grade 1 winners, I believe, at least 3. I forget about Just a Touch if he's won a Grade 1 quite yet, but he has not, says Jackson and most people on the screen. So I mean, you clearly get the A+ players, but that field looks to be coming up a little bit light. But we'll get to that in a little bit. We'll stick with Churchill Downs. Kaylee, what are your thoughts as we're 1 minute from race number 10?
I'm going with Banishing here. I don't know. I mean, I don't think this horse is going to try hard to get the lead, or but I don't see why this horse wouldn't want the lead. I mean, he's won gate to wire. He's come from behind. This horse can really do anything. I'm not going to try to beat him here. I'm definitely going to go with the 8. Mystic Dan is going to need a really, really good trip in order to get the distance effectively and to run a good race. I just don't see him getting that here. I'm completely against the number 9 post time. I think that's a ridiculous price. But yeah, Antiquarian should honestly come picking up pieces. I'm probably going to play 8-6-3 here.
I like it. I'm not getting cute. I'm just putting a big win bet on the number 8 Banishing. That's my top play of the day. I'm just going to keep it simple. Not going to try and get any other value out of that. 5-2 on the best jockey in the world, or 2-1 now. That's more than good with me. Mm-hmm. Howard, did I already ask you for your thoughts on this race?
Nope, but that's okay. I bet post time in the Breeze Cup Mile. I don't love him in this spot. I think there's less speed, but I'm going to go with post time. It's not my strongest opinion. I do agree. Antiquarian is very interesting. If not today, down the road, I think Antiquarian has got major upside and is much faster by the time form numbers than the buyers. Just FYI.
For post time, 16 races
in the Met Mile. Why wouldn't they put him in there? I mean,
I don't know if they think he's good enough, Mike. To be honest.
He's 16 for 16 in the money. The streak is on the line again. They're just about in the gate. They just broke from the gate. Clean break for all the runners in the race. It looks like Mystic Dan showing some speed. Alexander Helios looks to be up on the front right now with Hall of Fame, and between them is the number 3. That name's escaping me. Down on the rail. Antiquarian, thank you. Down on the rail is Mystic Dan, your Kentucky Derby winner, and then to Tennessee Lamb, Banishing back in 6th, and then out the back is Post Time in 7th.
Mystic Dan is getting like the exact same trip he got in the Derby right now. Mm-hmm. Riding the rail in between. I got major PTSD right now because he cost me $50,000, but whatever. You guys know the story, at least most of it, I think.
My feed is currently loading, so I can't tell you any updates.
We got Alexander Helios on top. We got
we're back.
In second is Antiquarian Stalking, getting a beautiful trip on the inside. Is the Derby winner Mystic Dan, and Hall of Fame 3 wide. Go ahead, take it away.
Oh, yeah, we're back. And, Hall of Fame 3 wide. Mystic Dan back up against the rail. Tennessee Lamb in 5th. Banishing trying to make a move from the back of the pack along with Post Time. Mystic Dan does look loaded against the rail right now. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with. But Banishing is making a move on the far outside as they get to the top of the stretch. Right alongside, or right behind them is Post Time. Up front, it's Antiquarian on the lead. Hall of Fame looks to be sitting a good trip in second. Mystic Dan got through on the rail at his favorite track. Cut the corner. That looks awful familiar. Mystic Dan is taking the lead as they're coming for home. To that one's outside is Hall of Fame. Banishing still trying to complete this run, but Mystic Dan's gotten the lead, and he looks to be pretty comfortable. He is gone. Mystic Dan is going. They're a few hundred yards from home, maybe less than that. Post Time looks to be getting up for second. Maybe Antiquarian will be a photo, but Mystic Dan with a very reminiscent run from the Kentucky Derby, cut the corner and got up at 3
That's
to
a trip
1.
I thought he might get.
Nice.
Jackson
nice
has his
call,
hands
man.
on his head. Jackson, what happened?
How did the 3 get second?
Yeah, I have no
Like,
idea.
what?
I have no idea. The 3 was out of it and rallied and got interest late.
He ran huge. That was a hot pace. I mean,
he did.
I don't know how
Also
he
went
came
5 wide on the turn for no damn reason.
Yep. You ended up getting 3 to 1 on Mystic Dan if you liked him, and he's back to his winning ways. Someone's got to text Matthew DeSantis and tell him he's got to restart that counter. It's been over 1,000 days, and he was 6 days before Sovereignty hoped to break that streak anyway next week in the Belmont Stakes. But Mystic Dan comes back after, it's got to be, 1,300 days or something like that since the last time a Kentucky Derby winner won a race after winning the Derby. So Mystic Dan breaks that streak with a win in the Grade 3 Blame Stakes and did it in very similar fashion to how he won the Kentucky Derby. Again, hey, that was the horse. We kind of all said it before the race. We're not really on our tickets, but we're happy if we were to lose, it would be to that horse. Well, Mikey P's on it, but yeah, no, pretty awesome to see him get back to his winning ways.
First of all, congrats to Kaylee. Great call on Mystic Dan.
Oh, I didn't call him.
Oh, I thought you said he's sitting on a big. You got some
I like
intel.
vanishing.
Oh, I'm sorry. You got some intel. This is not me, being a poor sport about last year's Derby. That was an absolute dream trip of a century. I cannot wait to bet against Mystic Dan next time in a different spot. I mean, he ran well. But I mean, wow. The whole open, he just rode the rail. I mean, there's a part of me that thinks he should have drawn off and won by 4 or 5. If he's really that good, guys.
What if he draws the 3-hole in the Stephen Foster in a month? Then what? He's gonna do the exact same thing.
I'm gonna be there for Stephen Foster, and I will be against him. There's no.
You know what though? He didn't really luck into this race. I mean, he was ridden correctly.
I'm just saying he got an unbelievable trip.
He got a right trip, but that's the kind of trip he figured to get in the race. I mean, he's a real horse. He's not some kind of fluke. I mean, he's
not at all.
Well, I figured he'd save ground. I didn't think they'd swing 6 wide and he would just come up the rail and win easily. I mean, he's a good horse. I'm just saying he's a bet against for me next time. You guys can do what you want. Hall of Fame, by the way, is complete fraud. I'm done with him. Just total fraud.
He
needs Lasix. He's always needed Lasix.
All right, I'm gonna hop back in a few, but had fun talking with you guys about the races.
Thanks, Kaylee.
Really happy.
Thank you as always, Kaylee. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, bye.
By the way, Jason said he might send Banishing to the Met Mile after this race. That would be very David Jakeson to run him.
There's only 4 horses. You're going to get a check.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Antiquarian is the one you want out of that race, by the way. No,
100%.
Yes.
He gets a wide. Too. If they send, let me just give a scenario real quick. I don't mean to
do you
jeopardize my time here, but if Antiquarian gets an outside post, in the Stephen Foster, I'm very interested in him in that race. Probably, I think Sierra Leone's going there. Who else is going there? I'm not sure. But
the Stephen Foster
will go there.
A couple horses out of this race.
Antiquarian's a nice horse. I like that effort big time. Post time does not want a 1 1/8. I know he ran fine. He's a horse. He's a really nice horse. He's just not that nice.
He's a horse that needs to hang around for 2 more years and run in the one turn mile at Belmont in 2027. He'd probably win that.
That's a long way away, Jess.
That is a long way away.
Anyway, congrats all the Mystic Dan lovers. He ran great.
Absolutely. If you like Mystic Dan, you got to be happy with what you just saw.
Yeah, just got a dream trip. That's all I'm saying. But he puts himself there, Mike, right? So, Yeah.
Katie said the Acorn field is out. I just tried to look, did not see it, but I'll check back in a little bit. Katie, if you want to just at me in there, I can read off the field to everybody. Would be happy to do so. Or Jackson looks like he's looking. Let me see here. We are. Let me find out where we're at here. We're 2 minutes away from race number 4 at Santa Anita, so that's what we're going to cover next. We'll go out to our neck of the woods, Jackson, as we're going a mile. State bred optional $20,000. Non-winners of 1. Other than your favorite right now is the number 4 and the number 2. 2 is Flyover for John Sadler Freysu. Number 4, Jimmy Blue Jeans, kind of a veteran runner at this point. 7-year-old gelding, Jeff Mullins, Juan Hernandez in the saddle. Jackson, what were your thoughts here as we're on the turf course approaching the gate?
I thought there was a lot of speed in here, and I don't like the 6. I've talked about this horse many times now, that he just runs second. He probably wants to cut back. I want to try the 7 horse, Lil Richards Bello. Getting back to the turf course where he had plenty of races last summer and fall that put him right there against his group. And I feel like he's supposed to get the setup in here for, the best turf jockey in the colony, Armando Ayuso, according to some people that we know. So 9-1 in this race. I like that. I like his horse quite a bit. I think he's supposed to get a really good setup in here. We're gonna find out if he's still the same horse he was last year. But at that price, I'm willing to find out.
You and I are on the same horse in here. I had the same idea. This runner does really well from off the pace and is bound to get a good setup in here with all of this. Blinkers go on. This time, first off the claim for Francisco Rodriguez. But yeah, Armando Ayuso in the saddle, who's been riding fantastic out at Santa Anita so far. So, Mikey, did you have any thoughts on Santa Anita race 4 as we approach the gate?
I didn't look closely at this race, but I agree with Jackson. This race, there's a ton of speed. Looks like it sets up for a closer, and the 7 looks like the best closer. Third back, likes the grass. It's one open claimers. I mean, it was claimed last time, so there's a lot to like. And right now you get 9-1, so that would be. I think I would have to jump on the bandwagon there.
I like it. Yeah, I'm certainly on the bandwagon with this one. Howard, any thoughts as we're loading in the gate?
I'm quick. I'm speed handicapping. I'll go with Elegant Sway. Is that the 3? Who is Elegant Sway? What number is that? No,
that is not the 3.
It's not even the race. I'm on the wrong race.
I think you're on the wrong race.
Okay, well, they're about to go off. I don't want to.
There we go. Howard has Elegant Sway currently at 3 million to 1 to win this 4th race at Santa Anita. Jackson and I and Mikey are on the 7 for Armando Ayuso and Francisco Rodriguez. Frank Biramati is going to give us the rest of the load and the call.
Blue Jeans going in. And Chief Wild Eagle. We're in the gate. Jimmy Blue Jeans moving around. And they're off. Flyover is going out for the lead. Kanani came away well. Jimmy Blue Jeans is not far behind in 3rd, and so I'm told 4th. Brazenly in the green settles 5 lengths off the lead. Rodrigo Knows is next, followed by Chief Wild Eagle and Lil Richards Bello. Fresu and Flyover set the pace unopposed. Tracked by the favorite Jimmy Blue Jeans, who's 1.5 lengths off them. Another 2 back to Kanani by himself in 3rd, and so I'm told is 6 lengths off the lead. Then Rodrigo Knows, brazenly in the green, racing in front of Chief Wild Eagle and Lil Richards Bello. It's Flyover pursued by Jimmy Blue Jeans. The 2 top choices go past the half-mile pole. Flyover maintains the lead 1.5 lengths. Jimmy Blue Jeans 2nd. 2 more. Kanani still 3rd. He's followed by So I'm Told. Brazenly inches up outside Rodrigo Knows. At the back are Lil Richards Bello.
Like he's got horse. He's got to get out.
Yeah, he's just got to get somewhere to go.
Jimmy Blue Jeans trying to go after him now with a 1/4 mile to go. It's Flyover and Jimmy Blue Jeans squaring off 3/16 to run. Flyover just in front. Jimmy Blue Jeans trying his best. Still a half length behind, but right to him.
Fly, Ayuso.
Jeans and Flyover.
Don't get tired. Fly. He's not going to fly.
Or Jimmy Blue Jeans. Flyover has something left. Digging in. Trying to fend off Jimmy Blue Jeans. Here's the line. Photo finish.
It's a fast turf course today. I mean, it's hot. It's been hot for a few days. It's going to be some fast times.
That was very quick. I mean, the internal fractions 109, 40, sub 46.
But again, it's like Belmont in June when they would just everything would be 43, 44 the 6 furlong. It's just the fraction.
And what's hilarious is as fast as the Santa Anita turf course gets, as fast as the Belmont course gets, doesn't hold a candle to how fast that Gulfstream Park turf course gets. But that is that's race number 4 from Santa Anita. If you're looking to play the pick 6, it starts in the next race. We're going to dive into that without a doubt here in the next coming minutes. But first, we got to go, I think, out to Woodbine for race number 10, which is in 14 minutes. So actually what we'll do, because we got a couple races that'll go off on top of each other, as is the norm in horse racing. We'll talk about the final from Churchill Downs first, and then we'll throw up the feed from Woodbine to go on race number 10. Last race at Churchill Downs is going to be the something stakes. It's a grade 3. I forgot
regret.
The grade 3 regret. Thank you. Yeah, I regret not remembering that. So they're going a 1 1/8 on the turf. Your favorite is the 5 Classic Q with a big scratch of the number 7 Lush Lips. And how would you guys feel in here if I told you that the 1, the 2, the 3, the 8, and the 10 are not covered in the 20-cent jackpot pick 6, where there was really only one horse, and that was in the first leg with Durante that was, not impossible to come up with, but was
it was 30
pretty impossible.
And
Yeah, it was pretty impossible.
He was on 0 tickets.
Yeah. It seems that way because World Beater, long shot, but certainly havable. And then you had Flavien Prat, who ended up paying almost $29, but still, that's Flavien Prat on a horse that certainly made some sense. And it felt like that was the race with Hoosier Philly, where the betting in the vertical column was a little weirder than it was in the horizontals. But either way, there's a chance that we get a massive carryover again in that jackpot pick 6 into tomorrow. It's okay, Howard. I'll let you take your time there, unless that's you saying you have something to say, in which case I'll go to you. Okay, go ahead, Howard.
Fixing the D is a pool shot, 368,000.
Yes.
To the
wow.
full.
Yes. Fixing the D.
Like you said, there's 3 others that are covered, 4, 6, and 9. And the 9, the horse we talked about, Jackson, is Makia is 7 to 1 right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's
like 7 to 1 and covered in the pick 6 over a horse like Fion, who finished behind Nitrogen in her last start. So clearly, the word is out, so to speak, on the number 9 Makaya. Mikey, we'll start with you. What did you see in the grade 1 regret stakes? Obviously, scratches are going to take down the field a little bit with Lush Lips coming out of there. But what did you like about this group of runners, and what are you going to play?
So alive to catch this pick 4 to the 2, the 3, the 5, and the 9. Nice. I was on with Chris Couples earlier today. He made a lot of good points on the 9 here, especially coming back last time. He said, this horse flew down the middle and wasn't really even touched, was ridden cold in that race, going 5.5. And that was a prep. Now you stretch out here. This horse is 20 to 1 morning line and is taking action. It's covered in multis where other horses that are favored that aren't. Now you get a stretch out. I think there's a lot to like here, especially with the fact that Lush Lips is scratched in here, because that horse would have probably been even money in here, I think, given that horse's recency and that facing Nitrogen. So I think the 9 has a big chance to win this race. I've always been a Classic Q fan, but she's way overbet in this race, and she needs a clean trip. She gets around horses. She struggles. I think she likes having Lasix. That's another thing for her. So 8 to 5 seems very short to me. I have her, but I wouldn't be surprised if she would go down. And, Nick Tamaro actually made some really good points on the 3. Adadora there, 11 to 1, raced pretty well in the Edgewood late. Face Nitrogen, Lush Lips, Vixen. None of those show up in this race. That was before the rain at Churchill, too, on Oaks Day. So I think this horse fits with these horses. Maker's Barn going pretty well right now. I just think it's probably one of those horses to win it. I'd like to see the 9 win it. I mean, that's the biggest payout, and that's the one with the biggest upside for me. So let's go Brian Hernandez, a little double here to finish out this pick 4.
I like it. Yeah, that was great analysis there as you went through that for us. Classic Q, I assume you'll agree with this, is overbet because Lush Lips is out, and this is the most logical horse now that's left in the body of this field. I was hoping Lush Lips was going to stay in so I could really get that 5 to 2 on Classic Q. In here, which I think is a fair price on her. Jackson, myself, and Kaylee Shapiro were all talking about this race as we covered the late pick 5 today on Big Hoof Energy earlier in the week. I thought this horse, has to fully answer that no Lasix question here in this spot, but I thought was another Mark Cassie runner who was just kind of coming into her own as a 3-year-old, maybe a little bit late developer, as we've seen Nitrogen and Vixen kind of take a stranglehold on this female division. But I think the regret is going to prove a coming out party for Classic Q. But I do believe she's being overbet at this point, so I don't think I'll have a wager on her. I might opt to go with the number 2, who's also an A on my tickets. That's here for a good time. Jackson, I'll throw it out to you. What are your thoughts on the grade 3 regret? I can't remember if you were on Lush Lips or not.
I was kind of neutral on her. I was also kind of neutral on the 5, but I mean, the scratch and 7 really clears things up for Classic Q. She's supposed to get a really good trip in here. Not a whole lot of speed, and we know she runs at her best when she's able to do her own thing out there, whether it's on the lead or just off of it. Feels like she's probably supposed to get that trip in here. She might just be the best horse. Probably going to get creative with some exactas with her on top. I do like the 9. We've talked about the 9 for 2 hours now. And then the Rusty Arnold horse is another one that makes plenty of sense. Should be forwardly placed too. So probably 5 on top, 6 and second for the speed horse, and 9 from off the pace. And hope one of them gets up for second. I
like it. Howard, do you have a wager that you would go forward with in this race?
Well, if I may say, I had a little breaking news. Well, not breaking news. I don't know if people out there are interested in contests, but Jonathan Kitchen, who is not, JK's not won a big event in a while, I don't think, is currently in the lead right now in the Pick Your Prize going into the last race. He's at 9,400. He's got an $1,100 lead, and the next people underneath 83 are at 59 and 56. And this kind of, in that format where it's very flat and there's no reason to really make major jumps because people want to get into the BCBC or NHC. Looks like JK's got a big shot to win the Pick Your Prize, which would be pretty cool. I want to talk about Micaiah for just a second. I know you guys talked about it with Chris and in the money earlier in your morning show. You guys have the private chat. This horse can show more speed than she showed. The one in the Jasmine in the fall, she sort of got shuffled in between. Brian Duran's can do whatever he wants with the 9. I like to see her sit right off of the speed, who I'm not exactly sure who that might be. I suppose it could be the 2, but I'd like to see, if you like the 9, I think you want the 9 to be forward. Not that she can't pass horses, but there's just not a lot of speed in this race, and you don't want her to be wide. So I'm hoping the 9 is aggressive. I've chased Fiona a few times. I'm not really sure how good she is. I'll stay with Classic Q. It's not a strong opinion. I'm going to go 5-9-3. Atadora also should close and love the distance. It's not a race I love, but I'm interested in the 9. I'm not being creative because a lot of people like the 9 apparently.
Yeah, Micaiah is clearly the word is out, so to speak, on that runner as she's getting bet down. But of course, the scratches are also a reason for that. We'll pivot now to Woodbine as we're 6 minutes to post for race number 10. Mikey, I'll throw it out to you as our Woodbine specialist. What do you like here? It's our final graded stakes on this great card. JD Fox just threw in his pick, so I'll get to that after you give us who you like and maybe what your wager is as well.
Yeah, I'm on the inside too here. Dana's Beauty, I thought raced very well at Turfway last time. Interesting that she ships up here. There's been other spots she's been entered in, but she ends up here for Maker. I like the inside post. I like her speed. I do think that she will be very much forward in here and probably will be the one to catch, but hard to argue with Caitlin, her greatness. I mean, she was able to beat the boys there in the King's Plate last year. Now, my only concern is with her is the mile to 16th. I think as the races get longer, she gets much better, and this horse is laid up. So that's another issue. I'm sure that there are plenty of spots they're looking forward to this year, and this could be a stepping stone type race. So I don't know. I think you could tread lightly here. I would be on the 1 and the 2. I think that the 1 right now, 7-2, 4-1, is pretty solid on the win end. Definitely pair up exact as 1-2. I'm not too big of a fan of anything else in this race. I just think that these two are the classiest. That they're the best in this race, and they're going to be difficult to beat. I could see the 9 a little bit. She definitely likes this racetrack. 8 for 14 lifetime, likes to come from off the pace. But she's, missed time also. So we'll see what some of these comebackers do. 1-2 for me there.
I like it. My top pick in here and my best play of the Woodbine card that we've covered so far is the number 4 Literate. Currently getting 9-2, which I like for a Marty Drexler trainee. This mare by Oscar Performance last ran in the La Troyenne going a mile in the 16th. Obviously, that was the Torpedo Anna Raging Sea randomized race where Raging Sea ended up taking that. Beyer didn't come back super strong. The time form was a respectable 1:03, but 1-2 back at Gulfstream Park, a mile on the dirt. Her synthetic race has been pretty good. Yes, the figures have maybe been a touch light, but she still loves this Woodbine course as she's 4 for 4 in the exacta with 3 of those being wins. So I like this one getting back onto synthetic, third start of the form cycle to start this 5-year-old mare's career. Savachi in the saddle for C2 Racing Stable. I want to give this one a bit of a shot, and I think 9-2 is fair enough value for me. Jackson, I got to throw it out to you. Give us a story on Caitlin, her greatness.
Yeah, I got a soft spot in my heart for her. She was the one. I loved her last year in the Kings Plate. Had everything going to her. Had win money, had big doubles, had a cross country pick 5 a couple times, and cash from her biggest score ever. So she owes me absolutely nothing. She's really good. She came back in the quick QE2 and ran really well, I thought, against at Keeneland. That was a good field, and she ran fine in there. Then came back in the Maple Leaf and just missed time to move, I thought. It was a hot pace. She was wide the whole way. Moved too early, going a mile and a quarter, and just got run down late. And, that was a good effort, too. That was first start against older. Her last 3 starts, I'll put her right there. The big question is obviously the layoff, but she's just working bullet after bullet after bullet. We talked about it in the Money Show. The one on May 14th, 58-2, was a second and a half faster than the next fastest worker. I mean, they are cranking her up in the morning. So she's going quick. Is it going to translate? I don't know. I thought it was worth mentioning, though, and I'm all in on the 2 here. I can't play anyone else in the spot.
I mean, yeah, she has been working phenomenally, to say the least, with all of those. 4 of the last 5 have been bullets, and that 5th one was just second of almost 200 runners. So no, I don't hate that pick on Caitlin, her greatness. That was the first day I had actually talked to you, I believe, I must have been on StreamYard, I guess, but yeah, I was just talking to this guy, and he's like, I need Caitlin, her greatness here in this next race for the cross country pick 5, and I just scroll through the will pays and my jaw dropped, and sure enough, Caitlin, her greatness gets the job done that day. So that's when I knew I was in trouble and gonna have to be on my A game handicapping with this guy. But no, Caitlin, her greatness, yeah, you mentioned it, owes you nothing, but hope she gets the job done here for you. Howard, who do you like in race number 10 at Woodbine, as we're 2 minutes to post?
So Fashionably Fab, the 9, is just really professional. This is the other Cassie. I will give you information on Caitlin, her greatness. Cassie said she's been pulling very obviously. This is obvious based on the times. She's been very aggressive in the morning. They're trying to get her relaxed a little bit, which is slightly concerning if someone wants to go with her, but I agree. I think it's one of the Cassies here. I'm not a huge fan of Dana's Beauty, so I'm going to go I'm going to go Fashionably Fab. Just maybe she's more professional, and maybe Caitlin will need one, but maybe not. I just want to throw a horse underneath because I love that. The number 6, Ready for Shirl, is a lightly raced 4-year-old who I don't think will win this race, but I think has a good chance to, get up for maybe a third, maybe second if she really runs her race. Mainly because I don't like Dana's Beauty. I think Literate ran one huge race at Gulfstream. Other than that, hasn't done much for me. The number 7's coming off a layoff. There's a bunch of horses I really don't love here, so I'll go 9-6, hoping that Fashionably Fab is not too wide going into the first turn.
How are you a big try player? You like to play a try?
I do, not in contests, but I do. I like to find. I guess it's pretty obvious at this point. I do like to play a lot of reverse try keys. I think the value is tremendous. I don't think people played enough. I think I think, Mike, when people think about tries, they think it's so expensive. It's not if you key in one position at all. And I usually play for multiple times, so I do like playing tries, but it's not my top pick to play. No. Mm-hmm. It's a lot about construction, obviously, right?
My problem with tries, and maybe it's just my style, but the takeout's usually highest in that pool for 1, and for 2, sometimes they underpay depending on combinations. Sometimes you can get value there, and I get it. It's just not something that I focus in on, and I'd rather play supers, but I get it. And I like to hear other people's styles and things, especially whenever they do things that I don't do. So I get interested in things like that.
I'll be very honest though, Mike, I'm not big on, I don't look a lot at takeout and all that. I'm just not, it's not something I care too much about. I suppose I should care more about it. I just don't. So, if the reason to play against the try is because the takeout, you're talking to the wrong person. It's just something that I don't play. My volume isn't big enough. I don't play it up during the week for me to quibble over, losing $1.20 on a try. I just
understand.
Howard, I will say this to that point is I wouldn't say I look at takeout a whole lot. Obviously, there's the few sequences that where takeout is really going to get you. In the 20-cent pick 6, I think would be one worth mentioning in terms of you're losing a lot of your value there. But if I like a bet, whether it's an exacta, a win bet, a super, I'm not going to let takeout stop me from playing it. I'm going to just try and press that up and get a winner. But I'm with you to some extent on that. But let's let Robert Geller, call us in the Belmont Grade 3 Stakes.
And they're off. And bubbling the break was 45.70. Invest into Stride is 4 flying and is flying. Going out very handsomely in front. Shows the way from Dana's Beauty the inside. Caitlin, Her Greatness comes up well on the inside to share third with Fashionably Fab. Literate in the center. On the outside, Kins Concerto as they take the turn out the stretch and gaining up the rails 45.70 to go into the thick of the pack. A length away last, Ready for Show, and they're tightly bunched up. Only 4.5 covers them. Dana's Beauty not letting 4 flying rest in front, and they share the lead for flying on the inside. They're out by 2.5 to Caitlin. Her Greatness lands with a dream position in third. A length and a half away is Fashionably Fab, and 45.70 is over on the inside. In the meantime, Ready for Show circling them is coming forward. At this point, or second last, I should say, on the inside, Little Gritters at the back, and Kins Concerto taking off. But the leader on the inside for flying is pressed by Dana's Beauty, and making good ground is Fashionably Fab and Kins Concerto, and 45.70. They swarm after this leader. Caitlin, Her Greatness, is sitting pretty in third, and last of all, Literate with Ready for Show as they bunch up. Out in front is for flying from Dana's Beauty and Caitlin, Her Greatness. Kins Concerto, a wide trip coming. And over on the inside, 45.70. Ready for Show, the center, as Fashionably Fab got back in the field. In the lead for flying from Dana's Beauty, Kins Concerto. But here comes Caitlin, and she's off and running. And Caitlin, Her Greatness, has raced to the front. Caitlin, Her Greatness, sees daylight and goes right on by. For flying in second, Ready for Show coming into third, and down the outside Literate, but now crossing to the rail, and Caitlin, Her Greatness, is racing away in the Belmont Stakes, and she is powering away. A magnificent winner, Rafael Hernandez. Caitlin, Her Greatness, much left, 1 by 5 for flying second. Ready for.
She's good.
Wow, she's a good horse. That was a very strong comeback race.
2-1 is wow.
Yeah. 2-1 was an absolute gift there. That was an incredible performance.
Weirdly, roughly run race.
Off the bench.
How about the round and 3 there? That was brutal. Oh, man.
Yeah, rushed up at the half-mile pole for no reason.
Well, jumped at the start, rushed up. I mean, just brutal. Brutal ride.
It was. We are
six
one.
Got third. Too bad I didn't play that one in my try.
That's all right.
It's actually
we are.
That was a weird race and weird. That's what you got to watch those trips.
Yeah.
This too is. Where do you go with her, Jackson, long term here? Just keep her in Canada? I mean,
I don't know, because there's not like there's a super prestigious program for older mares on the synthetic out there. It's gonna be interesting what they do with her. Maybe they try the turf again and try to come to the States. I don't know.
Long, I say. Go long.
Keep her long for sure, right?
No, I mean really long.
I wouldn't mind seeing her in some of the New York.
Like Delaware handicap.
I wouldn't mind seeing her some.
Good.
Oh, sorry. I wouldn't mind seeing her in like the not the Wonder Against for 3-year-olds. I like in some of those long distance turf races in New York. Why not put her on the lead and see what she can do? Right? I mean,
I don't hate it. I mean, she's clearly better than those horses at least. I don't know what else is coming up for the rest of the year, but we'll see. I'm curious to see what the number comes back.
I mean, I think they need to think big. This is my issue. I don't know how you guys feel with some trainers. I won't mention who, and connections. Like, this is a really talented horse. Let her travel. Take her down to New York. Challenge this horse. Don't win these $150,000 older filly mare races in Canada. I mean, let her spread her wings a little bit. I mean, it's just a pet peeve of mine. Just had to get that off my chest.
That's very fair. They're loading into the gate at Churchill Downs. Ninth race starting. What?
Sorry, so wrap it up. Same trainer as Myra, so I won't be surprised if they be very aggressive with her.
Moira, yeah.
Moira, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
Loading into the gate.
I don't think I can get a bet in here, but good luck if you.
You might have a little bit of time. They're loading into the gates. A couple horses left to load for the Grade 3 Regret Stakes. Going a mile and an eighth to end the day on a wonderful Churchill Downs program. Pick fives are probably pretty healthy. They're out of the gate now. Pretty clean break. It looks like Classic Q. No, sorry. Fixing to Be got squeezed out of the gate. The number 1 is up on the lead. That's Jalila for our guy Raylu Gutierrez. Classic Q pushing up to the outside in second. Then back to a line of 3 horses. Here for a Good Time. Totally Justified. Makaya now takes back to likely get up against the rail. Classic Q is going to take the lead for the first time by the finish line. Jalila in second. Number 6, Totally Justified in third. Then back to Here for a Good Time back in fourth. In fifth is Micaiah, then the number 3, Ateradora, for Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana, then out to the number 10, Golden Sunshine, then Fixin' to Be, and out the back is the number 8, Fionn, for Brad Cox, Florent Giroux. Up top at 3-2, it's Classic Q, 22.90 for the opening quarter, then back to Jalila and Totally Justified second and third, then back to another pair of Totally Justified, or of Here for a Good Time and Micaiah. Then back again against the rail, Ateradora still hugging the rail there. Then 4, Fixin' to Be, out the back is still Fionn. Up top through a half in 46.75 is Classic Q, doing it all her own way. Then back to Totally Justified in second at 4-1. Back in third is Here for a Good Time. Against the rail, dropping back is Jalila.
Nine's not good.
9, yeah. The 9 Micaiah seems to have thrown in the towel. They're in the stretch now. It's Classic Q and Totally Justified going 1-2. Totally Justified is taking the lead Here for a Good Time up to this one's outside. They're coming down. Fionn putting in a huge late rally that looks like the winning move if she can keep it going. Fionn is sweeping by them all. It's going to be Fionn, Totally Justified, and Here for a Good Time across the line. With the number 3, Ateradora, in fourth. Classic Q faded out of that one to finish sixth, maybe. 8 takes us home in the last race at Churchill Downs.
I needed that 6 bad for the Churchill contest. Damn.
Yeah, you did like Totally Justified, didn't you?
Yeah, it would have got me to the. Well, I would have been in first. It depends what everyone else did, but I would have gotten first.
That's too bad. Micaiah was awful, by the way. Don't know why, but she was awful. We gotta call it out. When we're right, we're right. When we gotta say when we're wrong, I'll say I'm wrong at least.
Well, those are the ones that pissed me off the most because we didn't even find out anything. Like that's clearly not the same horse that ran 3 weeks ago. No question. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I have to bet her again to find out.
Well, just wrong and fast. She didn't run. I mean, neither did Classic Q, by the way.
Yep, yeah. Classic Q didn't run a step. I think safe to say she failed that Lasix test.
Yeah, that's the thing. She needed it.
Was that good for you, Mike? I'm trying to remember. Was that good for you, Mike, or no?
No 8 for me. No.
Oh, sorry, man.
Damn.
Yeah.
That also carries over the pick 6 entirely. Is no winning tickets in the jackpot pick 6 into tomorrow's card at Churchill. That is a pretty big carryover, upwards of 300,000, I believe.
Well, those are jackpots, right?
They are jackpots. Yes.
Yeah.
So jackpot carryover. As there were no single winning tickets.
No
today.
jackpots. We no play jackpots.
Yeah, we don't.
I found Churchill to be a little strange today with some of the rides and some of the trips, and
jackpot wins again.
Says, a lot of nice horses.
Says Chris Couples. Jackson, I'm gonna let you take the way here as I'm gonna run for just a quick minute. Got you, Mike. Jackson, take it away. We are 4 minutes to post for race number 5 at Santa Anita, the start of the pick 6 carryover. You can see the new money in the pool, over $150,000 now, making the pool close to 200.
Yep. Do either of you guys need to go? I know we've kept you longer than we already said, but don't want to force your guys to stay here if you got to go.
I'm leaving in a little bit, but I just want to mention that Mr. Jonathan Kinchin has won the Pick Your Prize.
Wow, good for him.
With 9,232. Congratulations to JK. That's a big number when you start with 1,000, especially. Yeah. I mean, normally it's not a big number, but in this contest, if you're familiar with it, you don't really need that big a number. But congrats to JK who gets first place. So that's pretty cool for him.
Yeah, first place gets a lot. I know you get a lot of cash. You get BCBC and NHC, I believe.
Yeah.
So
well, you got a choice of 2. I mean, you get 2 picks. So there's a lot. He's got a lot of options.
I don't think it's going to be an NHC, but
I don't think so either. I do not believe so.
Be surprised.
He's a really good tournament player, though. I mean, he can really.
Yes, he is. He hasn't won one in a while. He's not playing as much because of life gets in the way. He's not playing as much as he used to. But very cool feather in the cap for in the money and obviously for him. So beat 300 and some players. They're 326, I think today. So very cool for him.
Pretty good.
I'm guessing there's going to be Jackson and Mike. I'm guessing there'll be a little show about that coming up next week. Just a guess.
Yeah, if you have I would bet that Pete's already scheduled it.
I'm sure it is.
It's already in the calendar. So. All right. Well, y'all mentioned you don't like the jackpot pick 6s, but what about this? What about this $2 pick 6 at Santa Anita? Y'all ever play these? And we also have a carryover today. So has anyone been looking at it? Anyone playing, participating?
I am not. I was way too busy with contests today. It's going to sound like I don't bet West Coast. I absolutely do. We have shows about West Coast racing, and I like the West Coast, but no, I did not have time to look at it. It was not my main focus today. I just hope it carries over again so I can play tomorrow.
There you go.
But if someone's got a ticket for me, I've got my betting app. I still got a little money left.
Yeah, I thought it was. I mean, I kind of glanced. I don't know if you looked, Mikey, but I thought this first race was pretty tough. The one horse I was drawn to was the one that you can see on the screen just scratched. So I don't know what I would do here now.
Yeah, I did look at the card. I mentioned to you earlier. I did think that it's probably a pick 5 though, right? Because Nysos is going to be what 1-50 in the race that he's in. So I think it's going to be difficult for him to lose. But there's a couple of turf races in there that are, I do think, fairly wide open. And there's going to be some prices in some of these other spots. So I do think it's worth playing if you can find some separators in those turf races, especially that 8th race. That's a 6 furlong sprint there where a lot of the horses come out of that same race on May the 3rd at Santa Anita. And I just do not like that race. And the 3, the 4, the 5 come out of that race, and just none of them really did anything for me there. I was interested in the 6, Uptown Sweetheart, coming back, raced last year in a main special at Del Mar, faced Thought Process. I mean, you know how good that horse turned out to be. This horse kind of sat, was ridden cold, and ran on to be 3rd in there. Now you get Lasix, you get a drop, you get Kimura, you get a field that really were falling down last time. If this horse has any improvement whatsoever, and you get 6-1 morning line, I think that the horse will take some money. So I would be interested in that one. And I know Chris Couples mentioned the 9 Strawberry Tizzy, 30-1 morning lines. Anytime somebody mentions a 30-1 shot, you should pay attention. And he just liked the gate work that this horse showed last time. And you know, in a race that really lacks a lot of speed. And if you don't like that previous race that most of them come out of, it's taking a flyer on a first timer, I think, is not a bad move. So that would be a race that I'd probably be interested in, race 8 at Santa Anita today.
He likes.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all, especially in a race like that. You mentioned I'm just looking through it. There's no speed whatsoever outside of Frog, who hasn't really proven she can hang around yet. So I don't hate that at all. 30-1, throw in.
Is
there.
that the 8 that he liked? Is that what you said?
The 9. The 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
First timer for Sean McCarthy, who he's capable of winning first time out. He's 30-1 too. Jackson, pick a horse here in the 5th. Man, Chris, my horse just scratched. Hang on, give me 1 second.
The 3. He's going to wire the field. It's an awful race.
The 3?
Yeah. 3's going to wire the field. In a final time of 1:41.2. Don't laugh. That's
no, you're probably right.
It's going to be around there. It's going to be about that.
It's Kendrick on a horse that's 30 points faster than everyone else based on early pace figures. I mean, that horse.
Oh, it's Kendrick, right? Even better.
Yeah.
Congrats to Kendrick for getting the George Wolf Award.
Yeah. Very cool. He gave a great interview yesterday on FanDuel. It was good. I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
So glad he's hanging out for the weekend. We might as well. There's no NYRABet racing until when is it? When?
He's
Wednesday?
a really good rider.
Well, that's why he's out really there, because the George Wolf Award. So
right.
What do you like in race 9, guys? Do you have an opinion there?
Let's see. I did look at this race. Let me look. I know Chris likes the 3. I mean, the 4 is a Mullins claim, that now gets protected. I mean, that would be, a horse that I'm always interested in horses like that.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd be the 3. I mean, he's again super loose in that spot. There's no other speed horses in there. He's supposed to be in the front, and he should be tough to beat as long as he comes out of the gate.
Okay.
Didn't we have this horse last time for some reason?
Probably.
Did you appear in the last race, Jackson? You guys did.
I have not looked at the last race. It's the one I'm looking at it right now. I'm speed capping.
No.
Actually, no. Sorry, I don't.
I think Kaylee said the 2.
Quick Brown.
Oh, she liked the 2 in the last.
Someone said the 2. I think it was Kaylee. Quick Brown Fox for Mandela.
All right.
Or maybe it was Shane. It might have been Shane.
That's a good look there, actually. I think that's a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, the one turf race was damn good. And then they just pitched her too tough last time back on the dirt, but she's taking money every single start.
I'd be curious to take notes, though, when you see, like, you get a Pratt off, and then the horse's next race after Pratt rode and won, or Pratt rode well, and now he's not on anymore. A lot of those horses go backwards. He moves horses up so much that's something that you have to pay attention to also.
Agreed.
No doubt. We just saw what he did to Royal Spa earlier today, moving that horse up a bunch. And Frank Mirmati's going to take us the rest of the way.
Out and takes the lead. The Gypsy Cowboy up close. Here's Jumper Cables in Power Play. And just behind them, Honor the Cat. He's keen too. At the back of the field by himself is Mongolian Gold. Rounding the first turn, and it's Toppers at Seaside. Leading the way by a length and a half. Power Play in second. Another length and a half to the pair of the Gypsy Cowboy and Jumper Cables. 3 lengths clear of Honor the Cat and Mongolian Gold.
I didn't see the 7 being.
They straighten away for the run down the backstretch. Toppers at Seaside, hounded by Power Play. Neither one doing each other a favor. 4 lengths back to Jumper Cables, joined at the rail by the Gypsy Cowboy, who takes third. 3 more, Honor the Cat. 8 or 9 to Mongolian Gold. Into the far turn, Toppers at Seaside has had a slender lead throughout over Power Play. That lead increases to almost a length now. 3 lengths more, the Gypsy Cowboy called on, responding, closing some ground now, about to take second. Jumper Cables has tailed off. And then it's Honor the Cat, 4 clear of Mongolian Gold. They pass the quarter pole and turn for home. Toppers at Seaside. The Gypsy Cowboy represents a fresh and serious threat at the 8th pole. Toppers at Seaside and the Gypsy Cowboy. The Gypsy Cowboy hits the front coming to the 16th pole. Toppers at Seaside is back to second and Power Play is third. The Gypsy Cowboy wins it by 2.
Fast for that level. I mean, I didn't see that opening that half to 46 and change.
I didn't either. I did not see the 7. I did not see the 7 Power Play.
But I mean, I have no idea.
Clearly showed some new speed there, stretching out on dirt there. Yeah, I mean, hey, number 1, Gypsy Cowboy at 2-1 kicks off the pick 6. Didn't see the total amount of new money in there, but man, that was something. I did throw in a very light $24 pick 6, but I was single to Kendrick Carmouche there, so that did not go well. But
ran a winning race, Jackson.
Yeah,
he was good.
Yeah, certainly ran a winning race, but just didn't end up getting the dub. An 0 for 10 maiden ended up knocking that one off. And hey, that'll happen in these bottom level maiden races. We'll put up the feed for our finale out at Woodbine. And again, Mikey, can't thank you enough. Howard, can't thank you guys enough for joining us and spending some of your Saturday with us. If you guys do have to head out, please just let us know. We won't be offended. You've given us more than enough of your time today.
I probably will jet now, but I do appreciate you guys very much. And Howard, really cool to be on with you. I certainly have listened to your show and been a fan of yours. Always, follow your stuff. And so I appreciate the stuff you do for ITM too. So really cool to meet you. And you know where to find me. If you don't, Jackson does.
Okay. Actually, I don't really, but I'll talk to Jackson. So we'll get you on, Mike. Thank you. Appreciate the kind words. Ditto.
Mikey, thanks so much again, man.
See you guys.
Thanks, Mikey.
Take care, Mike. I'll stick around for last race, though, Ryan. Or this last race.
Sweet. Cool. All right. Howard, we'll start with you then. Take us through race number 11, 13 minutes to post at Woodbine.
Tough race. Tough day. I don't know about anyone else out there, but I hope everyone absolutely crushed it. I did not today. Had some decent opinions, but in general, bad day for me. But let's see if we can end with a winner. I have a horse that I'm a little bit interested in that could win or finish. How many are in this race? 13. Could finish a strong fading 10th also. Very possible. I'm a little bit interested in the 12 here, guys. The 12, I need to get up on my screen. Has some tactical speed. I remember that very well. Has faced some pretty good horses also. Sorry, I'm delaying here. That would be Sweet Surrender, guys. Used to be trained by Mott, now Rachel Halden. Look, I don't know about the distance, but I don't think there's a lot of speed in here. The works are good for this filly, and she faced Solo d'Oro, dropped the Hammer's a nice horse. I mean, she faced some pretty salty Gulfstream turf horses in the middle of their championship meet when it was good. Into I won't say the fractions were blazing, but just this field is just reaching out for someone that is not local, in my opinion. And if Patrick Husbands can get Sweet Surrender into a decent spot early, maybe she's just getting better and has more stamina as she gets older. This 9 at 2-1, guys, who's 0 for 8. I know this is second off the layoff, but man, this Serenading Kitten just looks slow. I want no part of this horse on the win end at 2-1 at all. So I'm going to take a little bit of flyer with number 12, Sweet Surrender, hoping that she's aggressive early and they gets close to the front and slows it down. There's a lot of horses I just don't love in here at all.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I'm not going to talk you off of the 12 Sweet Surrender. Jackson, the number 9, Howard mentioned, is our current favorite at 5-2 now, Serenading Kitten. Are you with or against this horse? And if you're against, who are you going with?
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like a horse was probably supposed to be against, right? I mean, she's 0 for 8 now. She's had plenty of chances. She's been, short price in a few of those starts too. Yeah, I've been trying to beat her. I'm alive to a couple nice doubles here. One of them is to the 5, Mo Argento. Kind of the fresh face in here. Been sprinting a couple times. Howard mentioned the lack of speed. She's one that's pretty quick.
My second choice, by the way, Jackson.
Yeah, I like her in this spot. She took a lot of money at Colonial against Keepsake, who's a decent horse for Brad Cox. Showed some speed and faded. Yep. Then came back to Woodbine and wasn't as quick from the rail that day and just kind of ran in place. Just seems like a horse that's going to really appreciate the stretch out. I think she's going to be forward. She's the fresh face at 1 here because a lot of these horses have been taking turns beating each other. So I'm alive to her. I'm also alive to the 10, Nikki Is a Breeze, big bomber towards the outside, who was basically right there with the 9 and the 1 a couple of different times. Yep. And she's 10 times the price in this spot. And she's another one that I thought had a useful prep. Her 2 best races by far were 2 turns around this track, trying to close into some slower paces. So I don't hate that horse at all either. I think 25-1 is kind of a crazy price in her. Looking at the wheel pace, she might come down a decent amount, but she's still going to be a pretty big price in here. So I'm alive to a speed horse in the 5 and come from behind her in the 10. And it's a wide open race. I mean, you really could make a decent case for just about anyone in here. So, but those are the 2 I like.
It really is a wide open race. I like your case on the 5. That is one I want to include in my tickets without a doubt. My top pick was the number 13, Miami. Mark Casse, Savacci, Gary Barber team up on this War of Will filly. And War of Will and Mark Casse teaming up, particularly in the Gary Barber Silks, is how I made a lot of my money at Woodbine last year, which wasn't a lot, but it was some. But I was just betting those first-time starters by War of Will every chance I got. So I'll give this one a chance. Second off the bench, sprint to route for this War of Will 3-year-old now. And, maybe can get the job done here. Obviously has to overcome the wide post, but lost to a next out winner as the favorite in her 2025 debut back on May 4th. So I'll give this one a chance stretching out. My long shot in here is the 11, Mia Matoli, obviously out of Matoli, or by Matoli, I should say, but second off the bench as well to start this season. Came back in a very respectable race, finished a nice 3rd. The buyer was a 58, time form an 86, made a bit of a middle move into a slow pace. So I think she can build on that. She's a 4-year-old now. Jackson, at what point is the 3-year-olds versus olders not a handicapping angle for you? Because we're getting towards the middle of the year now.
It's always a factor, at least. It becomes less and less one as we get deeper in the year, but it does matter. I mean, it's a big difference. It's not quite as severe as it was back in, there were some turfly races back in February, which is ridiculous that these horses are competing against each other, but it kind of just depends. Like you said, the deeper you get in the year, the less it matters. And a lot of these horses have run plenty of figures, so you can kind of compare them that way. So
yeah, you can. I like that. I'll take Mia Matoli here as a bit of a long shot. You like Nikki Is a Breeze, the number 10. Howard is on the 12. I'm not sure what bet I want yet, but I like your point on the number 5, Mo Argento. I don't know how well those Colonial races have really come back. That was kind of an odd, just kind of like 3-day race meet, and it's tough to make the buyer speed figures and everything, but you did bring up a good point where Keepsake is a nice horse for the Brad Cox barn. So certainly warrants some respect. Only 5 lengths behind, then trade by Peter Urton. Now in the barn of Kevin Attard, took a reasonable move. I don't know if you want to say move forward, but certainly didn't regress off that debut effort, and now gets to go long. And Kevin Attard has really strong numbers with that. Motown 13% with the synthetic routers, so can certainly handle it. This is certainly one I'll give a strong look to. Sounds like we're all against the number 9, Serenading Kitten, So much like earlier in the show, we were all against the 5 horse whose name is escaping me, but we put Megalodon. We're all against Megalodon. We put Megalodon right in the winner's circle. Hopefully we don't do the same here. But Katie in the chat, the HHH podcast takes over everything. That's right. We're worldwide. We're on every company. We take over everything we get to.
Speaking of Howard, plug while that's on topic. Plug for the next week. I know we got a lot going on.
We do. Thanks, guys. You'll be a part of it, obviously. We've got a lot of shows coming up. We got shows Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We have our show, Great Race Plays for Santa Anita, but we've got, let me look at my calendar right now. So Monday, you guys are going to be on talking about a New York Bred Showcase Day for next Wednesday, 6th New York Bred Stakes, including my beloved Gem Min 10, who's in a very tough spot for a Delphi, who I have a small ownership piece of, but in a tough spot. Tuesday, we've got 2 taped shows, one for Saratoga Thursday. Actually, 2 taped shows, one for Saratoga Thursday, and the sorry, I almost said recap, a preview of the Belmont Stakes, just that race. And we have a live show talking about the Friday stakes. And then Wednesday, we'll talk about Big Belmont Stakes Day live. And then we also have a tape show for the undercard. Well, I think there's 9 stakes on next Saturday. I believe 5 grade 1s. It's basically a mini BCBC. It's or mini Breeders' Cup. Sorry. Yeah. It's an awesome day of racing, and we got you covered like a glove here on the HHH Racing Podcast next week. Check us out.
Hell yeah, great promo. Speaking of promos, no better time than right now to mention to head on over to NYRABets as new customers can use promo code BWB. That's betting with the boys. BWB 200 to earn up to a $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime over at NYRABets. That's NYRABets.com/BWB 200. They sent us a cool movie clip. However, I have not been able to convert that over to an MP4. So I will do my best to have that ready for us for next week, as it is Belmont Stakes. And I have quite the interesting week coming up for myself. If I can just hog the mic for a second. I'm flying. Obviously, we have our show on Monday covering the excellent New York Bred Showcase Day. And ignore that. We're not wrapping up the show just yet. We have our show Monday, as Howard just mentioned, covering the New York Bred Showcase Day. And then Tuesday, I hop on a flight and I fly out to Saratoga. I'm going to be in Saratoga Tuesday through Friday. And then I fly back Friday night so I can golf in the morning for a friend's birthday that they wanted to do. And then we hit it with the Saturday show, Belmont Stakes edition, which we are going to be loaded up and geared up for. We're going to have tons of guests. Howard, I think, will be on the show. Matt Miller will be on the show. PTF will be on the show. Frank Scattoni will be on the show. We are going to have it locked and loaded. We're going to have all the firepower out, in addition to your 3 mainstays, myself, Jackson, Kaylee Shapiro, as the ABR Saturday show, sponsored by NYRABets, rolls on in week number 5, I believe. I may have lost count by this point, but either way, we're excited to team up with them. But to get back to Woodbine race number 11, we're 3 minutes to post as we conclude the day out of an excellent Saturday card. Jackson, shout out to you for recommending that we cover this. I had no idea that Woodbine was already on the grass running Graded Stakes company. They really snuck that into the racing schedule there. They
picked a good week for it.
But they picked a perfect week for it. This is the week everybody's dying out to play something. And, you had Churchill Downs with a nice Graded Stakes card. You have Woodbine with their excellent card. And they're going to wrap it up here with a nice maiden special weight race that is fairly wide open. Could go to anybody. Your favorite is still the number 9, getting bet like a sure thing at 2-1. That is Serenading Kitten by Seattle Serenade out of a Kitten's Joy mare. Could certainly win here second off the bench, but we're all leaning elsewhere. So again, probably putting this horse right in the winner's circle. But 2 minutes to post here. Jackson, what's your wager to get us out on this Woodbine card?
Yeah, I'm already live with those 2 doubles, both paying about $800. So be very happy if they can win. Yeah, $10 and $20 double with Caitlin. So hopefully get that.
There we go.
The 7 is taking some interesting money in these will pays. I mean, she's very clearly favored over the 9 and the pick 4. She's very clear second choice in the pick 4. I think that's interesting. Pick 3, not quite as much, but I mean, she's still favored over the 9 again. She's right there with the 12, with the 13. The 7 scares me a little bit. First time starter for a very red hot barn. And as another fresh face, and Howard kind of touched on it. We kind of want a fresh face in this race, and she's one of them. 4-year-old first timer. Barn can win with this move, so I think that it's going to be my hedge. Little 7 over, little tiny one bit on the 7, and 7 over the 5 and the 10, who I also like as well.
I like that a lot. Howard, take it away with your wager to get us out on this Saturday card.
This is desperate times call for desperate measures, boys. I'm playing the 5 and 12 of a reverse tri-key with both horses. So I basically the 5 or 12 to come first in the money. I need either one of them to be in the money and then hope to be right on top. I'm using the 4, the 9, and a little bit of and the 10 and the 13 basically on top with a lot of with 5, 12, mixed in there. I don't want to go through my entire bet, but basically I need the 5 or 12 to get in the money, and then see if I can get lucky and maybe hit a try to recover here. I do also want to mention, guys, if you don't mind, I talked about this on the show. I just want to publicly on ABI here send on my condolences to the Clement family. I had the pleasure of meeting Christoph several times down at Payson and also at the backstretch of Saratoga. To say that I was friends of him or knew him well would not really be fair, but he always gave me a time, especially to talk about the Adelphi horses, because he did train some of the horses that I have pieces of, and just a really genuine, nice guy. It's a huge loss. And as I said on X, I'll just finish by saying he will always be a Hall of Famer trainer and person, no matter what the Hall of Fame committee says. So Miguel's going to do a great job, of course, but just condolences to the family, and the Clement name will continue on.
Yeah, well put there. Obviously, racing was better with Christophe Clement in here. He will be sorely missed, but his legacy and his horses run on through his son Miguel. That was obviously very tragic news, but he kept a smile on his face all the way through. You could never even tell he was having any kind of struggles out of the way. Outside of racing, he always was smiling positive, and he gave an interview to Maggie Wolfendale, and she posted it on X the other day. That was him saying, "No, these interactions are the best medicine." So I think that's a good way to kind of encapsulate who Christophe Clement was. But excellent point there, Howard, and we'll wrap it up at Woodbine with race number 11 as Jackson is alive to a couple nice doubles. I'm just going to play the 11 across the board, and Howard is playing every reverse tri-key imaginable. So we will get out of here with Robert Geller with the call for the nightcap at Woodbine.
Slight exaggeration.
Out for a rip coming up.
Good luck, Jackson.
Secured and now
Thank
has
you.
been
Get this double home.
Serenading Kitten
sir,
is
Jackson.
next.
What do you got again? 5 and who else?
The 10s.
Nikki
Wow.
is a breeze.
Okay.
Get the 10 home, brother.
I'll
Okay, number 10.
They're
take
paying
a
the same,
10.
so-
I'll
Yeah,
take a
wide
10, 12, almost anyone. How
Monto,
about
Sweet
that?
Surrender.
I'll be happy with that.
And also to come, my Emmy, and they'll be on their way. We have Mia Matoli side on to the gate. Down to 6-1 now. Quality Presence now 5s has come from 7s down to 5-1. 7-1 to Orem, 7-1 Mo Argento. And the first time starter Sultana at 8-1. Mia Matoli has gone in. Now it is the turn of Sweet Surrender. And to the outside gate, Sahin Savachi with My Emmy. Elisa Mare's final race of the day, and they're all in and locked up. They're off. And a very nice start, although Sultana was bobbling about in between runners at the back and going out well, work out of fair, showing speed, quality, presence. And on their outside, Mo Argento out for a rip. And the widest, Serenading Kitten. De Orem has a good spot behind the main flight early. Mia Matoli the center. The inside is Nashian as they take the turn. Nikki is a breeze the wider. And coming up the rail quite nicely is Starship Serenity to mid-pack. Trying to find room, got shuffled back again. Back second last, Sweet Serenade, and fighting the rider at the back is My Emmy. Racing in front is Work Out of Fair into the backstretch by 3/4. In second, Quality Presence up on the outside, going up to tackle them is Serenading Kitten. Over on the inside, De Orem's had the run of the race. Then Mo Argento, 3 wide out for a rip. A length away is Nashian coming up on the inside of Mia Matoli. And in behind them is Sweet Serenade, joining in well from mid-pack for Patrick Husbands. On the inside, Starship Serenity got back. And in behind them is, at this stage, second last, Sultana. And at the back is My Emmy. Nikki is a breezes towards the tail. But as they come down towards the 3/8 in front, Work Out a Fair, Quality Presence and Serenading Kitten. To Orem waiting in the wings, and Sweet Serenade closing on the pack. Out for Rippers next from Mo Argento. Coming home well now is Nikki as a breeze around the outside. And behind them, Mia Matoli. Going for broke here is Work Out a Fair. Ryan Munger gets away. Sweet Serenade coasts up to second. De Orem's in the clear. And down the outside, Sultana's come from nowhere. Sultana, what a run. First time starter, inhaling the field. And Sultana has gone on by. Race past both Sweet Serenade and Work Out a Fair.
Wow.
And down the outside, Starship
I don't
Serenity.
think I have a
Sultana
7
in
on
front
top,
for
guys.
Sweet Serenade. And
Come over
Sultana
in the
coming
12.
down to win. And this is a brilliant first out performance. Sultana by a length to Sweet
I
Serenade.
don't know if I have the 7 on top. I don't think I do. Gosh darn it. Where's the speed from the 7 didn't even break. That is a monster. I don't think I have the 7 on top. I'm pretty for sure I don't. I mean, the 7 had a lot of trouble to start, guys. The 12
that race, I mean,
wow, the 12 was bet down to 9-2.
9-2. Yeah,
Jeez.
9-2. Welcome to racing. Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, not Howard Jackson. You kind of mentioned it. The 9, by the way, went off as your 4-1 favorite. So no one really knew what to do from a betting perspective there. But that being said, very interesting run race. And Jackson, you mentioned the first time starter that ended up winning was taking some kind of sneaky money there in the betting windows, and it ended up being one of those races where I don't think he won. I mean, he didn't break well and still managed to win. So I think he's definitely a talented horse, but it was also a matter of, I don't think any of those horses really want to finish off a race. And I'll drink. I've had plenty of these wonderful Pizza Port California honeys today. Highly recommend them.
Always dreaming filly cost $50,000 at OBS. Boy, she was tons the best. Wow, what a run that was.
A little bit of both there. She's definitely talented, but that was not the greatest field either. But that was
but the way she did it, I mean, holy cow.
Yeah.
I'm proud of my pick on the 12. I mean, if she was 9-2, I wouldn't have touched her, and she didn't break rate. That was a really nice ride by Patrick Husbands, guys. Because if you don't break rate and you're like more speed, you just like sort of let the horse just get into the race. And if it wasn't for a ridiculous, freaky first time starter, would have had a nice try there, but not.
But not.
Sorry, Jackson. Out of the 5, what happened to the 5? Just didn't show the speed. I don't know.
And just never was up there. 10-minute little move. I made a little bit of money. I did have a hedge on that 7, so can't complain too much.
All right,
smart man. Hey, that's how you.
I wish I had the 7 on top. There's only so many horses you can put on top in a try.
Yeah.
Even though it's 20 cents, that's the thing people like to spread in these 20-cent bets when you really shouldn't. You're losing your value. Who came in third? The 2?
Yes, the 2. 2 held on there.
I don't know what it should pay well anyway. It's 7 over 9-2 over 8, but it's a wide open field. It's gonna pay, but you were right about you saw the 7 on the board. Wow.
Interesting end of the day there, Woodbine.
Very interesting.
Very interesting end of the day.
Do I keep my streak as the Woodbine Nightcap King? Since I technically cashed a little bit on that one, but it wasn't.
Okay, all right. You did a move. You did a move like somebody who you'll know who you basically took so many horses in the race, and now you're just taking the.
Well, to be
you
fair,
did have money on it though.
I took a 7-1 shot, a 12-1 shot, and a 35-1 shot. It wasn't I wasn't Noah Maher picking the 3 favorites, you know.
That's
guys, not that anyone really feels bad for me at all, but if that 5 had held on in the turf race, the second leg, I would have had the pick 5.
What did that end up paying?
Well, there's a 70-1 shot in there, so obviously it's going to pay a zillion times more than I would have had it for. But still,
okay.
It was 6-5 over 70, over 9, over 2, over 7. It's going to pay pretty well, I'm guessing. Let me see here.
That is pretty good.
I probably would have gotten close to $1,000, I would think, with the 9-1 and then that horse. And let's see, the will pay. Let's see, the pick 5 to the 7. I'm having issues with my phone. It's just been one of these days. You know, one of those days where like Murphy's Law, just everything goes wrong.
Real quick, while we're talking about a good old
15 grand, gentlemen.
Nice.
Wow.
15-8. So if you do the math, what was that 5? Was that 5 like 8-1 in the race I lost?
I believe
right?
so. I believe
okay,
so.
So
yes.
that's an $18 horse versus a 150. So divide by 6 or 7. So yeah, would have paid like 1,500 probably, somewhere around there, 1,200. Oh well.
I like it. We have one more guest waiting in the wings. He's a bit of a late addition and also eligible, if you will. And he has just become eligible actually as of January of this year to participate in the drinking side of things. But it's our guy Noah Maher. It's a full HHH takeover. What's up, man?
What's going on, gentlemen? How we doing?
Awful.
We're doing
How
all
are
right.
you?
Yeah, well,
Hopefully better now that I'm of your presence.
For sure. Rough betting day for yours truly, but it's always good to see a Noah Maher in the live.
Love
podcast.
to hear that.
All right, so we only brought this guy on for one reason, right? We got to talk about this Turf Pick 3. So do you have something for us?
You know, I could whip up something real quick.
all right. Well, Noah whip something up as we're 3 minutes to post. I do have the overnight for Friday's Saratoga card, so I'll go over the field for everybody and read it out. I'll start with the Ogden Phipps. We'll go from the rail out. So it's going to be Dorth Vader, Dazzling Move, Leslie's Rose, Raging Sea, Candied, Tarifa, and Randomized. Pretty good field there. Next up is the Belmont Gold Cup, grade 2 on the turf, going rail out again. Flatten the Curve, Padiddle, Limited Liability, La Mehana, Angliophile, The Ginger Wizard, Curbstone, Grand Sonata, Tawny Port, and Lord Flincher. Next, we have the grade 1 Acorn, Scottish Lassie, Good Cheer, Lacara, Shred the Gnar, Bless the Broken, Look Forward, and Quick Kick. Next is the grade 1 New York Stakes, Forever After All, Immensitude, Gimme Another, Miwa, Edict, Beleza, Beach Bomb, and She Feels Pretty. Next up is the grade 1 Just a Game, rail out. We're going dynamic pricing, Special One, Suggesta, Simply in Front, Kehoe Beach, Do Gooder, Lilac Rolla, whatever. Oh man, I'm all over the place right now. Excellent Truth, your excellent winner, Choicia, and undisputed winner of that race, Heredia and Sacred Wish.
Wow.
Great race.
Yeah.
Great race.
Indeed.
Wow.
Huge race indeed. And that is the last grade 1 on the card. Next is a New York bred maiden. I won't read that one out for everybody. But it looks like the grade 1 Just a Game is one hell of a feature race to have on that card, as that race is loaded with talent.
Serious question I should ask our good friend Paul Halloran. What is the story with the Godolphin runners in the United States this summer? Is he just not? Are they just not running them in the United States this summer?
Are we talking about our guy Chucky Apples and all of his Godolphin runners?
It's very. There's got to be a story. It's very bizarre. I don't. He's not running his horses here this year.
He's not. I mean, I would say last year was certainly a down year for his runners. So maybe it's just a bit of a reset. Obviously, I don't know any more than anybody else on this topic, but someone that does know something about Turf Pick 3s is Noah Maher. No, we're approaching the gate. What do you got for us?
All right, let's go 3, 4, 7 to kick things off, and then race 8 is that maiden 50 race we talked about on the show Tuesday. I'll go 2, 5 there, and then I'm going to end the ticket with the single with the typing exercise, Quick Brown Fox, in the last race.
I like it. Jackson, any plays in here as we're loading the gate?
I played the Turf Pick 3 with the 7, who just loves distance, and this isn't the greatest field, so it was very, very light ticket. But I do like the 7 a bit, taking a lot of money.
I played a pick 6 or pick 5 10 times. I went 2, 7, 8 in here, and then I have 3 singles the rest of the way in the card. Howard, who do you like in here?
Didn't look at it. Don't
No
want to
worries.
give an opinion when I didn't look at it.
That's very fair.
Respect.
I'll let Frank Miramano call the race.
But
Yeah,
I just cold played Noah's. I just cold punched Noah's turn pick 3. So
there we go. No thoughts, just vibes. Frank Ramadi's going to take us on race number 6.
And they're off. Practical Dazzle came away smooth.
Did any of you guys play the pick 6 carryover?
I did. I'm out.
Those two were achieved by the stands the first
we're
time.
only one leg down.
Yeah, I know. I
Is not far behind as Berry Valley is guided over to the rail now by Kyle Frey in 4th. They're followed by Vincero Grande 3 wide. She is Misbehaving is next. Ultimate High is the gray down at the rail, and the trailer is B.
Look, this horse wins and triggers another carryover.
Amanda Rose takes him into the first turn, leading the way.
Maybe we have a Saturday show on Sunday. Somebody call it the Sunday show.
And then it's Berry Valley at the rail, just in front of Big Mama Sue. Berry Valley a little keen down on the inside. That group is followed by Vincero Grande. She's in the 5th spot outside of Ultimate High. Inside of that pair comes She Is Misbehaving, who was just passed by B, a Goldfish. They're heading to the half-mile pole. And it is Amanda Rose trying to hold on to this lead, has it by 3/4 of a length. Practical Dazzle is still in 2nd. Then comes Big Mama Sue, Berry Valley, Vincero Grande between them in the purple colors. Ultimate High racing right next to Be a Goldfish, and She Is Misbehaving. They're starting to sprint for home now, and Big Mama Sue and Practical Dazzle have now come to Amanda Rose at the top of the stretch. Vincero Grande, Ultimate High behind them. Berry Valley is down at the rail. There's an 1/8 of a mile to go, and Practical Dazzle, Big Mama Sue within a neck. Vincero Grande, and down on the inside, a nice move from Berry Valley late, passing the 16th pole, and She
finish the job, you knucklehead.
A lot of developments in here. Here's the line. Look like Berry
that's
Valley.
Fine. You got the 4, right? No.
Oh, that's my boy. I used to just got nailed.
And Vincero Grande
I thought you had the 4.
I do, but the 3's like 10-1.
No, they're the same price.
Oh, they were. Oh,
pretty much. That's what I was wondering what you were talking about. The greatest jockey since sliced bread.
Yeah, right. The greatest jockey.
Even though that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. That
they were
the greatest jockey since sliced bread. I don't know about that, but yeah. To your point, good pick on Noah for the 3 and the 4. They saved all.
How
the
about
ground.
3, 4, 7 with straight try for Noah Maher? Did you play the try? Did you pound it?
I did. I did not.
Oh, 3, 4. Noah Maher just comes on screen, gives us a little 5-1 or 5-1.
That's it. I'll tell you what, Shane O'Neill wasn't doing that.
No, hell no.
Wow.
I hope he's watching right now. I got a bone to pick with that kid.
That dude's a bomber. Wow, you just nailed those 3 horses. Nice job.
You did. Yeah. Well done, Noah Maher.
Okay, we'll see you next Saturday.
Yeah, there you go.
Noah, seriously, can I ask a question now, Ryan?
Yeah, go for it.
Noah, seriously, any thoughts on what you saw at Churchill today? Anything stuck out to you? I know you're very excited about Mystic Dan back in the Stephen Foss. Which you might be there in person. You never know, possibly.
Yeah. Definite bet against for me next time. I was a little surprised by there was a horse, I can't remember the name because it was such a big price, but the Skelly race where Skelly didn't break
Durante
world record. Yeah, Durante. That was a big price that I didn't see coming. I actually did like Fiona a little bit in the last race and had a little win bet, which
Thanks.
I had that, and then my dad actually had the exacta in that Skelly race for a couple bucks. So we pooled our winnings together and actually played the pick 6. So that's kind of what we're living off of right now.
There we go.
Are you alive?
There we go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good for him.
I hope so.
That's going to cheer him up.
Flaho singled?
He's out.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I meant myself. Sorry.
Yes.
I meant myself.
Yeah. No, we do.
Am I the only one that thinks Spirit McKenna is going to win?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Just making sure. Just making sure.
This was a gutsy ride. He got through, but then he sort of idled a little bit. The 3 got the jump there. Look at this. And then he re-rallies. I mean, wow. That is... Oh, it's not that tight, but nice ride.
Great
Hey,
ride from
the 3 somehow got the jump from last. I don't know how that's possible. But...
It's because Armando Ayuso is in the saddle.
Yeah.
Look at that trifecta. $80 for Noah Maher.
Wow.
Comes on the show and just immediately throws out winners and places and shows, and just gives the winning trifecta as they're loading in the gate. So I hope
That's
you
what I
tailed that.
do, you know?
I guess so. Nysos, to nobody's surprise, opens up at 1-9. But I think that is that was 1-9 to be the case, to be honest.
You know, are you guys surprised at all that he's not going to the Met Mile? I mean, it's just too much to ask. I mean, especially now it's a 4-horse field. I mean, they I don't know. If he's all that.
The problem is, for me at least, if they think he's a 1.25 mile horse, then I think it makes more sense to just give him a little something here. But if they're thinking like dirt mile or sprint later, like, why is he not running the Met Mile? Like, it's just little tiny.
I don't think they think he's a 1.25 mile horse. I
don't disagree. That's the only explanation I could come up with, other than like they just want to see him in the winner's circle, I guess.
I do think we are seeing. Speaking of Baffert, I'm pretty sure we're seeing Rodriguez, right, in the Belmont.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I believe Citizen Bull's going to the Woody sorry, not the Woody Stevens.
Yeah,
the Woody Stevens.
Oh, Woody Stevens.
Yeah.
So we'll see a bunch of Baffert horses next week. No,
we should.
It's gonna be interesting.
We should.
What do you got? What are you guys' thoughts on Baeza without being biased in the Belmont?
I think that he could benefit the most from the pace, and I think he's the latest bloomer in those top three between Sovereignty, Journalism, and Baeza. So I think he still has a lot of upside, whereas I think we've seen maybe not the top, but we've seen close to the top for Journalism and Sovereignty. I don't think we've seen that yet from Baeza.
Would you bet him at 7-2?
No.
Nope.
If you gave me 5-1, I'd bet him.
I'm not sure you're getting 5-1.
I think for him to win,
right. I don't think we would either. But I'm saying that would be my price for when I would take him.
Yeah.
I think for him to win, he definitely has to be in front of Journalism down the backside.
Mm-hmm. And he should be if they were going slow up top. But
he did already before. He got gunned down with a dream trip.
Yeah,
he did. But
I think if you're a fan of Baeza, I think you really want to be on the outside of the small field. I think that would be. I think if he's sitting
just
the
sit right
similar
over
kind of trip that he sat in the San Diego Derby, that would be ideal. I don't think you want him stuck on the inside, like forced to take dirt or forced to go. I think he's still a little green and needs to be comfortable on the outside. But if he gets like the 5 or 6, whatever, how many horses are going to be in the race, I like him a lot. I don't like Journalism at all, guys, in the Belmont. I'm just going to say right now. I absolutely love McCarthy. The horse is awesome. There's so much buzz off that last Preakness race with the trouble and everything. He might win again, but I might not even use him in my horizontals, honestly. I just think Sovereignty and Baeza are more rested and are just as talented, if not more so. That's my opinion. Take it or leave it, everyone.
How do you think it's a price thing or a bounce thing, or a little bit of both?
I'm not really a bounce guy. I think it's a price thing. I don't think they're going to run him, Noah, unless they think he's ready. And I'm assuming he's going to run. By the way, it's more of a price thing. What is he? He's going to be what, guys? Let's say it's a 6. Let's say it's a 6-horse field, 7. I mean, he's sub 2-1. He's
3-2.
Yeah,
I could see 6-5, 3-2 for Sovereignty and Journalism. I just don't know who's going to be who.
I kind of see it the other way, and I wouldn't be surprised if Sovereignty was a favorite, just because. He's a Derby winner. Really?
No way. Everyone.
Derby winner, New York horse.
I will pitch a side wager that he's not the favorite. Noah.
No, I'm saying
he is not the favorite.
If he was the favorite, I wouldn't be totally shocked. I'm not 100% sure that would happen.
That's the Pete Visco riding the fence right there, buddy. Take a stand, son. Take a stand.
All right, I'll shake it. Why not?
All right, there we go.
What are we betting on?
I'm not.
Who's the favorite?
Yeah, but
he's saying it's going to be. He's saying it's going to be Sovereignty.
What are we risking here? I want a free $10 parlay since you're going to be in Vegas. How about that?
No, we're not going to be.
We're not.
Oh, okay. Well, next
time
I
asked you to go to Sammy's.
Plans
you guys
change.
doing the show.
Plans change.
Okay. Next March.
Oh, you could be right. No, I just, there's as you guys know, there's a lot of casual bettors out there. Granted, those are not the ones that are making the big bets. However, there are a lot of casual bettors out there, and everyone in the freaking world saw the trouble that Journalism got in, and everyone's got this horse as Secretariat now, and he's a really good horse, but Sovereignty beat him in the Derby, absolutely fair and square. Now he's got more rest, and they have the same running styles, and Baeza we all like. If he beats both those two, I'd be really, really impressed, like super duper impressed. But it's just hard to run 3 straight, 104 or 5, whatever Buyers. I know he got 98 in the Preakness, but he would have gotten 103, 104, whatever.
Yeah.
I just, it's gonna be a fun race though.
It's gonna be really good.
Let's just hope they all go, because you never freaking know these days. But
yeah. I mean, Rodriguez being loose on the front end as of right now. I mean, barring us seeing a horse like Westwood or East Avenue in the entry box when they draw. I mean, Rodriguez looks very loose on that front end, so that's going to be something to also keep an eye on. But maybe he's just not good enough to outrun Journalism and Sovereignty, even with a clean trip. But it's going to be interesting, the betting on Journalism, because I think he, obviously off that last race, as Howard mentioned, everybody's going to want to bet that horse back.
Yep. I say 7-5, 7-5, 5-2, 7-2 in order. Those are going to be the odds.
Who is 5-2?
And Rodriguez is 4th choice?
Yes, Rodriguez 4th choice.
You say Sovereignty 5-2?
Yeah.
If he's 5-2, I'm doing irresponsible. You're going to send me the 1-800 number. Oh yeah, I think it's going to be 6-5, 7-5.
Really?
He's the Derby.
You guys
I really think it's going to.
He's the Derby winner.
I understand. We'll see. Maybe you could be right. Everyone hates Mott now because of his comment too. So
Hey, I mean, the comment is the comment, but I mean, hey, Mott is a guy with a plan, and their plan was not the Preakness. So,
by the way, you didn't mention the Better Roses on Thursday. I've got in front of me. You got a little Scylla versus Ways and Means versus Miss Justify, Justique. Nice race.
Yeah.
That's the other great stake on Thursday.
I think Rodriguez is going to win, boys. Looks good. Looks good in the mornings.
Yeah,
he's going to be all alone. We've seen this story before.
So I guess the bigger question though is, where does he go next? The Nisos. I mean, this is a plan for what?
Probably the San Diego, and then you go from there.
The San Diego.
It's Mom 16th at Del Mar, and then you either cut back.
That's opening weekend, right?
Second weekend, yeah. And then you either go, if he runs well 2 turns, you go to the Pacific Classic, and if he doesn't run well, then you cut him back.
Mile and a quarter, huh?
And then what? You get him
that was always
against Journalism, I predict.
He feels like the Breeders' Cup dirt mile horse, right? Nice,
maybe, but I mean, the dirt mile is not going to be Plan A. There's just no way.
Probably not. I mean, everybody has paying for the Classic.
Since you guys are West Coast guys, and it looks like McCarthy might come on the show for you guys or us or whatever. If you guys owned, I'll ask each one of you, if you guys own Journalism after the Belmont, let's assume he runs well, whatever, wins second. I don't think that really matters necessarily. Let's just say he runs well and comes out healthy. What do you do the rest of the year with Journalism? Give me the map.
That's it. Travers
That's
Classic.
It? Yeah. Nothing until the Travers and then the Classic after that.
Maybe PA Derby if you want to get him a start, but I mean,
no.
I don't think you even need
I'll take that bet too.
Go ahead, Jackson. Where do you go?
I'm not taking that bet. I'm just saying, like, I mean, maybe not the PA Derby. That's probably.
I'm not saying what they're going to do.
Oh, maybe you try him against.
I want to know what you guys would do if you own the horse. Ryan, you're saying you go Travers and then Jackson.
Yeah.
Breeders' Cup's at home. I wouldn't go back east again. If you win the Belmont, why do you need to go back east?
So you go San Diego, Pacific Classic, and then Classic.
And then
Or the Awesome again. Well, it's not called the Awesome. That prep that they have in California.
Something with the Pacific Classic, whether you want to prep before or after. I would imagine it's just 2 starts until the Breeders' Cup. But I mean, if you win the Belmont, why do you need to go back east?
No, shaking his head. Yes, same thing. No.
Yeah, no. I it'd be tough to decide where he would run, but I'm kind of with Jackson. I think you just get him home for a couple months before the Breeders' Cup. I don't really see why there's any reason you wouldn't.
But if he loses the Belmont, then I think you do. If you want to be 3-year-old of the year, I think you probably do need to go to the Travers. It all depends what happens on Saturday.
So if he wins, don't go back out east. If he finishes a disappointing third, go to the Travers and prove yourself again.
That's what I would do. Yeah,
I would say. I mean, if he let's play the hypothetical game real quick. If journalism wins the Belmont, then I mean he's clearly the front runner for 3-year-old of the year because he has 2 of the 3 of the Triple Crown. But if he doesn't run in the Travers and Sovereignty does, and he wins that, you're equaled up. What do you just match up in the Breeders' Cup Classic?
Yeah, it's at home.
Okay.
Who cares? You can say I wasn't there at the Travers when you won because I didn't need to be.
All right.
You want to beat me? Come out here.
I guess. Yeah. Okay.
That's again if he wins.
Pacific Classic is end of August, right, guys?
Yeah. So that's a week after the
months
Travers or something.
That'd be 3 months. That'd be quite a while. That'd be 3 months that they rested till then.
Yeah.
That's a bit much, no? Probably.
Yeah. A lot of it depends how he comes out of it. I mean, three
what
races in 5 weeks is a lot.
That's what last year's Dirt Mile winner did.
Also, I mean,
Okay, thanks. That's relevant.
He's trying to bring up examples for the people here.
thank you, Full Serrano. What a pull. All right. Yeah, I got nothing.
Here's
on that.
Nisos.
Here's Nisos, though. Here's Nisos on the screen.
He's an athlete, I'll say that.
He's a be any kind of horse. Now, do we think he's vulnerable here with him being an off the pace type, and there's not a whole lot of pace in here with the Vlahos strap? I mean, there's not a whole lot.
Ryan.
I'm just saying.
Come on, Ryan. Move on. Next race.
I'm just saying.
Come on now.
Yeah, I know. It's a single. I'm aware.
I think the over under for margin of victory. I think the under is vulnerable.
That's the question that should be asked. How much are you going to win by?
Okay, let's play that game and talk him into the loser's circle. So
he's not losing this race. I gotta look at the field again.
The 5 is not a bad horse.
Dr. Venkman's not a bad horse at all.
Let me look at the field again.
Won the post draw for sure.
He did.
I think we all need to create our own straight try and have a little side bet.
I mean, is it not out of the question that a first race over the slop in a grade 1 in Kentucky and then a ship back followed by 2 bullet works couldn't take a little bit out of Nisos?
Here's what I find interesting. He came back and he worked at Churchill.
Yeah,
I don't think this was the plan. I think they wanted to go to the Matt Mile and they were like, oh, he's not ready for that.
Where's Venkman been?
Okay,
I mentioned that on the show.
The question for that, Jackson. So the question that I want to ask you, because of what you just said, it looks like a lot of people just ducked the Met Mile, right? I mean, there were so many probables, and then Fierceness runs a track record. White Abario ran off the screen and whatever he did. And you have both of them that were basically confirmed from the start. You had Just a Touch, who Jonathan Stewart confirmed to go. Raging Torrent was always a probable. Not saying that he's going to scare anybody away necessarily, but he's a grade 1 winner. He should, absolutely. So is it possible that, the Baffert team just thought, hey, we don't need to do this, second off the bench, give him another ship out? Or do you think it's hey, he didn't, he might need another one after this, and he's not, necessarily, I don't know, like maybe he could bounce a bit?
The work a week later the work on the 11th is just weird. Like, why?
It's bizarre.
Yeah.
My knee-jerk reaction is maybe they were thinking about keeping in their guys for the Aristides today, but then when they heard that it was going to be a world record and they just figured that's just they don't want to battle that. But
I don't know.
Where's Dr. Venkman?
I don't think it's like Baffert to dodge people. Like he doesn't care. He'll go anywhere with his. If he thinks he's got a good horse, he goes. And if you're ever going to beat Fierceness, Fierceness and White Abario, it's at a 1-turn mile because that is not ideal for either of them. So I don't understand why everyone's ducking them. That's bizarre to me. But yes, they're very, very good, but this is not their game. They're playing your game. Why are you afraid of them? Go. The $1 million stallion making race.
It's weird. I don't quite understand it.
See, there's the winner. Looks great.
Okay. Spirit of McKenna?
Spirit of McKenna. My goodness.
I love that horse.
All right. Are we making?
I'll put aside.
I just love.
I'll put aside wager that the 4 has the lead at the first quarter.
Oh, I want the 4. I want the 4 to have the lead.
I'll make a side wager that the 3 beats the 4.
To what? The quarter?
To the wire.
Okay.
I don't have it. The
Is
only way
Nisos
Loser-
worth a bet at 1
The loser has to host next week.
Wow,
Host this.
I mean, the only negative for Nisos is the rail. The rail is dicey in a small field. I've talked about 1,000 times. You never know. They might play some games and try to, shut them off and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, geez, it's just, he should win. I mean, obviously it's 1-5.
Well, of course he should win for fun.
Stupid comment. But anyway, I don't know what they're going to do with him. It's bizarre. But the whole journalism conversation is interesting going forward. I have a weird feeling, guys, that he's not going back east no matter what happens in the Belmont, even if he doesn't win. I think there's too many good races at home at this point. I don't know about the San Diego. I think they might just rest up for the Pacific Classic and then go to the prep at San Anita a month before the Breeders' Cup and then go to the Classic. That's probably what I would do. I mean, he's had a pretty it doesn't have a long campaign, but 3 races in 6 weeks will do it to you. I mean, he deserves a break. I don't see the San Diego for him personally, but I'm sure you guys will like to see
Again, it just depends. Do they care about winning the Pacific Classic, or is that just they can run in the shared belief if they don't care about the Pacific Classic? That's just for 3-year-olds. I'm sure he's eligible.
The Pacific Classic still $1 million.
Yeah.
I mean, who are they afraid about there?
Exactly.
Well, maybe Locked will go out. I mean, there'll be some horses out east that'll go out there, but
you would think with the Breeders' Cup
West you're worried about. I mean,
maybe it's Nisos. I don't know.
Tarantino. I mean, who's won? Why am I drawing a blank?
That was Skippy, but
Skippy. Right?
Midnight Mammoth just ran a big second, right?
Yeah.
He's all right.
Yeah, but he just lost to Locked by 15 lengths.
Yeah.
I hope Midnight Mammoth repeats in the Cougar.
The Cougar's gone, bro. We talked about this.
Oh shit!
What?
Gone?
No
Yeah,
Cougar?
Cougar's gone.
Well, there will be Cougars.
No Cougar. She got too old.
Just not the race.
They'll all be at Reds after the races.
There'll be plenty of Cougars
Jackson.
at Del Mar, just not 4-legged ones. Can I say that on air? I just said it.
Oh,
It's too late to take it back.
It
Are we
doesn't
all good
matter.
here? Okay.
You can say whatever you
It's
want.
probably my last time on ABR. Appreciate it.
And
Believe me, 95% of people listening understand the comment.
Oh yeah, that's quick. Howard, math teacher. What's 95% of 500?
Well,
That's exactly how many people are watching this show.
465, I think. Oh, really? Is it that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're 500. But thank you to everybody that's watching. Hey, real quick, as we're on the track for race number 7 at Santa Anita, 6 minutes to post. Don't forget, new users of NYRABets use code BWB200 to earn a $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime over at NYRABets. They are sponsoring our show. There we go, 475. Howard, the math teacher, was wrong. So let the record show.
Yeah, it's been a long
bad
day.
math.
Yikes.
Ryan, were you announcing those are the races for Friday, right?
Yes, they were.
Acorn Day. When do Saturdays come out? Tomorrow?
They get drawn on Monday,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
Draw them tomorrow. Draw them today. Let's talk
By the way,
about it.
shout out to HHH Racing Podcast, sponsor Delphi Racing. We've got 2, I say we because I have ownership piece of both, 2 in the stake race on Wednesday. Better lucky than good, who's coming off a layoff in the closer. And my boy Jem, who's in a very tough spot, but running, probably should be 15-1 in that race. And then the next day, Thursday, I think it's the last race. You can check it out. It's a 2-turn filly and mare maiden race, maiden special weight. A horse called Bint Al Dandy, who actually was a Euro that we bought that only had 1 race over the hills and valleys of Kentucky Downs and ran okay, has been working lights out and is running for myself and Adelphi. Thursday, race 10 at Saratoga. It's got a shot in that race. Might be an okay price. Bint Al Dandy is the name of the horse.
There we go. All right. Good luck, Howard. We're 5 minutes to post. Obviously, 1-5 favorite. It's going to be tough to beat this horse. But Jackson, if you're going to play a wager, what's your wager here? Vertical, horizontal, whatever you got, man.
Oof.
I got a bet.
I'm
I
not
know
thinking about
Jackson.
it.
Jackson's going to go 5-2 cold punch exacta.
No. Maybe. I don't know. Give me a second. I really got to think about
Okay.
this.
I'll start us off then. I have a horse in the next race that I singled on our Pick
Oh.
5 ticket that was presented on Pacific Horse Players earlier this week. I'm playing a cold double, 2-5, the 2 Nisos into the 5 Ellie Moore. Yeah, I'm just going to roll with that. Gonna hope it pays somewhat decent. Right now, it's looking like a little under 9-1 is what the payout is. So I'd happily take that.
It's probably the smartest bet. Just treat it as a little inflated win bet into the next race.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Is it still
all right.
warm out there, guys? Is it still like very hot, or does it cool
It's
down?
I actually haven't seen the sun.
hot for me. Bro, I got to get used to this heat again. I haven't been out here for like a period of time in a while.
No one listening to this feels bad for you, Noah. They're all from the
Yeah,
East
not at
Coast.
all. Not at all.
Wow, way to just shit on me.
Wow.
Yeah,
You know what?
We still haven't had like a really warm. It's been weird. It's been much cooler, very cool May in Chicago. I think today the high was like 61. It's been very San Diego-ish around here in May, which when you have a winter like we have, you want to get warmer sooner.
That's driving range weather.
Yeah, I mean it's very Pebble Beachy actually. If there is such a adjective.
You know, I actually haven't seen the sun today out here in San Diego. It's been overcast genuinely the entire day. But I like it because the room
But that
I'm in
happens
is not
quite a bit,
90
right?
degrees. It does. May is typically the season where it's overcast all the time out here, so I don't mind it.
Yeah, it's been a little bit.
Okay, so everyone on the screen has to pick a cold super. Obviously, you can't bet it because you can't bet a super in a 4-horse race, but we gotta nail it. So we'll go bottom to the top. Noah, kick us off.
Can we do cold tries instead? Because
Sure.
Cold
It's
Cold
the same
try.
thing.
It's the same thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're right.
if you're picking a cold try, just add the other horse in for.
Fine. 2, 4, 3, 5.
Okay. Howard.
I'm going to go exactly in reverse numeric order. I'm going to go 2, 5, 4, 3. Can't be creative. By the odds. Sorry, I didn't say that. That's what I meant.
Jackson.
2, 5, 3, 4, and I am gonna bet it too.
Oh, jeez.
Can you even bet that? What do I have left? 2, 3, 4, 5?
Actually,
I'll
I
do
think a better question is what's going to be the final time. That's
there
more
we go.
fun.
Okay, let's do that.
I'm
I
gonna
like
go. I'm gonna go 121, and we have to go to the hundredths. I'll say
Oh, yeah.
121.43.
I'll say 121.29.
What? This ain't the Price is Right, man. Be creative. What the hell?
I'll tell you what, that they had a maiden race, which was just a really high quality race a couple races ago. And the final time was actually a lot faster than it looked like they were running. Like it looked like they were crawling, and the time actually wasn't that bad. So I wonder if the track's fast with the weather today.
It could be.
With that being said, I'm going to go 121.18.
Okay, I'm writing this down.
The 6 furlong North Cal restricted race earlier today, going 6 furlongs, went 111.90 for reference.
I'm gonna go 121 flat.
Okay.
Nice.
0, 0.
Throwing some decimals.
0.00.
Nisos wins by 8.
Throwing some decimals.
Yeah, should
After
we?
all that Churchill talk
did.
about how he's going to
He
Met
put in
Mile.
zeros now.
No.
Boring.
You know, it's weird. Sometimes these kind of races actually go slower because they don't need to go fast early.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That they have to go very fast final quarter. But
Well, if you're on the 3 or the 4, I would hope you just send and create as much separation as you possibly can, because that's the only way you're beating these two.
it would be a major mistake for JJ to like shove up the inside. I mean, just let someone go and then just angle out later. Like, you just don't need to be like overly aggressive here early.
You
is what
genuinely
I'm saying.
don't.
Right? I mean,
No, you really don't.
so all right.
There's no sense to be overly aggressive in a race like this when you have a horse like Nisos.
By the way, weather forecast, they got a lot of rain in New York today north, but it's gonna be pretty nice most of the week. Looks like Friday there's a chance of rain. Saturday, small chance of rain, but I think the turf's gonna be just fine. I think Friday's gonna be the worst day, but doesn't look too bad as of now.
Yeah,
we'll see.
And it's gonna be pretty warm weather surrounding, so it should be able to dry up, and a little water might be good for it, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
Look at the 7 carrying the 4 is carrying 4 extra pounds. That's not good.
Is that right?
There goes his advantage.
Yeah. What? Yeah, the 4's
Why
at
is
118.
Because he's a 3-year-old and he's not graded stakes winner, so he's supposed to run for like 110.
That
But
114.
114. And Tiago's too big apparently, so 118 now.
Crazy.
That's very
It's 4 pounds. Go pull a Paul Pierce and use the bathroom.
Yeah, just tell Tiago to make himself throw up a couple times and then hop on.
Do a quick run around the turf course.
You guys are not.
Oh my goodness! I just realized. You know how I wanted to bet Cameo performance today, guys, at Churchill?
He's in the poker.
He runs in Saratoga.
He's running in the poker. Wow.
Yeah.
Against older. Wait, he is 4 years old. Sorry. Interesting spot.
All right, come on, 253.
Here we go.
Interesting spot.
I don't remember what I said, but
It's post time.
did you bet a trifecta, Jackson?
Yeah,
Interesting.
Oh, nice.
it's gonna pay 2 to 1.
Niso's the first one to load.
Interesting spot.
Here's Spirit
2,
of McKenna.
5.
He won this
Who do you have?
race
253.
2 years ago.
Okay.
I'm not taking a
back at
3-year-old versus
7.
older. Come on.
Smooth cruising, moves forward. And Dr. Venkman makes
All
his
right.
return.
In the gate.
121 flat. Here we go.
And they're off. A slight bobble for Spirit of McKenna. Nothing too serious. Dr. Venkman comes out with the early lead. Smooth cruising. Spirit of McKenna.
Who's ahead?
And Nisos is fourth, but only a
it's
length
close.
off the lead, as it's a very compact field.
Go off
that
this
puts
4.
onto the
Go
lead
off this.
track. Spirit of McKenna
Go
puts
on
his
with
head
this
in
four.
front.
Stop. Oh.
And
No one wants the
Hernandez
lead.
lets Nisos roll
Well,
along
he has
the
no choice
inside.
now.
And Nisos
I mean,
is on
they
even
gave him the
terms.
rail.
And Dr. Venkman
23?
is on the
That can't be
extreme
right.
outside.
Yeah, that can't.
I think it can be.
Now
They
trails,
were.
but less
No
than
one
a
was
length
sending.
Still separates them past the
I
half
mean,
mile pole.
You just gave
Heavily
Nisos
favored
essentially
Nisos
the
leads
lead.
the way. A half length in front of
No.
Spirit of McKenna now. Dr. Venkman,
Oh boy.
smooth cruising. They're coming to the 3/8 pole. Nisos
Look at
tackled
Venkman.
by Dr. Venkman, who returns to the races today against this brilliant Nisos, who comes to the quarter pole just in front. Nisos and Dr. Venkman have
I like
pole
my
clear
2.543
from Smooth
super.
Cruising and Spirit of
Yeah, I
McKenna
would.
there at the top of the stretch, and it's Nisos
Come on, 30.
with
Wow.
the advantage.
Was that a
Opens up
21
three
and
just
that?
like that.
Yeah,
No
Powering
way,
through
that's
the
right.
stretch.
I don't think the fractions
Back
are right.
home at Santa Anita, and showing us the brilliance that he displayed.
Come on,
here
final time.
down.
121.29. Come on.
Just gallops.
Slow
through
it
the
down.
stretch
Slow
in
it
the
down to
triple bend.
121.43.
Slow it
Wins
down.
by 5. Never asked.
Oh, 0.01 off. Are you
Dr.
serious?
Venkman,
Wow.
Oh my God.
Ryan.
Oh, I nailed
Spirit
that.
That's-
of McKenna.
Ryan, that was your best call the entire day.
It was. It really was.
Are you over or under? What'd you say? 29, 27?
He's at
I said
29.
121.29.
I got the
So it'd
super.
be under.
It's pretty good.
That doesn't exist.
Also, they fixed the fractions.
Oh.
22.07,
I was gonna say.
44.29, 108.42. Final time 121.28 seconds. I've never seen them correct the fractions mid-race before.
I don't want to be a Debbie.
Nisos
I don't
was
want to be a
first.
Debbie
5
Downer, but
Dr.
like, what does
Venkman
that
finished
do for
second, 4
Nisos?
smooth
Like,
cruising.
That proves that he can stay healthy for 2 consecutive races, and that's pretty big.
all right,
Is what I'll say.
all right.
They've had issues keeping him at the races. I think
right.
this was the conservative move, but I think it was the right one.
Okay.
That being said, they got to correct the final time and move it up one tick.
I'll check the chart for you tomorrow.
Yeah,
I agree about the health. I agree with that being healthy situation. I mean, that's without being disrespectful. That is a big deal for this horse. So,
I don't think it's disrespectful. His past performances prove it.
you know, guys, I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the Breeders' Cup Sprint instead of the mile. We'll see. It's a long way to go, but I mean, I don't know.
So
how would you like to see this
I
horse stalking a Booth or a Skelly or a whatever? I mean,
I
versus
think
whatever.
6 is too short. I think if the
don't
Breeders,
so. I think this horse could do just about anything he wants.
I mean, he can do a lot of what he wants. I'm not gonna. Yeah, okay. I won't say 6 is definitively too short. But if this was 7, that would he'd love that. But I don't know. 6, I think, fits other horses better than it would fit Nisos, but Nisos is just an animal.
I mean, he had the lead in 108 and change in hand.
Yeah,
I mean,
he did.
He could do any. I don't think he's a 2-turn horse. We'll see. We'll see if they're going to try to stretch him out.
I could see a Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile though. Like the mile at Del Mar is not. It's not that bad. It's 2 turns, but kinda. Like it plays so fast.
He did what he had to do.
Yeah, he did. He did.
I'm real
everything he was supposed
surprised.
to do.
Like if you just hand this race to Nisos, right? Wouldn't you just like try to send and at least just hold on for a second? Like, what's the purpose of like just sitting and letting him? I don't know.
I mean,
why are we so certain that he won't get 2 turns? He had a 105 as a February 3-year-old going 2 turns.
Super pay? There's no super. I know. People at home are getting annoyed. I got it. Try paid $3.40, as in $3.40.
No one wants to address that one. Okay. That's cool.
I'm sorry. What'd you say,
Jackson? Wait, what was your question?
Why are we so certain he's not going to get 2 turns? He ran a 105 as a February 3-year-old.
Yeah, I mean he could.
He's by Bernardini Mare out of Nyquist. Like he's supposed to run all day.
Yeah.
I'm saying I should. He
just happens to be.
Edit my statement saying I'm not sure that's what he's going to be best at. You'd think, but that's what they said about Barnes too.
But I'm saying you have to give him the chance to.
Okay.
Also, Barnes is another one that ran 105 as a 3-year-old in February.
Yeah, but he couldn't get the distance. I mean, he can't get distance. I mean,
he ran a 105.
Where's he at, by the way?
Barnes is probably on the bench for a bit.
He's in the Barnes.
Nice. All right. Gotta ask the 4 of y'all or the 3 of y'all. I said as the show opened that this would be the last race that we cover. But if you guys would like to go for one more race, I'm down.
I am not. I'm going to respectfully tip my cap. And Ryan, I honestly, pleasure, a lot of fun. Can't say it was a winning day for me, but it did give out some prices that came on top and almost came in and almost won. Some heartbreakers for sure. But I guess the main thing that I want to say at the end here is just try to open your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, to horses that are bigger prices. I know it's something that Jackson, well, everyone on the screen tries to find, but try to be creative, try to find some prices when the races call for it. And good luck to everyone the rest of the day. And watch the HHH Racing podcast. These gentlemen above and below me, watch them next week because they're going to be on a bunch of times. And love you guys. Appreciate the work you do. Honestly, appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Funkle. Thank you for joining us. You gave us like 3 hours here. Yeah, much love for that. And of course, we'll see you soon.
Well, I did it because that covers me the rest of the next month. Now I don't have to come on.
That's true.
Totally joking.
That's true. You met your quota.
I love touring anytime. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Howard.
Thanks,
Take
Howard.
care. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
All right. Trying to take myself off and.
All right. Thank you to Howard Gravitz joining us of the HHH Racing Network. All right, gents. Majority decision rules here. Are we wrapping now or we want to stay one more? If this 5 can win the next race, I'll have a winning day.
Your guys' call.
I'm going to leave that up to Ryan.
All right, we're rolling on then. We'll wrap up after the next race. You guys want to leave it up to me? All right. That's race number 7 though. Yeah, all right. We gotta at least speculate. We gotta play the speculation game. Jackson, where does Nisos go next?
San Diego. Maybe turn it up. Let's see what he says. Maybe he'll say.
Oh, I don't think I muted it. Did I mute it? I did.
Sauce, who just produced a beautiful victory there. Bob, coming out of the gate, it looked like one kind of took his sweet time to get up there to the lead.
No, he rode him beautifully. The horse broke really well, and he kept him up there. We're talking about a 4-horse field. It's tough, because you're going to be a big target there. And so, but he just inched him up there, didn't lose his spot. And once he took the lead, you figured, he's the horse that he is. And I'm just so proud to have a horse like this. He is so talented. I know the Met Mile would have been a great spot, but we're, the last race, he needed it. And so now from here, we can build from here and pick our spots and, eventually get him to the Breeders' Cup. But the way he handled it today and the way he came back, it was like, didn't even take a deep breath.
And as tough as a race as he had off the comeback, was it important to you that he had a what one would say a pretty easy race?
Well, I mean, for him, when he got beat, I really thought he couldn't lose that race, and he got beat. And so, but he had a rough trip. You know, he was jumping puddles, never running off track. But he came back well. He was pretty aggressive there for the first couple of weeks after the race, but then he finally settled down. But if you see him in the paddock, he's just so chill and so cool. He's got a great mind, and it's exciting to have a good older horse in the barn, and along with some nice mares, and we've got some 3-year-olds coming around. So looking forward to next week, Belmont.
Congratulations to you and Susan Chu with Nisos winning the Triple Bend.
There we go. Those are some words from Bob Baffert after Nisos wins. I mean, anybody else catch the statement he said where he thought Nisos could not lose in the Grade 1 Churchill Downs off of over a year layoff?
Didn't he say that before the race too? I feel like I remember.
I think he did, but to be oh boy. Shane O'Neill's joined us.
God damn it, Shane. You know what?
That's great. I'm so happy we stayed on for that. That was worth it completely. Now how the turntables, huh, Noah? Now you got Shane O'Neill. Oh,
what you
man.
get.
Yeah, that is what you get. You're just in here being a generational hater for the first 2 hours of the show. No, for Bob, who doesn't typically, speak really highly of his horses prior to the race, Jackson, I remember the comments you're referring to where he said he didn't think Nisos could lose in the Churchill Downs. And I mean, he ran like it. Ran a little bit off of his style there where he came from a little farther back than he's used to, but it was also the biggest field he's ever ran in, excuse me. And I mean, you saw that you saw the comments on the sloppy surface being his first time, but hey, I mean, he came back again, fired the right shot. He won that race as easily as he should have. Yeah, I mean, on to bigger and better things. You heard the Breeders' Cup was the goal, but he didn't specify which races. I'm sure they kind of have their options open where he could fit into almost any of those 3 divisions.
Yeah, he kind of said something like he didn't really take a deep breath, or I can't remember exactly what he said. Something along those lines. He's going 2 turns. You have a horse like this, the way he's bred, the way he's running 2 turns in the past, they're going to stretch him out. I mean, you have to. You have to find out what you have. There's no way. His next race will not be around 1 turn.
No, and they haven't found out what he has yet because he hasn't been able to necessarily stay healthy enough to get there. And, I mean, you had the Robert B. Lewis where he handled 2 turns in the best race of his career, and he can clearly rate his speed. So that goes against Jackson's philosophy of all the best Baffords have to be on the front. He's kind of the outlier as of right now. So I think he can sit a little bit off of it. It's going to be interesting. The San Diego handicap would be, I mean, a logical place to turn up next. I'm not going to deny that. I guess you used it as a prep for the Classic, right?
I mean, do you want to go to? I mean, the only other option was the Stephen Foster in 4 weeks, but it comes up a little quick, I would think, and then you have to ship him again. There's nothing else out here.
That's true. Yeah. Noah, where do you think he goes next, and what do you think is going to be best for him?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't know. I always try to avoid these conversations because it's not even June yet. We're talking about first weekend in November, but
that's right.
I think San Diego is probably the spot they go. And to your point, Jackson, you don't know if you don't like distance until you try it. So if they go to the San Diego and he likes going that distance, and then they go to the Pacific Classic and he just loves it even more, going a mile and a quarter, maybe they just scratch those 2 and say let's throw them in the Breeders' Cup Classic. So I think at this point there's 3 technically logical spots that they could be running in on Saturday, because I think is it this year that the Saturday is still in October?
No, I think it's November. Halloween's on a Friday.
Okay, so it's the 31st and 1st.
Yes, sir. 31st will be Future Stars, and then Saturday will be the main Breeders' Cup card. So still plenty of time. That was a weird race. Obviously, Nisos was so much the best, but why did nobody try and go to the lead?
They did. They just weren't fast enough.
I guess not.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I was thinking I was reading the first fractions there. I forgot that they corrected those. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah.
A little different than what they ended up finally.
Disregard that. A second and change is much faster than what they were doing.
Hey Shane, if you're still watching, give me a horse in this race that you like. Tell me who's going to win the 8th.
Kind of bummed I missed that trifecta.
Yeah, right. Paid $3. Played 3.4 to 1, or 2.4 to 1 if you're looking through.
2.4 to 1. Thank you.
There you go. Well, I gotcha. All right. Well, I need the 5 in a big way here, and that would cap off that would make this a winning day, to say the least. If I can get this 5 Ellie Moore home. Shane said 1 sec.
Come
on. He's doing his work. He's got his face buried in the form. This is why we respect Shane O'Neill. He's not a generational hater. He's here to do the work and give us winners. Can't say the same for everybody on here, as some people write their articles and pick chalk.
Okay, I had a winner. All right, so relax. I got one tomorrow too. I forgot.
4 circled big time. Well, shit. Shane,
because he looked at the jockey.
Is it Armando Ayuso?
Yeah.
All right. Infinity Dream, Richard Baltus. I don't hate that horse. I mean, going to be coming from off of it. Second start off the bench for Baltus, who's 20%, 261 ROI. Certainly a win contender. Let's talk about this race. Jackson, we'll start with you. How do you see the pace scenario, and where do you see the winner coming from, and who is the winner?
I mean, the 3's got to be on the lead, right? Frog. She's a horse that's always shown a lot of speed in the morning. She's shown a lot of speed in the afternoons. She doesn't have much. She doesn't have a whole lot of stamina, but she's going to be in front in this spot. It sure seems like. This is a tough race. I mean, the 6 horse who's taking a lot of money is one. I was on the Scatoni seminar that day when she debuted, and I remember watching that race because it was Thought Process. I love Thought Process and watched the race. Thought Process won, but there's a horse who was just absolutely flying through the wire and galloped out way past everyone, and it was the 6 horse, and I was kind of been waiting ever since for her to come back. She finally resurfaces here. I'm not really sure 6 furlongs is what she wants to do. She's also in for a tag. I don't know how I feel about that, but she's taking a lot of money in this spot, so that's at least an interesting one. I'll probably bet a title or something on her just because I've been waiting so long. But this is a tough race. I don't have a super strong opinion, and at least worth mentioning that the 9, who I think Chris Couple shouted out, is down to 11-1 from 30-1 morning line, and this race does kind of feel like it's begging for a bit of a new face. So I might have a little saver on that horse too.
There we go. Obviously, I am all in on this 5 horse Ellie Moore for Peter Miller and Juan Hernandez. Something I want to ask that I should probably know the rules to, but I don't. The waiver rule that exists in racing, does that exist also for maidens? Like, could McCarthy have run this horse for the waiver first time in maiden claiming, or no?
I have no idea. That's a great question.
You have to have been running at that level before, I believe, which she was not. I believe that's how it works, because she was running against Maiden Special Weight Company, so that she would not be eligible for the waiver tag.
For the waiver tag. Okay, cool. Thank you. That is good. That sounds right. I feel like I've read that before. Because
that sounds right. It's unconfirmed.
Yeah. It sounds right. It's unconfirmed, but we're gonna go with it. So okay, that's the reason Uptown Sweetheart's running for a tag. I feel like that's a bit of a red flag. I look at the 5 as a big green flag here. Second off the bench for Peter Miller, you get the jockey upgrade to Juan Hernandez, who's probably going to keep this horse close. Second time at the maiden 50, or third time, I guess, at the maiden 50 level. Second time off the bench. Gets the cutback of a half furlong. I thought got some stamina last time out with the blinkers off, and now is going to get a real chance to improve. So I got to give this one a look, but I know the 6 warrants some respect, and our guy Shane O'Neill likes the 4. Jackson, I've already asked you who you like.
Yeah, the answer is I don't really have a strong opinion.
There we go. And then Noah, who do you like?
I like the 2. I was talking about the 2 on the show, and I think she's one of 4. She's one of 4 horses that ran in a race a couple weeks ago that are in this race. I believe it's the 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I thought she kind of got a sneaky bad trip. I don't think the comments really do justice as to the trouble she had. She had a little trouble down the backside. She kind of got shuffled back, and then Hector kind of like asked her a little early to kind of get back into the second flight, which she originally was. And then at that point, she just kind of exerted too much energy, and that was her first race dropping down in class from maiden special weight to maiden claiming. So second time against this level. She's actually favored in that race against some of these similar rivals, and The 6-1 I would be a little worried about right now just because it is a little cold. I'd have to look at, probables and will pays and stuff, but I feel like she's probably going to go down to maybe that 4-1, 7-2, and maybe worthy of a win wager.
All right, very fair. Are you going to play anything horizontally here? Anybody? I'll ask Jackson and Noah. Excuse me. Anything horizontally? $3 late pick 3 starts here, or just maybe keep it to the single.
I played a very as skinny as possible late pick 3. I think
that means 3 singles.
Yep. I did go with the 6 here. Grayson Sun looks like just the lone speed by a mile in the next race, and he's the fastest on figures. Yeah. He should probably be pretty tough in there. Going to single him at what is likely to be a short price. And then, I didn't see Lovely Idaho's out. Interesting. I was going to single Invincible Molly in the last race because she was one I've been waiting for to come back since last summer. Del Mar, I thought she ran huge before going to the bench. Comeback race was good. I'm going to have to go back and check the pace now. That's a big scratch of the favorite. Mm-hmm. Give me a second on that one.
In the last race, I'm going to go with our George Wolf Award winner, Beyond Lucky, and Kendrick Caramouche in the saddle for JT Jonathan Thomas. First time down the hill, second time at Santa Anita after a maiden breaking performance, getting a 1:03 time form. Now goes down the hill after that last effort was at a mile. I think the down the hill fits. We spoke about this on the Pacific Horse Players show. I think it's going to work out well for this runner. Our guy Shane O'Neill, Doug O'Neill, they have a runner in the last race. It's the 6. I'll have another kiss. 20-1 on the morning line. Edwin Maldonado in the saddle. Shane, are you going to tell us what the intentions are out of the gate from Edwin and this Doug O'Neill runner at 20-1? Are we going to the lead? Are we stalking from off the pace? First time off the bench.
Got to be going now with scratch of the 4, right?
Ask if I need to use her or not. Does she need to be?
Yeah. Wait, well, let's just get Shane's thoughts because we know when Team O'Neill is really high on a horse. Shane said 2 letters, go. So, okay, G-O, we're going. So that sets that up pretty well for the number 5, Invincible Molly, you'd imagine.
I'm going to use her now. She's the only speed, isn't she?
Kind of, but I felt like this 8 would stay close.
The 8's 2-turn speed. Kind of, I don't know.
Yeah. I
guess the 7 could be aggressive. I guess. There's really not a lot of it.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at time, two turn speed, the 6 is 2 turn speed.
She's sprinted before.
Yeah, and so has the 8. The 8 has a higher early pace figure.
Yeah, but the 6 has Candyman.
All right, fair enough.
Wait, 1 shot in peace? Jeez.
Single it then.
Okay, I will. We'll post it too when it wins.
There you go.
No, it has no opinion, huh?
I'm looking at the race because I'm trying to.
Didn't you do a whole show about it?
I did, yeah. No, I've got my dad and I.
Lord Zed with Shaq, my favorite player. Wrong sport, but hey, shout out to Shaquille O'Neal.
Is he running in the race?
I don't think so.
Shout out Shaquille O'Neal. Can we get some food recs again in the chat, please?
Oh yeah, let's get some food recs. Whether you're in San Diego, Kentucky, Omaha.
Tell me about this Pacific Beach place because I'm not familiar.
Bro, how do you not know about? Oh, you just. It's the Noah Pelosi about the 1-5.
Jane, you needed to come on the show like 15 minutes before you did because I gave a straight try in the turf race, so I don't want to hear it. Right? I didn't see you do any of that.
This guy's on it. This Shane O'Neill guy, he's got it on lock. I'll say that much.
This guy's got it out for me. First he wanted to ride his horses, and then now he's throwing shade.
Let's go play Torrey Pines at Del Mar this summer.
Hey, I'm ready.
Got that kind of money?
I'll use my resident card, bro.
Oh, that's right.
That's true. Yeah, you get a resident card. You're pretty much in really good shape.
How are you a resident? Ryan's the one in San Diego.
I guess it is, huh?
Yeah. I could get it. I'll figure it out.
I don't know who the him is. Shaq. Yeah, Shane and Shaq. They're absolutely cut from the same cloth. Those two. They are you can't distinguish the difference between the two of them if they sit next to each other.
Oh my God, we've been on the show for too long.
Yeah, we've been going 4 hours, 33 minutes. All 520 people that are watching, thank you. We're slowly going off the rails, but this is the last race that we're going to cover today. It's race number 8. We're on the turf course. It's 4 minutes to post. It starts the $3 late pick 3. It also starts the 3x3 wager. If you happen to be watching this on site, you can play the trifectas for the last 3 races. And I mean, we're talking best bet in racing. I mean, that's not it, but that's certainly a bet that you could play in here.
It's an interesting promotion there, Ryan. I love it.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm not paid to promote Santa Anita Racing. What I am paid to promote is NYRABets. All new customers use code BWB200 to earn up to a $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's over and only at NYRABets. That's right. What a promo that was, huh? You guys didn't see that coming.
This guy's killing it.
I know.
This guy's killing it with the transitions. Dan, this guy needs a raise, all right?
All right. We'll lock back in as we're 3 minutes to post here. All right, Jackson, late pick 3. What is it? What's the winner?
I played 2 tickets. I did press up that 1x1 ticket with the 6 here, then the 3, and then the 5 horse in the last race. Gonna be pretty chalky, but I do think this thing does have a chance to chalk out. I think it potentially could, and if it does, I think I want to have that a few times. But I also played another ticket with the 9 in this race and the 3. I played one with a 3 and the 9 as backup. I think the 3 is the obvious speed horse, cutting back a little bit. Probably ran better than most of these did in that same common race. And then the 9 is the interesting first timer. We don't know what she's like, and this is a tough race. So I'm used to her. The 3 has to win the next race. I singled him on both tickets. If the 3 loses race 9, I will lose my pick 3s.
I will too.
And then in the 10th and on the second ticket, I used the 5 again, pressed that one up with the Mullins horse. I used 2 bombs. I did use the 6. I'll have another kiss. Could be on the lead. And I also used Miguel, who has that one race at Del Mar that was really good, turf sprinting. Hasn't really replicated it yet, but at 20-1, I'm gonna give her one more shot because she should be close. And it's not the toughest race in the world. So I use both of those. It's just big prices that could get good trips in that spot.
I like it. All right,
so Jackson, you're 369 here.
Yes.
You're 369. I'm 25. Shane's got the 4. Tough race.
Mm-hmm.
It is a tough race. I'm all on the 5. Jackson, betting question for you: if you are a whether a novice bettor, amateur bettor, experienced bettor, you're alive to a big score to the 5 here. How do you hedge? Do you hedge? What's the hedge?
In this race, you're only allowed to the 5.
Mm-hmm.
I just let it ride. I mean, look at the betting board. It is just it tells you everything you know. It's wide open. Unless you have a very strong secondary opinion, which it doesn't seem like you do, I think you just let it roll. I mean, unless you think, okay, it has to be. If it's not going to be the 5, then it's going to be the 3, or it's going to be the 3 and the 4. Whoever it is, like clearly that's not what you think. So I think you just leave it, and you hope the 5 wins.
Perfect, because I was, that was exactly the answer I was looking for. I was going to let this ride no matter what, but I did with a betting board as open as this one is. That's the advice that we need to give to the people because, sometimes if you have a strong opinion, you got to just let it ride. So that's what we're going to do here as we are 1 minute to post for this.
Edging's a little overrated.
It can be. It can be.
Unless you're seeing something new that you weren't seeing before you made the bet, like you should just leave it.
Yeah.
Unless new information is coming to light that's scaring you off, like just stick with your original opinions.
Yeah, I completely agree. The prices come down a touch on the number 2, Cloudy Women. You're still looking at the favorite at 3-1, a very lukewarm 3-1, which only kind of tips off to this field that really anybody. Any of these horses could win. We're going to play a game. It's called Say One Nice Thing. Noah, you're up. Say one nice thing about the 8.
One nice thing about the 8. I like the name, Honky Tonk Rhythm.
Perfect. Yeah, I bet you would like the name. All right, Jackson, say one nice thing about the 1.
She's a first-time starter in a race that's begging for it, and she's got Lizcano, who's an underrated turf rider.
There you go. Hey, look at that. Noah just finishing the sentence with turf rider. All right. Hey,
Brian, what's your nice thing about the 7?
Yeah, my nice thing about the 7 is this one's getting back to turf, which I think is her preferred surface. Gets to try sprinting for the first time. So, out of a lemon drop kid mare, maybe that's going to be the answer.
Good job.
Yeah. Hey,
I will say there is a lot of horses paying a carryover in the Coast to Coast Pick 5. I wouldn't hate that going in on Sunday.
It ends here?
It's the 1, the 7, 8, and 9. So you need a price, but in a race like this, it's not impossible.
I mean, the 9 is 11-1. The Coast to Coast almost carried yesterday, I believe, as well. But it paid out about $68,000 or $80,000. Oh, yeah. Well, Jackson, no, that doesn't count. If you didn't play the ticket, you didn't.
We didn't need to bring that up. That was unnecessary.
That's a low blow.
Yeah,
that's
At least it wasn't bringing up Yinzer a day after it happened, but we're all on the same boat.
That's okay. I needed the 6 horse in the last race at Churchill for about 2,000, and Noah's 8 horse at Fionn beat me. He didn't even say anything about it.
He didn't,
bro. You read what I sent you.
You had it like 3rd. It doesn't even count.
No, second with the first one scratching. This guy just doesn't even bother to read. He goes, this guy picks chalk.
Noah's right up for the.
He goes a 4-1 over the top.
Noah's write up for the regret looked a little bit like this. If you didn't see it, it said, "Considering nitrogen is not in this race at 2-5, I'll be passing."
That's what Shane translated it to.
Exactly. That's the translation. Miramati is going to load us into the gate as we're 0 minutes to post. Just a heads up, we're going to wrap up after this race, but stay tuned afterward to catch what we're going to be up to this coming week on all of our respective channels, including this one right here, as we have the Saturday show, Belmont Stakes edition, going for next week. Shane enjoyed that comment by somebody in here, probably all 3 of us, as we're all going for it. But yeah, this is another fun day. I love these Saturday shows. It's fun to be joined by you, Jackson. Kaylee was on here for a bit. She said she was going to come back, but she appeared to have Irish exited.
You heard I was coming
on the show. Yeah, heard Noah, the chalk-eating weasel himself, was coming on.
It's post-time.
I think the volume's on. Yeah, can't blame her at all. But Noah, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you hopping on because always fun to carry this trio along the show.
I had to get you guys through the last hour. It's been rough, but we made it.
We made it. Frank Miramati's going to load us in the gate. I need the 5 in a big way. Jackson's got the who?
Seis.
The seis. And Noah's got the what?
Dos o cinco, senor.
There we go. Okay. Well, vamos a la cinco. And here we go.
Anita coming up with Infinity Dream. Last few left to load. Here's Frog. Honky Tonk Rhythm, second to last. The last one to load is Strawberry Tizzy, as we congratulate the 2025 George Wolfe Memorial Award winner.
Oh, I might have said Greg Wolf. I meant George Wolfe.
The sun shines on you today, Kenrick. One more.
Lockdown.
Isn't that the Woodbine guy that says that?
Yeah.
It is. Slightly awkward start for Infinity Dream, who nonetheless does have a little bit of early speed.
Here we go, 5.
After front runner Ellie Moore. In the meantime, Frog has
Perfect.
come through quicker than both.
Exactly where I
Frog
want you,
takes
5.
the lead. Ellie Moore now second, followed by Cloudy Women, Infinity Dream 4th. Then Uptown Sweetheart 6 off the pace in 5th, 3 clear of Strawberry Tizzy. Honky Tonk Rhythm is next. McKenna Rita and a long way to Dixie's Delight. Kyle Frey and Frog take him into the far turn with a 2-length lead. Ellie Moore and Juan Hernandez tracking from second, followed by Cloudy Women 3rd. Then comes Infinity Dream, inching a little bit closer in 4th, still 3.5 or so.
Come on, Ellie.
Lead. 3 clear of Uptown Sweetheart. The others well back as they pass
the Ellie.
pole and come for home. Frog
Come
and
on,
Ellie
Ellie.
Moore. Ellie Moore right up to Frog at the 8th pole. They're nose to nose.
Kick
2
away.
lengths back, Cloudy Women and Hector Berrios.
Finish.
Cloudy Women puts her head down and is coming swiftly now in the center of the course. And Cloudy Women comes to Ellie Moore and goes right on
That's not
by.
what you wanna see.
Cloudy Women.
Get a load of that, Shane.
Going
How's that
away.
taste?
Ellie Moore second, Frog held third, Strawberry Tizzy.
What a way to end the
picking
show.
it up nicely to be in a photo for fourth
All
with
right.
Infinity Dream.
I actually would have preferred the 5 for the pick 6, but it's all right.
I very much would have preferred the 5 as well, but that's all right. No, are you still alive in the pick 6?
Yeah. No,
Nice. Who do you have going the rest of the way?
Yeah, you're welcome. Let me pull that up real quick. We got
always the humble one.
We got 3-4 in the next. Jackson says the 3 is just going straight to the lead wire to wire, and then 2-5-8 in the down the hill race. So it's
okay.
I mean, I feel like if we get beat, it's by a prize. So
yeah. Well, all right. Noah's gonna eat chalk the rest of his way on the pick 6, and good luck to everybody else in all of your wagers. This is a fun edition of the Saturday show. Hope everybody has a good one. Jackson will be back next week with the Saturday show, Belmont Stakes edition, where we're going to be going through the Belmont Stakes card. Obviously, they've drawn Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Saturday will be drawn, I believe, on Monday, and then everything will be released. Noah, the 3 of us will be on Pacific Horse Players on the HHH Racing channel on Monday. Special show edition in order to go over the Wednesday New York Bred Showcase Day. What else do you have going on, or do we have going on the HHH Racing channel?
We got a lot of stuff. We kick it off with that show on Monday with the New York Breds. They're running on Wednesday. I believe we've got a show for Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday is where we kind of do multiple shows per day, where we've got like Friday late pick 5, Saturday undercard stakes, Saturday late pick 5, obviously. So there's a bunch of stuff I know that's going to be going on. So if you do subscribe to the channel, just hit the notification bell so that you are kept up with everything that we put out this week.
That's right. That's the easiest way to stay in tune. Jackson, what do you have going on in the money?
Ooh, personally, I don't know, but for myself, we're doing a ton though. I know they're doing stuff on YouTube every single day the whole week, and stuff on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, all that stuff. There's going to be just like HHH shows on pretty much every single card. So make sure you guys check those out, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. Really looking forward to next week. It's gonna be good.
There we go. One more plug before we end the show. Don't forget, new users at NYRABets, use promo code BWB200 to earn up to a $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. This has been a ton of fun. Until next week, I've been your host, Ryan. This has been Jackson, our usual co-host, and Noah Maher, the man who eats chalk for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We will see you next week for an excellent Belmont Stakes program. We'll probably be covering Santa Anita as well as Churchill, as we'll be calling out the races as we did this time. But live racing, Monmouth, Santa Anita, maybe some Woodbine too, depending on what they have. Stay tuned. Keep an eye on Twitter, and we will see you next week. Thank you, everybody.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.